This is episode 138, The Littleton Bowling Alley Triple Homicide. Littleton, Colorado is an area which, for many, has become synonymous with one of the most brutal and haunting mass shootings in American history. While most people refer to that shooting by the name of the school in which it happened, Columbine, Littleton was inexorably tied to the tragedy of that harrowing day. For the citizens of Littleton, it's a dark mark they will never forget, but one which they wish didn't hang over their town for the remainder of time. Like any other place, though, Littleton has its share of crimes unrelated to that for which it is most infamous. In episode 99, I covered the double homicide of Nick Kunzelman and Stephanie Hart Grizzell. On February 13, 2000, just 10 months after that terrible school shooting, 15-year-old Nick and 16-year-old Stephanie were shot and killed at a Subway sandwich shop just a few blocks from where the school shooting had taken place. Despite the horror of the crime, its close chronological proximity to the mass shooting, coverage has been minimal, and 20 years later, police are still trying to determine who exactly killed Nick and Stephanie. Somehow, this double homicide fell between the cracks, whether it was the lack of information, the utter lack of media coverage, or something else. Many residents of Littleton aren't even aware that it occurred. Just 2 years later, there would be another set of murders which, for reasons passing understanding, has received even less attention than the double homicide of Nick and Stephanie. This time, it would occur in January of 2002 at the AMF Broadway Lanes, just 6 miles to the west of Columbine High School, and still, 18 years later, it remains unsolved and but for a handful of short, undetailed articles, almost completely unreported. When you say the words bowling alley shooting, most people immediately think of the horrifying massacre which took place some 12 years earlier in Las Cruces, New Mexico. On the morning of February 10, 1990, 7 people were shot, 4 of them killed, by 2 yet unidentified men who robbed the bowling alley, setting it on fire as they left. Coverage has been extensive. There have been documentaries, podcasts, books, and countless articles examining every known detail, a minute-by-minute timeline of that atrocious crime. Despite that coverage, the identities of the killers remain unknown. Perhaps, in the case of Broadway Lanes, it could be the absence of coverage which has played such a major role in the lack of developments and the failure to identify a suspect. That takes us to Sunday, January 27, 2002. 23-year-old Bobby Zahas was, by all accounts, a natural when it came to bowling. Bobby had proven his bowling ability time and time again, winning multiple awards and rings signifying the numerous times he'd bowled a 300, a perfect score that is by no means an easy task. While Bobby was making plans to earn a college degree, likely in the area of accounting, there were always whispers about his skills, and the question would ultimately be asked: would he be going pro? Unfortunately, that was a question Bobby would never have the chance to answer. While Bobby was hitting strike after strike, 29-year-old James Springer was finishing up his shift as the manager that night. Springer, who had only been working at Broadway Lanes for a little over a month, was planning to give Bobby a ride home once the final closing procedures were finished. James was a large man, but a kind one, described by many as a gentle giant, the type of guy who stood up for the underdog and didn't like to see anyone mistreated. At approximately 20 minutes to midnight, James picked up the phone and dialed his wife to let her know he'd be home soon, right after he dropped off Bobby. The father of 2 didn't have a lot left to get done, and he was looking forward to getting home, seeing his wife and 2 children. But sadly, like Bobby, he would never make it home that night. Around the same time James made his call home, Erin Gola dialed up a friend who was going to pick her up that night. The 26-year-old mother of 2 daughters had been working the snack counter at the bowling alley for the past 2 months and seemed to enjoy the atmosphere. It was a familiar world as her father, Ron, had owned and operated Roller City, a popular skating rink where Erin spent countless hours as a child whirling around the rink and having a blast with her friends. By all accounts, the trio should have vacated the premises sometime before midnight, making their ways home. Erin with her friend, and James dropping off Bobby along the way. At approximately 11:50 p.m., Erin's friend arrived, but Erin didn't come outside. It wouldn't be all that unusual for Erin to wait inside. It was a cold Colorado night with temperatures dipping down into the 20s, but it was strange for her to not come walking out within moments of her ride's arrival. On this night, Erin's friend arrived and saw an unidentified man exiting the building, climbing into a truck, and driving away. She didn't know who he was, though Erin's friend assumed he was either an employee she hadn't seen before or perhaps a customer who had hung around, causing Erin to be a little late. However, after several minutes passed and Erin still had not emerged from the building, her friend walked inside, calling out her name. There was no answer. It would be in the back office where this friend would come upon a grisly scene, screaming out before running to dial 911. By the time police arrived, Erin, Bobby, and James were all dead. Robert William Zahas was born on September 16, 1978. According to his father, Roy, Bobby was a smart, focused, and driven young man. Bobby was athletic as a child, playing in Little League, and while he was skilled, it was bowling which he most took to. When he was just 9, Bobby would head down to the lanes with his father and Jeffrey, his brother. From the first time he bowled, he just fell in love with it, and over the years he would sharpen that skill. Outside of the lanes, Bobby was a fun-loving guy who often worked 2 jobs, from pizza delivery to grocery store clerk. He enjoyed hiking the mountains and experiencing the outdoors. While Bobby had worked for AMF Lanes and Highlands Ranch, some 8 miles south of Littleton, many of his friends spent their time at Broadway Lanes, and so Bobby would often make the trip to hang out, bowl, and have a good time. According to Roy, Bobby had gone through a bit of a struggle in the later half of 2001. He had broken up with a long-term girlfriend and was down about it, but as the year came to an end, he was putting everything back together. He was looking at college with a pursuit of accounting. He'd recently been offered a job working for the Colorado Department of Transportation. Good pay with great benefits. On that fateful Sunday night, though, Bobby found himself at his old go-to, Broadway Lanes. He'd been around enough to forge a friendship with the manager, James, who was giving him a ride home. James Springer Jr. was born on May 2, 1972, in Connecticut. When he was just 9, the family pulled up stakes and moved west, settling in Cache Valley, Utah. James was an avid outdoorsman from a young age, loving to camp, hike, and fish alongside his father. He would go on to attend Skyview High School, graduating in 1990. Jim, as he was often called, had one sibling, a sister named Donna, and it was his delight when she eventually married, as he would become an uncle. According to family, the kids referred to him as Awesome Uncle Jim. It became quite clear that Jim not only would make a great father, but he desperately wanted to be one. In 1999, he went on to marry his wife, Jennifer. The couple would have 2 children, both sons born in 2000 and 2001. When asked to describe his son, James Springer Sr. told the Desert News, quote, "He was my partner. We hunted, we fished together. I coached his Little League baseball team and went to every high school football game. He was a large boy. He just stuck up for everybody who was more or less the underdog. He was very protective." End quote. James eventually began working for AMF, a company which has become synonymous with bowling and bowling equipment. Throughout his time with AMF, James was offered several jobs. Around the time of the horrible terror attacks of September 11th, he turned down an offer to move to New York, concerned for the safety of his family. He was later offered a position in Salt Lake City, though he would turn this one down as well, as there were some security concerns revolving around the incoming Olympics in 2002. A man always focused on what was best for his family, he ultimately accepted an offer which would send him to Littleton, Colorado. Jim was excited about the opportunity and moving into a new area where he could raise his family. He officially began work on December 3rd, but tragically would lose his life just a little over 7 weeks later. Erin Courtney Gola was born on October 14, 1975 in Denver and would have a brother and a sister. Smart, athletic, and talented, Erin thoroughly enjoyed skating at her father's rink, in addition to swimming and ballet. Erin went on to attend Bear Creek High School. Before completing her time there, she moved in with a boyfriend. She would eventually marry to a man named Kevin, through whom she would have 2 beautiful daughters. Sadly, while Erin's marriage would end in divorce, her love for her daughters and dedication to providing them with a better life was unceasing. Erin picked up a job working the lunch counter at Broadway Lanes in late November of 2001, just 2 months prior to the shooting. Sunday, January 7th was, for the most part, an average day at Broadway Lanes. Both James Springer and Erin Gola were working the closing shift. That evening, there was another employee, the bartender, who went by the name Taz. When interviewed by KMGH-TV, he explained that nothing stood out to him about the day, saying, quote, "When I clocked out last night, it was about 11:15. I called my wife and I just drove out of the parking lot. I thought it was just another normal day, normal night, until I heard about it on the radio this morning." End quote. Clocking out at 11:15 p.m. makes Taz one of the last people to see Bobby, James, and Erin alive. We know that the bowling alley was scheduled to close at 11:30, meaning Taz likely issued last call and shut down the bar, leaving slightly before closing time. After 11:30, it would be standard procedure for the doors to be locked while James and Erin finished up their tasks, which were usually related to cleaning up, pulling cash drawers, and locking the safe. Approximately 10 to 15 minutes after closing, Erin Gola placed a call to her friend who was set to pick her up that night. Around the same time, James called his wife Jennifer and said, quote, "I'm done closing. We're waiting for Erin's ride. Then I'll give Bobby a ride, and then I'll be home." End quote. While no one knows for sure what exactly happened over the course of the next 15 minutes, police have established that the murders occurred around 11:50 p.m. When police arrived on the scene after Erin's friend's 911 call, they found all 3 victims deceased in the back office area. They had been shot with a handgun, the caliber of which has never been publicly shared. In addition to the murders, police found the safe open and emptied, suggesting that the murders had been committed during or following a robbery. Curiously, police noted that the same bowling alley had actually been burglarized just 6 days before the murders. Police later explained that in the previous burglary, no employees were present, and the suspect had failed to gain entry to the safe, damaging it slightly in the process. Instead, the thief made off with a few cell phones, according to the Denver Post. Obviously, this made investigators consider that the killer may have been the same suspect, this time planning to rob the bowling alley with employees present who could get him into the safe. In hopes of covering the area and canvassing surrounding locations for information, more than 20 investigators were put on the case, with the local police receiving additional investigators from the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office. One of the first people investigators spoke with was Erin Gola's friend, who had, in a manner of speaking, witnessed the crime. According to this friend, whose name has never been publicly released to protect her from the suspect, she arrived at approximately 11:45 p.m. Some 5 minutes later, she heard what she described as loud pops, which investigators believe were the fatal gunshots being fired. Just after 11:50, the witness saw a single man exit the bowling alley. In what can only be described as incredibly disturbing and bizarre, the man made eye contact with the witness before offering what she would later describe as a smirk. The suspect then climbed into a dark-colored, late-model, full-size pickup truck and drove out of the parking lot. He would later be described as a white male, 25 to 35 years of age, approximately 6 feet tall, with a shaved head, clean-shaven face, and stocky build, and he was wearing a long, black trench coat. At the time, the witness had no reason to think anything too out of the ordinary had taken place. But when she entered moments later and discovered the horrifying scene, it became clear that she had likely just had a close encounter with the killer. This, of course, raised certain questions, as the killer had been more than willing to kill Bobby, Erin, and James. What exactly caused him not to open fire on the witness? This is an answer which has never been fully explained. Perhaps he just wanted to get away. But the smirk he shined remains as a haunting reminder of how close to death the witness may have been. While authorities were given one description by this witness, canvassing resulted in another vastly different description. While police fully believe the man seen exiting the bowling alley was the killer, several witnesses later reported seeing an unidentified man speaking with James and Erin in the hour before the bowling alley closed. This man was described as being a white male between the ages of 46 and 55, standing 5 feet 10 inches to 6 feet 1 inch tall. The man had a medium build, a dark or olive complexion, and reportedly had bushy black hair, a mustache, and he wore black-rimmed glasses. Police would later issue a composite sketch of this individual, noting that while they were not sure he was involved in the crime, they believed he could have information vital to the investigation, as he had been in the bowling alley in the hour prior to the murders. Examination of the scene provided investigators with few pieces of evidence outside of spent shells. We do know that authorities obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene, which they believe belongs to the shooter, though they can't confirm that. Being that it's a bowling alley, which has a lot of people moving through it at any given time, it's entirely possible that sample could be unrelated. Regardless, police would move on to test that sample against several people to determine whether or not they may have been present in the bowling alley that night. When asked about DNA samples, Littleton Police Sergeant Trent Cooper told the Denver Post, quote, "This case is different from a lot of homicide cases where we have a direction to go in. This one is just a stone-cold whodunit, and we're trying to cover every angle. Because of that, we have requested evidence from a lot of different people." End quote. In addition to the aforementioned evidence, an article in the Rocky Mountain News noted that police had found 2 jackets, harmonicas, and a tube of neosporin at the crime scene. Whether or not these items were directly connected to the killer has never been specified. According to several later articles, the identity of anyone who may have owned either of the 2 jackets was never determined, and the jackets were never claimed by anyone and remain in the possession of authorities. Based on interviews and examination of the scene, police managed to construct a scenario by which they believe the crimes took place. According to their analysis, the bowling alley had cash and several personal checks on hand. They believe that once the killer entered the alley, he produced a handgun and forced James, Erin, and Bobby into the back office. At gunpoint, James opened the safe, at which time the killer took all of the cash and checks. Moments later, for reasons unknown, the killer opened fire, leaving no witnesses alive. Investigators from both the police department and district attorney's office, who went over the evidence multiple times, found themselves perplexed. If indeed the killer was the same person who had attempted to burglarize the bowling alley 6 days earlier, his behavior had dramatically changed. As they put it, someone who enters a business after hours and attempts a burglary has a different mentality than someone who's willing to rob a business while people are present. Whereas a burglar typically wants to go unseen and unheard, in this instance, the killer seemed focused on getting whatever he could out of the safe, and killing the 3 victims seemed almost like part of his plan. People are often killed during robberies for one reason or another, but in this instance, investigators had a suspicion that there was no way Bobby, Erin, or James were going to survive that night, and before he walked into the bowling alley, the killer had already made up his mind that the night was going to end in bloodshed. Police would go on to express that they were unsure if they were looking at a local who had specifically targeted that bowling alley, or if maybe they were dealing with someone from outside of Littleton who had selected the location at random. Jennifer Springer grew concerned that night when James hadn't arrived home when she expected him to. Thinking maybe he was running late, Jennifer continued to wait until her concerns overwhelmed her. Picking up the phone, she called some friends and asked if they could go by the bowling alley and see if James was still there. By the time they arrived, they saw police all over the parking lot and knew something was wrong. Not long after, Jennifer was notified that her husband had been killed. At just 25, she was now a widow set to raise 2 children without their father. James' parents were crushed by the news, acknowledging that James had taken the job to provide a better and safe life for his family. They were all set to visit the next weekend to celebrate James' father's birthday. For Ron Gola, it was a devastating blow to learn of his daughter's murder. Just 7 months prior, he had lost his wife of 33 years to a battle with cancer. His daughter-in-law had passed away 2 years prior, also after a struggle with cancer. Gola went on to describe Erin as a sweet person and a good daughter who had never caused any problems. Friends and family of Bobby Zahas couldn't help but be deeply hurt by the news of his murder. They described him as a talented young man with a bright future, someone who loved to have fun and who would be sorely missed. In the aftermath, the frustration with a lack of developments was clear for the families as well as investigators. Lieutenant Mike Broadhead later explained to the Denver Post, quote, "Without question, it's the single most frustrating case I've ever worked on." End quote. In terms of motive, police initially believed they were dealing with a robbery, with the murders being secondary, though many disagreed, feeling that the murder was always part of the plan. A grisly crime which would occur in March, nearly 2 months after the triple homicide, caused investigators to turn their attention to the possibility that there could be a direct connection. On Tuesday, March 26th, a group of friends walking on a bluff overlooking Bonnie Doon Beach in Santa Cruz, California, made the horrifying discovery of 3 bodies. According to the Fresno Bee, police ultimately determined that it was the scene of a double murder-suicide. 26-year-old David Arthur Bachman had apparently shot his girlfriend, 19-year-old Melinda Layup, and their mutual friend, 19-year-old Brenda White, before taking his own life. Police explained that, according to their analysis, the 3 were sitting around a sleeping bag on the bluff when Bachman produced a sawed-off Remington Sportsman 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. Both Layup and White were shot at point-blank range, once to the back of the head, before Bachman turned the gun on himself. While police were trying to determine a motive for the crime, no note was left behind. They conducted an extensive look into their 3 lives and found that they were close friends, Layup being Bachman's girlfriend, and they had all attended high school together in Lake Tahoe. In mid-2000, Bachman and Layup moved to Colorado and were followed by White in August of the same year. According to a 13-page report issued by a coroner's investigation, Bachman apparently told the 2 women that he had won $5,000 in the lottery, money which was going to be used to start a new life with Layup in Littleton, Colorado. The 3 then took a trip to Santa Cruz, planning to return to Colorado the day after they were killed. What perhaps makes this situation even more curious is that mysterious $5,000. Investigators were able to confirm that Bachman had not, in fact, won money in the lottery, nor had he been offered a job, which he also told the 2 women prior to their trip. Analysis of their bank accounts showed that the couple had little to no money and the bills were piling up. This seems to suggest that the $5,000 either never existed or they had spent it prior to their deaths. So, how does this connect to the triple homicide? Lieutenant Mike Broadhead later explained that during the investigation into the double murder-suicide, investigators had come to Littleton, where the 3 had lived. It was during this time that they were able to determine that just days before the murders of Bobby, Erin, and James, Bachman, Layup, and White had all been present at the Broadway Lanes playing pool. Since there didn't appear to be a solid motive for Bachman's crimes, police theorized this could have spun out of the triple murder, maybe with Bachman having been involved. While no official number has ever been released, I would be extremely curious to know if the amount taken from Broadway Lanes was estimated to be anywhere near $5,000. In hopes of trying to narrow down the scope of that investigation, police were able to obtain DNA samples from Bachman's parents, though testing showed it did not match the DNA found at the bowling alley. While this seemed to rule Bachman out as the potential killer, police once again made note of the fact that they could not conclusively prove that the DNA they had actually belonged to the killer. Moving beyond this possibility, police began examining other theories. While they did not originally have any reason to believe any one particular person had been targeted by the killer, the actions of a grand jury would later raise questions about that. In the months following the murders, a grand jury had been convened to examine a methamphetamine ring operating in the area, according to the Denver Post. During the course of that investigation, Aaron Gola's name came up. When asked about this, Sergeant Cooper acknowledged that Aaron's name had come up during the investigation, but specified that due to her murder, they really didn't have any way to know exactly in what way she was connected, if she was connected at all. Cooper explained, quote, "There is a connection, but we're not able to talk to her now, so we can't fully explore what her involvement was. There is some indication that she was involved with meth to some degree. We can confirm that. We don't know if she was a recreational user or something more." End quote. Interestingly, at least 2 people were later indicted for being connected to that ring, those being Linda Sesser and her husband William. The couple would ultimately receive probation for their involvement. A lawyer representing the Sesser family expressed that the couple did know Aaron, and they hoped that her killer or killers would eventually be captured. While no evidence seems to exist which could directly link Aaron to anything which would have warranted her murder, it is interesting to note that in 2007, 5 years after the triple homicide, police sought and obtained a DNA sample from Robert Sesser. When asked if they believed he could have been involved, Sergeant Cooper explained, quote, "The person we got the samples from is not any more of a suspect than anyone else. In reviewing the case, we realized we did not have his DNA." End quote. If indeed that DNA was compared to the sample taken from the crime scene, no further actions have taken place, which either suggests that there was not a match, or investigators don't have enough evidence to definitively state that their sample belongs to the killer. Due to the details involving the grand jury investigation in the years since, there's been a lot of speculation that the robbery and triple homicide could in some way be connected to that meth ring. While police have never been able to confirm in what way Aaron could have been involved, some have theorized that there may have been an issue involving money, which could have made her a target. If that is the case, though, no evidence has ever been produced to support it. It has now been 18 long, painful years for the families. Throughout that time, multiple agencies have been involved, including the Littleton Police, Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and the FBI. Over the years, police have received more than 100 tips. They've obtained DNA samples from multiple individuals, but they've never found what they need to bring an answer to get justice for the families and to see someone punished for this horrible crime. Littleton Detective Russ Hoffman discussed some of the tips they received, telling the Rocky Mountain News, quote, "We've received a lot of tips. Some people we were told were responsible were in jail, so obviously they were not responsible. Some we checked out and they had solid alibis. We think about the case all the time. Somebody knows something, they're just not telling us." End quote. Detective Sam Mullins of the Littleton Police was interviewed in January of 2019, some 17 years after the murders. Mullins expressed the department's determination to solve the crime and emphasized that it was their belief someone other than the killer is out there with information which could help break open the case. Mullins would go on to tell Fox 31 Denver, quote, "In any cold case you get tips. The question is, what's the validity of the tip and how do we go about going through and determining where that tip is going to lead us? People may think, how minuscule what I may know, a minor detail from that evening. There's never a minor detail. Any detail is important to us in these types of investigations." End quote. 18 years ago, nearly 19 now, Bobby Zahas, Aaron Gola, and James Springer were killed by an armed robber at the Broadway Lanes bowling alley in Littleton, Colorado. After all this time, it's been hard to continue to believe that justice will ever come. Ron Gola, when asked about the case being solved, told the Rocky Mountain News, quote, "It's been a tough time. I kind of have my doubts that it will be in my lifetime, but I have my hopes." End quote. Bobby's father, Roy, also expressed frustration, saying, quote, "If I knew who did it, I would look for them myself." End quote. James' wife, Jennifer, told her children the truth early on, and has focused on telling her boys about their father as they've grown up. They've both grown into men in the time that has passed, never learning the truth of who stole their father away from them. Sharon Springer, James' mother, has never received any answers to her questions, nor has the crime ever become less painful. When asked what she would say to the killer were he identified and charged, Sharon replied, quote, "What was the price for 3 lives? Whatever you purchased with that money, do you still own it? What was it that cost my son his life?" This is episode 148, The Murder of Paul Featherman and Nancy Baugh. Morning sunlight swept in from the east, illuminating the brilliant blue ocean as it calmly stirred along the coast of Hanalei Bay. Broadway Road carves a slight arc not far from the coast, stretching just over a mile from the historic Hanalei Pier in the east to the mouth of the Viole Stream in the west. It was a truly beautiful place to live, and for some, the very definition of paradise itself. While most came to the area to seek the beauty of sandy shores just a short walk away, Dennis Deasy was on a different kind of trip that Saturday morning. Just an hour earlier, the clanging ring of his telephone had awoken him from a deep sleep, one he desperately needed having hosted a party at his home the night before. The call came from the Hanalei Bay Resort, where Dennis worked, asking him to fill in for his friend Paul, who had been a no-call, no-show along with his girlfriend Nancy. That was surprising. Paul and Nancy were known as being extremely reliable employees who had never failed to show up before. Dennis had seen both of them the previous night when they'd come for his party. He recalled them leaving early, noting that they had to get up for their shifts in the morning, so why hadn't they made it to work? Dennis agreed to cover the shift, walking out to his car somewhat frustrated. As the engine roared to life, he found himself getting more annoyed that he had to go in that day, and while he should have been steering himself along the Cahio Highway towards Princeville, he instead found himself turning off. After several turns, he proceeded onto Broadway Road, several miles to the east. His car came to stop along the southern edge of the road in front of a small green home Paul and Nancy had been renting for the past 6 months. As he approached, Dennis noted the couple's car parked in the driveway. He began to wonder if they'd overslept or maybe had enjoyed the party too much and found themselves a little worse for the wear. Then Dennis noticed the front door, hanging open, and for reasons he couldn't quite explain, the world around him grew still. Each step towards the door felt heavier than the one before it, and while the hot sun beat down on his skin, a chill began to climb his spine. As Dennis stared into the gaping opening of the doorway, all he could hear was the rapid beating of his heart, set against the soft rumble of the surf washing up along the beach a few hundred yards behind him. Finally, finding his voice, Dennis shouted into the still house, but there was no answer. In that moment, for reasons which have never been fully explained, Dennis decided he wasn't going in there alone. Walking quickly, almost jogging, Dennis knocked on the door of Gary Renstrom, who lived next door. Unsure of what he might find, Dennis asked Gary to accompany him into the house, and Gary agreed. Together, the two men approached the home and stepped inside. At first, it appeared that no one was home. The house was quiet and still, as neat and in order as it always was. However, as the two men began walking towards the bedroom, they found themselves frozen. There, in the bedroom doorway, lay Paul, face down in a puddle of blood. Quickly, the two men fled from the home to call the police. The call came in just after 9 a.m., and as Dennis explained what they had seen, it suddenly occurred to him. If Paul is in the house, where is Nancy? Paul Wayne Sonny Featherman was born on February 26, 1952, to parents Paul and Helen in Rahway, New Jersey. Paul was the Featherman's second-born child, with him having an older half-brother, Ralph, who had been born in 47 during his father's first marriage. Paul was raised in Cape Canaveral, Florida, and attended high school in Cocoa Beach, where his father and mother were the owners of the Beach Bowl Family Amusement Center. Several people over the years have described Paul as friendly, fun-loving, and talkative. Several people specified that Paul was a tell-it-how-it-is kind of guy, with one article in the Honolulu Advertiser saying, quote, "If you ask how he is, he'd tell you whether he was feeling good or if he was in a bad mood." End quote. Growing up in Florida, Paul developed a love for the climate and dreamed of living on a tropical island. His interest was twofold, though, both being attracted to the beauty of the environment and to satisfy his interest in horticulture. Paul dreamed of finding the perfect place to both live and develop plants, and eventually his gaze would turn towards Hawaii. While he began making plans to move to the Hawaiian Islands, Paul would meet a young woman who would both capture his attention and his heart. Nancy Ellen Baugh was born on May 16, 1959, to parents Clarence and Betty in Beach Haven, a township in Long Beach Island, New Jersey. Nancy was described by her sister as the baby of the family, which included an older sister, Linda, and 3 brothers, George, Robin, and Steve. According to friends and family, Nancy was warm, loving, and fun. She had an affinity for animals and loved growing and taking care of plants. While New Jersey was home, Nancy's father preferred to avoid the frigid northern winters, setting them aside for the warmth of Florida, specifically Cocoa Beach. In 1970, when Nancy was just 11 years old, she spent 3 months with family in Hawaii, according to her brother, Steve. It may have been there that her love for the islands began to match that of her family. In an article written by Steve, he explained how his family frequently visited the islands and that several of them had lived in different areas over the years. All of this would culminate in the fall of 1976, when Nancy, recently out of a relationship, developed an attraction to Paul while spending time in Cocoa Beach. According to Nancy's brother, his sister and Paul fell fast and hard for one another. Paul, at the time, was spending his last few months in Florida as he was set to move to Hawaii in the winter. Not wanting to be apart, Paul asked Nancy if she'd like to come with him, but at the time she was only 17 years old, and her parents weren't sure it was a great idea to allow her to go off with a guy she had just met. As Steve later told the Florida Today newspaper, her parents came to a compromise. If she still wanted to go to Hawaii with Paul when she turned 18 that summer, they wouldn't stand in her way. In May of 77, Nancy turned 18, and there was a special gift waiting for her. According to Steve, Paul sent Nancy a dozen roses and a plane ticket to Kauai, and Nancy was thrilled. As Steve explained, quote, "My whole family had been to the islands so many times that she was loving to go back there and live." End quote. At the time, Paul was planning to return to college to work towards a degree in horticulture. Over the course of the next few years, the couple worked different jobs to support themselves, and they began saving, wanting to purchase land on which they could farm. Nancy was, according to Linda, mature beyond her years by the time she was 18, feeling more like an older, experienced woman rather than someone who had just stepped into adulthood. A year later, towards the end of 78, Paul and Nancy left Kauai for the Big Island, where they hoped to make their dream come true. However, things didn't pan out, and after spending 3 months away, they returned to Kauai, finding themselves on the northern shore in Hanalei, where they managed to rent a small green house along Weke Road. Several friends and coworkers, when speaking to the Honolulu Advertiser, explained that the couple was pretty happy with where they'd ended up. The rent was low, the beach was a short walk away, and Nancy loved laying out and working on her tan. It wasn't all just beaches and fun, though. Paul had begun looking for work, and in December he picked up a job as a cook at Hanalei Bay Resort, just a few miles from their home. in Princeville. In February of '79, Nancy got a job there as a waitress. At the time, she didn't drive, so they managed to work out a schedule where they'd be working during similar times, and Paul could drive them to and from work each day. While working at the resort, the couple made a lot of new friends and earned themselves high praise from their bosses. A coworker talking to the advertiser later described them both, saying, quote, "They were easy to work with. I mean, they were really nice people. They were nice, friendly, I think very bright." End quote. One of the friends the couple made was Dennis Deasy, who had worked as a cook for the resort. According to everything we know, Deasy got along well with the couple, and they enjoyed hanging out together. On the evening of Friday, June 1st, 1979, he was planning to throw a party at his home, not too far from Nancy and Paul's, and he invited them to come by, have a few drinks, meet some new people, and just have a good time. This party would later become the source of great speculation and suspicion for investigators, but attendees reported the party had been a good time and there were no hints of any issues. According to several witnesses, Paul and Nancy left sometime around 10:30 p.m., both being scheduled to work the next morning. What exactly occurred between the time they left the party and 9 a.m. the next day, no one seems to know for sure. Or if they do, they're not talking. Dennis got the call that morning, Saturday, June 2nd, to come in and cover for Paul, who hadn't shown up. Rather than heading straight to work, he decided to go by the couple's home and see what led to neither of them showing up or even calling out sick, behavior that was extremely out of character for the couple. Upon entering the rented house with neighbor Gary Renstrom, they made the grisly discovery of Paul's body lying in the doorway of his bedroom. Within minutes of the 911 call, reported to have come in at approximately 9:07 a.m., the Kauai Police Department dispatched a patrolman to examine the scene. Based on the description given by Dennis, the patrolman was told to determine whether they were looking at a suicide or a homicide. After entering the home, the patrolman approached Paul and noted that he had been shot. The officer radioed back that the scene needed to be photographed and preserved. In terms of the possibility of suicide, it seemed unlikely, as there was no gun near Paul's body or seemingly anywhere else in the home. Crime scene photographers arrived at the home, followed closely by Detective Bernard Nea, who at the time was assigned to lead the investigation. When photographers concluded documenting the scene, Detective Nea was able to approach and turn over Paul so that he was lying face up. At that time, it was determined that Paul had been killed with a shotgun blast to the face and had likely been dead for approximately 8 to 10 hours, placing his time of death between 11:30 Friday night and 1:30 a.m. Saturday morning. Paul's body had been found nude, with a pillow directly beneath him. Investigators theorized at the time that Paul may have been awoken during the night to the sound of an intruder and grabbed a pillow to cover himself so that he could take a look around the house. It's believed that as soon as Paul opened the bedroom door, the shot was fired, never giving him a chance to see the intruder as he was killed instantly. It was later ruled that the weapon used had been a 12-gauge shotgun. In terms of Nancy, police weren't exactly sure what might have happened to her from the looks of the scene. Investigators found no indication that she had been injured inside the home, nor did they find anything to suggest that she had left of her own volition. There didn't appear to be any money or clothing missing. In the bedroom, thrown over a chair, a friend identified the clothing that both Paul and Nancy had been wearing at the party the previous night. When asked about the missing woman, an unnamed detective told the Honolulu Star Bulletin, quote, "We don't know if she's a suspect, a victim, or what. All we know is that we can't find her." End quote. Police initially theorized this may have been a robbery gone wrong, but after a thorough examination of the scene, that theory began to fall apart. Investigators found no signs of forced entry and noted there were several $100s in cash in an envelope on top of a dresser. Beyond that, the home, for the most part, was neat and orderly, and there was no indication that anyone had been going through it in search of money or valuables. When asked whether or not the crime could be related to drugs, a detective told reporters it was unlikely, as they had found no hard drugs in the home and only a small amount of marijuana. Paul and Nancy's friends also told investigators that while the couple smoked marijuana from time to time, they weren't major drug users, nor did they seem to be interested in being around people who were. Police weren't exactly sure what the motive for the murder may have been, nor what had happened to Nancy, though they would find some disturbing answers when they canvassed the neighborhood, looking for anyone who may have seen or heard anything unusual. As it turned out, at least 7 neighbors had heard both the sounds of a shotgun blast and the screams of a woman, though not a single one of them had picked up their phone to notify police. I want to warn you now, some of the witness statements I'm going to be reading in a moment are not only disturbing, they are infuriating. A male neighbor, when speaking to the Honolulu Advertiser, described a scream and what he did afterward, saying, quote, "A blood-curdling yell. At first, a woman could be getting raped, but I thought, oh, nah. Then I thought someone must have been having a horrible nightmare. It sounded as if she was saying don't at the end of the scream." End quote. A female neighbor told reporters she was awakened by a woman screaming. She heard the woman scream 2 times, then a long silent pause, followed by a scream that seemed to end with the word no. The woman went on saying, quote, "You would think the first inclination would be to call the police, but I looked out. There was no light, no slamming doors, nothing." End quote. The woman stated that, afterward, she went back to sleep. Another neighbor told reporters that the screams became quieter over time, leading him to believe that whoever was screaming was getting further and further away. Yet another witness said that he believed he heard a man's voice after the woman's screams. All told, as many as 8 witnesses heard the screams and 4 heard what they believed to be a gunshot. At least one neighbor told police he was watching a movie on TV at the time he heard the screams, which assisted them in narrowing down the time frame of the crime, believing now that it occurred between 12:30 and 1 a.m. Investigators did note that while many had heard the crime, no witnesses reported hearing car doors or any kind of vehicle driving away. Police quickly determined that Nancy had not only been abducted, but had likely witnessed Paul's horrifying murder. Whether or not abduction had been the entire motive for the murder remained unclear. One thing was apparent, though. Police hadn't been called until after 9 a.m., meaning that they were at least 8 hours behind the trail of the suspect or suspects. Normally, they would put surveillance on boats and planes leaving Kauai following an abduction, but in this case, that could have already happened. A massive search was launched, which would see police going door to door, checking ditches, wetlands, and any areas where they believed a body could be concealed. An unnamed detective, when asked why no one had called police that night, vented his frustration to the Star Bulletin, saying, quote, "I have no idea why nobody called the police. The kind of world we're living in today, nobody gives a damn about his neighbor. Nobody wants to get involved." End quote. Before investigators could absolutely confirm Paul's identity, his father received an anonymous call from someone on Kauai who explained that his son was dead. Paul Sr. contacted the Kauai Police Department and was given the devastating news. According to investigators, they had no idea who could have called him. Subsequently, following an autopsy, Paul's remains were sent to Florida, where a funeral took place, and he was interred at Florida Memorial Gardens beneath a plaque which reads, quote, "Beloved son and brother, always in our hearts." End quote. In the case of Nancy's family, police didn't have much to tell them outside of the fact that she was missing and believed abducted by Paul's killer or killers. They hoped to have more information when they were able to investigate further. Over the course of the next several days, police searched near the home and along the North Shore for any clues or witnesses who might be able to help them find where Nancy had been taken, and what might have happened to her. Chief of Detectives Lieutenant Albert Carroll took the lead on the investigation, noting that 5 detectives were now assigned to the case. Over the course of the first 4 days, police had no new developments, but believed Nancy might still be alive, because they had not yet found a body. When asked about whether or not Paul and Nancy's neighbors were being helpful, a detective stated that some were cooperating while others didn't want to be involved, which he referred to as the normal amount of cooperation. On Thursday, June 7th, several new pieces of information were released. Investigators told reporters they were looking for a potential witness who may have seen Nancy being taken by 2 suspects. According to the report, which had been delivered to police by a third party, a man who was illegally camping on Hanalei Beach that night told friends he saw 2 men dragging a woman down the beach. While police were unsure of the legitimacy of the claim, they did express that they wanted to speak with the man. Beyond that, police told the Star Bulletin that neighbors and potential witnesses were hanging back, not wanting to get involved, while the department had received many anonymous calls full of quote-unquote useless information. Investigators also stated that they had received information about a former boyfriend of Nancy's, and they were looking into the possibility that he might have come to Kauai looking for her. Police managed to track the ex-boyfriend down. He had moved from Florida to Texas. However, at the time of the crime, he was recovering from a motorcycle accident and was in no condition to travel. Investigators were able to rule him out of any involvement in the crime, and the possibility that he could have committed the crime stemmed from threatening letters he had allegedly sent Nancy after their breakup, though several years had passed between the breakup and the murder and abduction. By Friday, June 15th, nearly 2 weeks had passed, and police were seemingly no closer to finding Nancy or the person who had taken her. Lieutenant Albert Carroll spoke with a reporter from Florida Today and expressed that he felt there had to be something in Nancy and Paul's life that might answer questions, saying, quote, "Somewhere in the clean living pictures we've been getting is a very dark area. Someone knows something. There are discrepancies in many statements." End quote. Carroll expressed frustration with friends of Paul and Nancy who refused to cooperate, saying that they feared being targeted if they spoke out. He then turned his attention towards Dennis Deasy. First, Carroll felt something must have happened at the party the night before the murders, and he believed people who had been there may have been responsible or perhaps knew who was responsible. Then, he focused in on Dennis himself, who he felt had more information than he was sharing, saying, quote, "The next day, when Featherman and Baugh didn't show up for work, people at the resort called the host of the party and asked if he would fill in. Even though he is known to be a complainer and troublemaker, he said sure. Then, he didn't go to work. He went to their home and saw the door open. Instead of going in, he went and got a neighbor. Why was he so fearful?" End quote. It was revealed at this time that investigators had spoken with a fisherman who had witnessed 2 men dragging a woman near the beach. However, when police began asking more specific questions, the witness started denying he'd seen anything and eventually just stopped answering their questions. Though there is a discrepancy in description, the fisherman mentioned here appears to be the same man who had been referred to as an illegal camper the night of the crime. Sadly, within weeks of the murder and abduction, the case began growing cold. In August, 2 months later, Detective Captain Richard Sheldon told the Star Bulletin, quote, "We've just about exhausted all of our leads. The investigation is still open. We're still making daily checks. We've just hit a wall. We've checked the neighbors. We've checked everyone out. We've followed leads with any possible connection at all, and they just turn out to be negative." End quote. By the end of 1979, it seemed, Paul's murder and Nancy's abduction had grown exceedingly cold. Over the course of the next 19 years, a lot of rumors would rise to the surface, and many of them focused not so much on who may have been responsible, but who may have been concealing the identities. Accusations of a cover up, of ties to organized crime, and even of direct police involvement inflamed the investigation, which eventually came to a standstill. Over all of that time, the Baugh family never gave up and pushed hard for the case to be looked at more closely. At one point, a lot behind a grocery store was excavated following a tip, though nothing was found. Then, in July of 1998, after pressure from the Beach Haven Board of Commissioners in New Jersey, the Kauai police announced they would be reviewing the case to decide whether or not it should be actively investigated again. If the case was reopened, it appears no major developments were made by new investigators, as there wouldn't be anything new for another 14 years. In late February and early March of 2012, storms brought heavy rain to the islands of Kauai and Oahu, devastating areas with massive flooding. Hanalei experienced rainfall for more than 24 straight hours, recording 28.5 inches during that single-day span. Both islands had disasters declared by then-Governor Abercrombie after heavy rains caused flooding, mudslides, waterspouts, and dangerously high tides. In the aftermath, a passerby discovered partial human remains near the Violi Stream to the west of Weke Road. Initially, the remains were believed to have been ancient and were secured in evidence along with other remains which had been found following the flooding. These remains stayed secured in evidence until Claire Ueno, a counselor working missing persons cases for the Kauai Police Department, was running down old cases and noticed DNA had never been obtained from the living relatives of Nancy Baugh. Steve Baugh told the Honolulu Star-Advertiser that his family was contacted by Kauai officials who informed them that they had found partial human remains which were ultimately determined to belong to a Caucasian female. At the time, several family members submitted DNA for comparison, and when the tests were run, they were able to conclude the remains discovered belonged to Nancy Baugh. Police theorized Nancy was likely killed the night she was abducted, which means that for 34 years, her remains were concealed within just a few miles of the small greenhouse on Weke Road. While it wasn't good news, it was news, and it was something Steve Baugh felt would grant his family some measure of closure, telling the Garden Island paper, quote, 34 years of not knowing. Sure, we had speculation, people telling us things, but not ever knowing. It will be a huge relief and closure for my mother and our family. 34 years of not knowing is the worst torment imaginable. End quote. So much had changed in those 34 years. Both of Paul's parents and his brother had since passed away. Nancy's brother George and her father Clarence had also passed away within a year of each other nearly a decade earlier. After receiving her remains, the Baugh family had Nancy cremated, and they held a celebration of her life, as they had for her father and brother, partially spreading her ashes near home in Beach Haven. Some of her ashes were kept at the time and spread later in Cocoa Beach. It was a time to remember her as she lived, her family felt, to celebrate her life, not to mourn her death. When asked about the status of the investigation, Kauai County Prosecutor Justin Kolar expressed that they hoped after all this time, the people in the area who knew more about the crime would be willing to speak with police. It was clear, investigators believe, that there are people in the area who were there at the time and are still there today, who know exactly what happened that June night in 1979. When asked about accusations of a cover-up, of corruption, Kolar replied, quote, I can say that Hanalei was a very different place in the 1970s. We are combing through the investigation that was done at the time, following up anything we possibly can in terms of folks who might still be around. End quote. Steve Baugh told the Star Advertiser in September of 2013 that over the years his family had received several anonymous letters and calls naming who people believed were responsible for Paul and Nancy's deaths. Those anonymous contacts lined up with whispers amongst locals, suggesting that the crime had some tie to brothers who have since passed away, but back in 1979 were well known for being violent, dangerous, and well connected. Several locals who chose not to give their names told reporters that everyone had an idea of who it was, and for the most part, that idea pointed towards the same people. But even after 34 years, people still felt too frightened to speak a name out loud. Others, though, believe the murders may have somehow been connected to the rise of drug smugglers and trafficking on Kauai in the late 70s. With so much time having passed, what was once fact has transformed into rumor and folklore, leaving many to wonder what truth there may be behind the old stories they've been told, if any. Paul Wayne Sonny Featherman was brutally murdered in the early morning hours of Saturday, June 2, 1979. He was just 27 years old. Nancy Ellen Baugh had just turned 20. Police now believe that within hours of her abduction, Nancy was taken towards the Violi Stream, where she too was murdered. This summer will mark 42 years since these vicious and violent crimes occurred, and for more than 4 decades, the mystery of what transpired that night and who exactly was behind it has haunted 2 families. In February of 2014, 7 years ago as of this episode's release, Steve Baugh wrote a powerful guest commentary article in the Honolulu Star Advertiser. In it, he discussed what happened to Paul and his sister, as well as his own belief that someone out there holds the answers. Steve wrote, quote, "At 1 o'clock in the morning on June 2nd, 1979, 2 weeks after her 20th birthday, a period of life that should be the beginning of the best times of your life, my sister witnessed her boyfriend of 3 years being shot in the face with a 12-gauge shotgun. The blast tore a large portion of his face off as he fell to the floor and died instantly. She was then wrapped in a blanket and forcibly abducted from her home on Weke Road in Hanalei. While outside her home, she was thrashing, kicking, and screaming for help at the top of her lungs. No help ever came. No phone calls to police, no report of a gunshot or screams for help. No police or anyone else came out that night to offer any assistance, and the people, 7 reported by police, who saw and heard her pleas for help were the last ones to ever see or hear anything from Nancy Baugh. No one has ever come forward in almost 35 years with any evidence or new information about who was responsible or what happened to my sister. My family and the Featherman family may never get any more answers about these murders, but I know someone has evidence or knowledge of what transpired on that tragic day. They may go to the grave with that, and unfortunately, there will never be complete closure for our families. This is episode 168, The Murder of Kelly Moriarty and the Disappearance of Doris Carter. Kelly Michelle Moriarty was born on Sunday, June 3rd, 1973, to parents Bud and Grace in Millbrook, New York, an upstate village located in Dutchess County. Kelly was the couple's 4th and final child, as well as being their only girl, growing up alongside 3 older brothers. One of Kelly's brothers, Brendan, described her to Crime Watch Daily, saying, quote, "She was just fun and outgoing, always trying to tag along with her older brothers wherever we went." End quote. Kelly was noted as having an infectious laugh, and both friends and family have stated that she was happy, always smiling and making others smile. From a young age, Kelly enjoyed playing with her brothers and acquired a quick affinity for athletics, with her father saying that she was probably the best athlete out of the whole bunch. Growing up in the small village of Millbrook afforded Kelly access to a lot of outdoor and sports activities, and she took full advantage of them. While she excelled in many different sports, her heart seemed most strongly attached to softball, and Kelly was an incredible force on the field, hammering in runs and making great plays. Throughout the late 80s and into the early 90s, Kelly's name appears in numerous articles where she is lauded for her hard work and remarkable skill level. Kelly would eventually join the Debs, a fast-pitch club which focuses on player development both on and off the field, and she would participate in multiple tournaments. In August of '88, Kelly stole the show at the East Fishkill tournament, with the Poughkeepsie Journal reporting that she had 3 hits in the finals and was chosen as MVP of the entire tournament. By the time she moved on to high school, the teen had amassed an impressive record, with the Journal specifically pointing out that, coming in as a freshman, she had a remarkable batting average of .460. In addition to her athletic abilities, Kelly maintained good grades and made a lot of friends who, in the years since, have made numerous posts on forums and websites about how great of a person she was and how much fun they had spending time with her. In 1990, when Kelly was turning 17, her family picked up stakes and left the Northeast for the sun and warmth of Florida. Upon arriving in the Sunshine State, the 17-year-old was enrolled in St. Petersburg Catholic High School, where she continued earning praise for her athletic abilities. Following graduation, she wasn't exactly sure about plans for college or what type of a career she wanted to pursue. Kelly moved through a series of different jobs, including working security at a bank for a period of time, but throughout it all, she continued to play ball in the adult leagues. Her parents, always strong supporters, traveled hundreds of miles to see her play, missing only 1 game in a span of 6 years. Due to her incredible skill, Kelly caught the eye of several colleges and was offered a handful of scholarships, but she turned them all down. Much like so many people her age, she hadn't yet figured out what she wanted to make out of her life. Not long after graduating, Kelly made a decision to sit down with her family and tell them a truth she had long since known. She was gay. Kelly's brother Brendan later told the Plant City Observer that this was a difficult step for the young woman, who had grown up in what he described as a more conservative family. As she aged, Kelly had grown to become an incredibly independent woman with a strong sense of privacy. Her family has said multiple times that when she wanted to talk, she could talk all night. But if she didn't want to discuss something or didn't want to get into the details, she had no problem closing down that line of communication. When it came to her sexuality, Kelly was determined to be who she was regardless of what others might think. According to her family, they wanted to see her happy, and when she came out to them, they felt even closer to her, knowing she could tell them anything. Over the next years, Kelly would move around the state of Florida, though never drifting too far from her family. She spent time in Tampa, Bradenton, Gulfport, and St. Petersburg, respectively. Eventually, in her mid-30s, Kelly found herself focusing in for the first time on a career that she really felt an affinity for: massage therapy. In 2009, at the age of 36, Kelly would meet a woman who would forever change the course of her life. One of her favorite spots to hang out was Georgie's Alibi, a gay bar in St. Petersburg that was wildly popular and cracked Out Magazine's list of the top 200 gay bars in 2013. It was here that she would encounter 59-year-old Doris Patricia Carter. Doris, or Pat as she preferred, was the widow of William Ed Carter, a former Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputy who passed away in 2005 after 33 years together. The couple had one child, a daughter named Stacy, and after his retirement from the force, they'd started their own business, Carter's Cast Nets. The business was wildly successful, and Pat was noted as having an amazing skill for constructing nets. In discussion with the Plant City Courier, Pat's brother Charles explained, quote, "She sold them all over the United States and some out of the US. She sold them in Japan, China, Taiwan. She was really good at it." End quote. Pat and Ed had built a nice nest egg for themselves, and in the years following his passing, Pat continued to add to a financially successful estate, owning a home and some acreage in rural Plant City, located in west central Florida. In the years following Ed's passing, Pat began going out a little more, seeing more of the world. She was lonely. Her companion of more than 3 decades was gone, and she sought out friends, fun, and hopefully, love. During a conversation with her brother, Pat steered the conversation around the block a few times before, much to Charles' surprise, she told him she was gay. Later, when speaking to Crime Watch Daily, Charles described the conversation saying, quote, "She says, 'Charlie, I ain't never been so happy in my life. I think I was gay all my life.'" End quote. While Charles himself wasn't expecting to hear that, he thought it was great that after all these years, his sister was getting to live life on her own terms, the way she wanted, and he hoped that she'd find happiness as she entered the second half of her life. It seemed to come as a surprise to both women when they found each other, but neither could deny the sparks were flying. Before long, what had begun as flirtation and attraction turned to romance and passion, and a strong relationship developed between them. It wasn't uncommon for the couple to spend long chunks of time together, with Pat staying at Kelly's apartment for a week or two, and then Kelly coming to stay in Plant City for a few weeks. They continued to frequent Georgie's Alibi, now recognized not only as their favorite bar in the area, but also as the place that had brought them together. This same year, there were big changes coming for both women. Kelly decided to pursue a career in massage therapy, going on to enroll in classes at Florida College of Natural Medicine. For Pat, the changes were a little less positive, as her daughter was having financial problems. Following the foreclosure of her home, Stacy and her husband, Anthony Marault, and their daughter moved in with Pat in Plant City. This arrangement put a lot of stress on Pat, who didn't necessarily want to give up her private space, but at the same time wanted to help out her daughter. Unfortunately, what began as a difficult situation would only worsen over the next few years. Bringing Kelly into the equation complicated matters further, as in the years since, it's been made abundantly clear that neither Stacy nor Anthony thought very much of Kelly. From their perspective, Kelly was nearly half Pat's age, and they've made several statements over the years indicating that they viewed the younger woman as someone who only sought to financially exploit her older girlfriend. Some of this may have come out of the fact that, at one point, Pat presented Kelly with a gift, a 1998 black Cadillac Catera. By the end of the year, though, things took a violent turn, when on December 18th, Pat went to the court to petition an order of protection against both her daughter and son-in-law. Pat wrote in the petition that she often locked herself in her own bedroom to avoid the two of them, referring to Stacy as someone with whom she simply could not get along. The petition, however, was not drafted out of mere discomfort, but out of fear, as, according to her own words, Pat described a physical altercation where her daughter, quote, "pushed me out of my office chair on the floor, hurting my left wrist and thumb," end quote. Pat, however, would drop the petition 12 days later before a judge could make a decision on whether or not to make the temporary injunction a more long-term one. Over the course of the next year, things seemed to move along well enough, although the tensions at Pat's home would have its ebbs and flows, which in turn applied pressure to her relationship. For her part, Kelly was turning things around, earning straight A's while she attended massage therapy courses. According to her family, who helped pay tuition, she'd really found her niche, and for the first time in a long time, she felt like she finally knew what she wanted to do and where she wanted to be. In terms of her relationship, this was one of those areas where Kelly didn't share a lot of information with her family. Her mother, Grace, who later described Pat as a sweet woman who deeply cared for her daughter, explained to the Plant City Observer, quote, "We didn't even know Pat's last name, and I only met her once. When we'd ask Kelly, her response would be, 'Why do you need to know?'" End quote. As far as her family knew, Kelly's relationship was going along smoothly, and there weren't any issues. Stacy, however, alleged that while the couple typically got along well, they also had a tendency to have loud arguments and fights, which seemed to be occurring more frequently as time went on. This is somewhat backed up by court documents. On Tuesday, April 26, 2011, Pat filed a petition requesting an order of protection against Kelly. According to the Tampa Bay Times, in her complaint, Pat alleged that an argument at Georgie's alibi grew physical and Kelly shoved and threatened her. Pat went on to claim that Kelly had stolen her deceased husband's wedding band, and she insisted Pat be the one who paid for bills, nights out, and all expenses. As a result, a temporary injunction was issued, and Kelly was required to hand over firearms she owned until the case was settled. Less than 2 weeks later, on Thursday, May 5th, Pat's petition was dismissed due to a lack of evidence. A week after that, on Thursday, May 12th, Kelly went to court and filed her own petition. The details seem to be similar to Pat's initial claim, with Kelly alleging that Pat herself was controlling and had become physically violent, in addition to accusing her of drinking to excess and harboring a prescription drug addiction. She also noted that Pat was in possession of multiple firearms, including handguns, shotguns, and rifles, some of which had belonged to her late husband. When a hearing date was scheduled, Kelly decided to withdraw the petition, saying that the court dates would interfere with her job. For most who have examined these documents, it seems that the two had gotten into some kind of an altercation, lashed out through the legal system, and then changed their minds once cooler heads prevailed. Their relationship continued moving forward, but Kelly, it appears, may have been planning to leave it all behind. When speaking to the Tampa Bay Tribune, Kelly's father, Bud, explained that the two women apparently wanted something different out of the relationship. From what he knew, Kelly wasn't looking for anything to get too serious, and she certainly wasn't aiming to settle down yet, while Pat had, on several occasions, raised the possibility of marriage. Bud stated that his daughter had told him that upon completing her massage therapy courses, she wanted to leave Florida and go back to New York and open her own business. As far as anyone knew, Kelly wasn't planning on asking Pat to come with her, and ostensibly, following the holidays, they'd probably break up. As fate would have it, however, both women would mysteriously vanish before the end of the year. As the year moved forward, the tension between Kelly and Pat apparently dissipated, but the issues between Pat, her daughter Stacy, and her son-in-law Anthony were only getting worse. On Wednesday, October 26th, Pat filed a petition to have her daughter and son-in-law evicted from her home. In a handwritten letter, Pat wrote, quote, "I, Doris Carter, request my daughter Stacy Merault, husband Anthony Merault, and granddaughter to vacate my premises immediately, so to end an extended length of time undesirable to myself that these individuals have been occupying my residence." End quote. In response, Stacy and Anthony filed their own paperwork with the courts, arguing that Pat suffered from documented mental illness and that they believe Kelly was trying to take advantage of her for financial reasons. According to ABC News, their document read in part, quote, "The defendants also fear that Carter will unwillingly allow Kelly Moriarty to further diminish her assets and life savings to zero." End quote. Stacy later told ABC that she believed the eviction petition was filed due to pressure applied by Kelly after she learned that Stacy had filed a complaint of elderly financial exploitation with the Department of Children and Families against her. The next month brought in the beginning of the holiday season, and Thanksgiving fell on Thursday, November 24th. Typically, Kelly would spend the holiday with her family, usually at her brother's home, but this year she decided to take a different approach. During a phone conversation with her mother, Kelly explained that she was going to instead spend Thanksgiving with Pat at her home in Plant City, and that the next month Pat would be coming to her apartment to celebrate Christmas. According to what we know, Thanksgiving went well, and several days after, in late November or early December, Grace spoke to her daughter for the last time. The two discussed Thanksgiving as well as Christmas, and at the time, there didn't appear to be anything out of ordinary or anything to worry about. On Thursday, December 15th, Pat's petition to have Stacy and Anthony evicted was granted by the judge. While this should have resulted in the process moving forward, that never happened. In fact, Stacy and Anthony would continue living in Pat's house on McClin Drive. Curiously, that same Thursday was the last time anyone ever saw Kelly and Pat alive. And even though both would vanish from sight on the 15th, no missing persons report would be filed until more than a month later. In the meantime, none of Pat's friends nor Kelly's family were seemingly aware of their disappearances, and while Stacy and Anthony continued living in her home, neither contacted authorities with regard to Pat or Kelly. Over the course of the next 10 days, 2 different law enforcement agencies would make discoveries that, at the time, they had no way of knowing were connected to the yet-to-be-reported missing women. On Monday, December 19th, a deputy with the Manatee County Sheriff's Office came upon what appeared to be an abandoned car, parked on the side of State Road 62 in the unincorporated community of Parrish. Florida 62 runs approximately 40 miles from U.S. Highway 301 in the west to Highway 17 in the east. The vehicle, a black 1998 Cadillac Catera, appeared to be in good condition with no outward signs of damage or an accident. When the deputy ran the plate through the system, the owner was identified as being Kelly Moriarty. However, since no missing persons report had yet been filed, there was nothing associated with the car to warrant further action. At that time, the deputy applied a red tag to the vehicle which designated that it would be removed from the area. That wouldn't happen until 10 days later on Thursday, December 29th. 2 days before the car was moved, though, investigators in St. Petersburg would be called out to the beach following a grisly discovery just 20 miles to the northwest of where the car had been found. On the morning of Tuesday, December 27th, a Canadian family vacationing in St. Petersburg took an early morning walk to watch the sunrise. They wound up standing on a beach behind a home on South 4th Street, adjacent to Bay Vista Park. By the time the sun had risen enough to light the morning, they made the horrifying discovery of a human leg lying on the beach, which had apparently washed in from the bay. At the time, the leg was described as being severed at the thigh and ankle, with the foot having been removed. According to investigators, outside of the locations where the cuts had been made, there were no obvious signs of trauma, though the Tampa Bay Times reported that there were mysterious marks circling the upper thigh. Investigators believe that determining the point at which the limb had been placed in the water could help in identifying who it may belong to. Detective Mike Pewitz of the St. Petersburg Police Department explained to 10 News, quote, "Obviously, this was found in the bay, so there's a lot of different factors in terms of what jurisdiction this might have come from. It's a major shipping channel as well, so there are a lot of options in terms of the origin of the leg itself." End quote. Over the course of the next 2 days, investigators would take to the water searching for any other parts of the body, while others combed the shoreline looking for any other evidence. Ultimately, the extended searching resulted in no additional evidence related to the limb. Police stated that while they didn't have a cause of death, it was highly likely, considering the mutilation of the leg, that this would be connected to a homicide. When asked about how the leg had been severed, Detective Pewitz told the Tampa Bay Times that the medical examiner's office confirmed there was a human hand at work and that the limb had not been severed by an animal attack. Pewitz explained, quote, "What they've told us verbally at this point is that it does appear that at least one end of the leg was removed by use of a tool, a cutting tool of some sort." End quote. Determining who the leg belonged to would be a much more difficult task. According to investigators, when the leg was found, it was believed to have belonged to a white woman described as heavyset. The leg was clean-shaven, which is why they thought it belonged to a woman, though at the time they couldn't even confirm gender. In hopes of getting a hit, the medical examiner's office collected DNA from the leg and ran it through the system, but it came back with no matches. The medical examiner did, though, note that based on the condition of the leg, it had likely been in the water for no more than 72 hours. So police began going through known missing persons who had been reported in the previous weeks, but it would be difficult to make a solid connection. On Friday, January 27, 2012, 1 full month after the discovery of the leg, Brendan Moriarty received an unnerving phone call. Kelly's landlord reached out to him since he was listed on her lease as the emergency contact. At that time, the landlord explained that Kelly was 3 weeks behind on her January rent and no one had seen her at the Bradenton apartment complex since December. At the time, Brendan went to the complex where the landlord granted him access to Kelly's apartment. As soon as he entered, he knew something was wrong. The apartment itself was in good condition, though it was apparent that no one had been there in quite some time. The Christmas tree was still standing and there were presents wrapped beneath it. A newspaper lay on the couch dated December 8th, and milk in the refrigerator had expired on December 23rd. At that time, Brendan notified the Bradenton police and officially filed a missing persons report for his sister. When asked when anyone had last seen or spoken to Kelly, it was confirmed that her mother had spoken to her in the days following Thanksgiving, but no one had heard from her since early December, at the most recent. According to the family, it wasn't unusual for Kelly to go for extended periods of time without making contact. Grace later explained to the Plant City Observer that this wasn't uncommon, saying, quote, "I'd call her and say, call me when you can, but that may not be for a month and a half. You have to realize she was 38. She wasn't a little girl. She spent Thanksgiving with Pat, and then I talked to her in December. We figured she just got busy or decided to spend Christmas with Pat." End quote. Unsure of when exactly Kelly was last seen, police were told about her relationship with Pat and that they often spent time at each other's places. That same day, investigators drove to Plant City, pulling up to Pat's home on McClin Drive. There, they found both Stacy and Anthony in the house, which was somewhat strange in retrospect, since more than a month earlier a judge had ruled in Pat's favor with her petition to have them evicted. When investigators spoke to Stacy, she stated that the last time she'd seen either her mother or Kelly was on the same day that judgment had come down, Thursday, December 15th. Details are a little sketchy here, but Stacy explained Kelly was at the house and she and Pat had gotten into an argument. In some articles, Stacy is noted as saying that she saw Kelly and Pat get into Kelly's Cadillac and drive off, while others report that Stacy went to bed late on the 15th or early in the morning of the 16th, and when she awoke the next day, her mother, Kelly, and the car were gone. When asked why no one had reported either woman missing, Stacy explained, much like the Moriarty family, that it wasn't uncommon for her mother to go off for periods of time without contact, and that she often stayed with Kelly. The day after speaking with investigators on Saturday, January 28th, Kelly went down to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to file an official missing persons report for her mother. Investigators quickly discovered that Kelly's car was in a system, having been stored in a Manatee County impound lot since December 29th. Detectives paid a visit to the lot, at which time they examined the vehicle. There was nothing physically wrong with the car, which had been found locked, and the engine started right up, which suggested that the car had likely not been left by Kelly due to issues and may in fact have been dumped there by someone else. It's interesting to note that at the time, it was reported that no evidence was discovered in the vehicle. However, later when speaking to Crime Watch Daily, Detective Tom Dirks stated, quote, "I can tell you that there was multiple things collected from the vehicle. At this point, I'm not at liberty to share with you the exact details of what was collected." End quote. Keep in mind, during this initial search, neither the Bradenton Police nor the Hillsborough Sheriff's Office were aware of the leg which had been found in St. Petersburg, and so they were still working on a missing persons case without anything to suggest that they could potentially be looking at one or even two homicides. A second disturbing discovery, though, would finally bring all of the different angles together. In early February, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office reported that they had discovered the body of a deceased male behind a home in the town of Brandon. Initial reports in the media noted that this body had been partially mutilated and part of the victim was missing. Believing this could potentially answer the question about the leg found, St. Petersburg authorities reached out to the sheriff's office to ask if the victim was missing a leg. He wasn't. But when Hillsborough learned about the severed leg, and more specifically, The fact that it had been found just over a week after both Kelly and Pat vanished, they began to wonder if there might be a connection. On a hunch, investigators requested and were given DNA samples from Kelly's mother and Pat's daughter. 3 weeks later, on Friday, March 23rd, the Pinellas County medical examiner positively identified the leg as belonging to Kelly Moriarty. At the time, they didn't have a cause of death, nor had they located the rest of Kelly's body, but police stated that while all signs indicated that Kelly had likely been killed, they couldn't at that time confirm that a homicide had actually taken place. The investigation now became a desperate search, with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office stating that locating Pat alive was of prime importance. Sheriff spokesman Larry McKinnon explained to the media, quote, "We'd like to find her alive and ask her what happened, but there's a possibility that might not happen." End quote. 6 days later, on Thursday, March 29th, all agencies involved in the case came together for a meeting to share information and determine what exactly was going on. Present at the meeting were investigators from the Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, St. Petersburg Police Department, Manatee County Sheriff's Office, and the Pinellas State Attorney's Office. Because the case involved 3 separate counties, the investigation was divided based on who had jurisdiction in each area. Hillsborough's primary focus was to locate Pat. Manatee focused on trying to locate Kelly, as well as conducting additional searches of the car. St. Petersburg took on canvassing, interviewing friends and family to try and learn more about each of the missing women and what might have happened to them. In addition to dividing up the investigation, it was noted that detectives had called in assistance from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, whose study and knowledge of tides and currents could help determine where Kelly's leg had been put in the water. At the time, while mutilation seemed apparent, no crime scene had been located, and so finding that would be a major help in solving the case. Kelly's family were struggling to accept the horror of reality. When they were informed that the DNA match confirmed the leg was Kelly's, they were absolutely devastated. They issued a statement to the media that they sought privacy and comfort during those early weeks. Their statement read, quote, "The family was notified on Friday by Bradenton detectives of Kelly's passing. We are deeply saddened by the loss of our daughter, sister, and aunt. As you can imagine, the full extent of our loss has yet to be realized. We are in shock and are grieving Kelly's passing. We loved and miss her tremendously. It is our hope that the joint effort of the Bradenton Police, Manatee County Sheriff, St. Petersburg Police, and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement can quickly find whoever did this to her and bring them to justice and bring some closure to the family. We would ask everyone to please respect the privacy of the family and allow us to mourn Kelly's loss privately." End quote. While the Moriarty family were cooperating with the investigators and offering up everything they could in hope that answers would be found, the same could not be said of Pat's daughter and son-in-law. According to detectives, they answered questions during the early part of the investigation, but that would change. When police started asking questions about the relationship between Stacy and Pat, especially in regard to previous petitions for orders of protection and the eviction, the conversation ended. Early on, both Stacy and Anthony decided they wouldn't answer any additional questions on advice from their lawyer, to whom they told police to direct all future inquiries. In a rare statement to the media, Stacy explained to ABC News, quote, "I'm overwhelmed. The dynamic of everything has completely changed. I wondered and questioned if anything bad has happened. I was hoping for the best. Did they go get married and she's afraid to tell me? I don't know if my mom has been taken advantage of or if someone is exploiting her in some way. Her mental and physical faculties aren't there. Knowing that Kelly's been harmed changes everything." End quote. During the early part of the investigation, detectives began looking suspiciously towards a man and a woman who had been arrested by a Sarasota deputy on December 26th, the day before Kelly's leg was recovered. 45-year-old Anthony Brigitzer and 27-year-old Kelly Rozier were pulled over by Deputy Matthew Tuggle when he noticed their white Lincoln sedan driving erratically in the 4100 block of South Tamiami Trail in Venice, approximately 35 miles south of where the Cadillac was found and 45 miles southeast of where Kelly's leg was discovered. Upon pulling the van over, a drug dog indicated the presence of drugs in the vehicle. During the search, police discovered marijuana as well as syringes, and both occupants were taken into custody. Upon opening the trunk to conduct a search, police found a stun gun, 2 hatchets, one of which had blood on it, a knife, latex gloves, and black clothing. The hatchets captured investigators' attention as in April of 2012, University of South Florida anthropologist Erin Kimmerly examined Kelly's leg, and according to the Sarasota Herald Tribune, Kimmerly stated that the marks on the bone were more consistent with a, quote, chopping motion than a cutting and or slicing motion, end quote. Police documents note it was, quote, very possible that Kelly had been dismembered with a hatchet. Further investigation determined that Brigitzer had brutally attacked 70-year-old Mary Corbett prior to his arrest. Brigitzer had reportedly worked as a handyman for the elderly woman. Upon entering her home, Brigitzer used the stun gun on Corbett and then tied her wrists and legs before robbing her. He faced additional charges related to assault, kidnapping, fraud, and dealing in stolen property. While they managed to find the evidence necessary to file charges for this crime, they were never able to establish a connection between Brigitzer and either Kelly or Pat. With an absence of solid suspects, no crime scene, and no trace of Pat, investigators began turning their attention towards Stacy and Anthony. According to detectives, when asked about Kelly and his mother-in-law, Anthony stated that he hated both women. When asked about this, in addition to legal issues between Pat and the couple, Larry McKinnon told CBS Tampa Bay, quote, those are all red flags in a lot of people's minds, but it certainly doesn't rise to the level of, you're the one that's committed a homicide, end quote. In hopes of determining what might have happened, investigators planned a search of the McLean Drive home. Stacy granted permission for the search, which took place in October, 10 months after Pat and Kelly were last seen. A forensics team, along with deputies, searched the home for the first time for approximately 6 hours. A second search was conducted not long after. According to the Tampa Bay Times, forensics technicians combed over every inch of the home, spraying luminol and collecting fibers. Multiple bags of evidence were removed from the house following each search, though what exactly was discovered has never been revealed. However, it was noted that some of the evidence had been sent out to a lab to undergo additional testing. The next month, in November of 2012, the Moriarty family spoke to the media to announce a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction. Kelly's brother, Brendan, discussed the family's hope for answers, saying, quote, not knowing, that's the hardest thing of all. You see all these things on TV, but you don't think anything like this can ever happen to your family. I don't know if we'll ever know the why, but we hopefully can find out the who. We want to see someone brought to justice for this. End quote. While talking to the Tampa Bay Tribune, the family made it clear that they believed both Kelly and Pat were likely dead, and it was their belief both women had been killed in or near Plant City between December 16th and December 26th. Asked why they believed the crime occurred in Plant City, the family explained that detectives had told them that both women's cell phones were last pinged approximately 1 mile north of Plant City, and following that, the phones were either powered off or destroyed. The family also argued that Kelly's Cadillac had likely been abandoned by someone involved in the crime, hoping to confuse the investigation by leaving the vehicle in a different county, but explained, quote, Kelly would never have left her car on the side of the road. She had law enforcement training, and if her car had trouble, she would have locked herself and Doris in and called 911, AAA, or someone in the family. End quote. Unfortunately, while investigators continued working the case, things began to stall. Over the course of the next year, detectives focused in closely on Stacy and Anthony, digging into their backgrounds and working to track their whereabouts and behaviors in the days before and after the disappearances. Little information was revealed regarding what they were seeking, nor what they had discovered, and Sheriff spokesman Larry McKinnon later told reporters, quote, "We have a lot of pieces to the puzzle, but not the pieces that we need to come to a conclusion," end quote. During the same time period, Kelly's father, Bud, took it upon himself to conduct his own investigation and to try and get more attention on the case. He began writing letters to Congress, police departments, and reporters. Finally, in frustration, anger, and grief, the Tampa Bay Times published Bud's letter to the editor, which began, quote, "I am writing this letter because I believe that Doris Carter's daughter and son-in-law are people of interest in the murder of our daughter Kelly Moriarty and the disappearance of Doris Carter. I don't believe that Doris is still alive, but I'm not positive because not a trace of her has ever been found," end quote. Bud went on to explain that it was his belief that both women had likely been killed, dismembered, and weighed down with heavy fishing nets before being dropped into Tampa Bay. He pointed to the cell phone pings a mile north of Plant City before completely going offline, as well as the fact that the last time anyone saw either woman, it was Pat's daughter Stacy at Pat's McClin Drive home. Beyond that, he expressed frustration with Stacy's failure to fully cooperate with investigators, asking why she would choose to hire a lawyer and not answer questions if indeed she was worried about her mother's well-being. Over the course of the next few years, few developments were made in terms of solving the case. In December of 2014, 3 years after Kelly and Pat were last seen alive, the Tampa Bay Times sat down to interview Bud and Grace, as well as speaking with investigators about updates. Detectives stated that the case had not grown cold, but noted while they had accumulated new evidence and information, they had not yet gotten enough to file charges against anyone. In the previous 36 months, detectives had conducted multiple searches, 2 at Pat's home, 1 in the area around where the car had been found, and others in the bay and along the shore. They had compiled a 7-volume investigative file, but much of the evidence was circumstantial at best. When asked about potential persons of interest, Major Ura of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office stated that their focus was primarily on Stacy and Anthony Murault. Major Ura explained, quote, "The Muraults are not cooperating in this investigation and haven't for some time. The lack of cooperating has not helped us. I don't think I'm quite there to name them as suspects, but certainly they haven't helped," end quote. According to Major Ura, there were several pieces of information which made Stacy and Anthony stand out for them as potentially having more information about the crimes than they had admitted. Firstly, in late December, between the time of the disappearances and when Kelly's leg was recovered, Stacy's cell phone pinged off several cell towers which placed her in both South Tampa and St. Petersburg in the vicinity of the Gandy Bridge. For the record, that bridge crosses Tampa Bay, connecting St. Petersburg to the South Tampa area, and is 12 miles north of where Kelly's leg was found. In addition to this, surveillance footage showed that in late December, before Pat had been reported missing, Stacy entered the bank and accessed her mother's safe deposit box, withdrawing items from it. What exactly was taken, if known, has never been revealed. But in response, authorities froze Pat's financial assets moving forward. Following up on the story, the Tampa Bay Times reached out to Stacy herself, who actually did answer some of their questions. When asked why she had hired a lawyer and wasn't cooperating, she replied, quote, "It's not a matter of me trying to avoid anything. I'm the only person that's ever had her best interests at heart," end quote. Stacy went on to explain that she had a theory of what might have happened to her mother, though she wouldn't share all of the details, saying only that she believed the crime may have been drug-related. She also expressed again her belief that her mother's attempts to evict her were a result of Kelly pushing her to do so, arguing that Kelly was exploiting her mother in an attempt to gain control of her financial assets. Stacy went on to deny any connection to the crime, saying, quote, "I know 100% that I was not involved in this. There is so much more to this than anyone understands. I know I love my mother, and I know it's my place to protect her." End quote. Over the next years, Bud continued working to raise awareness for his daughter's case as well as Pat's disappearance. He developed a friendship with Charles Wade, Pat's brother, but his frustration with the slow progress of the official investigation was made very clear. He noted that he had heard little from police since the early half of their investigation, though they claimed to have been in contact with him often. Bud expressed how important it was to see an arrest made for the case to progress, as they couldn't get their daughter back and they'd never get over the loss, saying, quote, "This has been a living hell for Grace and I. We just pray for justice. We know Kelly is never coming back. We know she's gone. The only thing we have left is justice." End quote. When asked about Stacy and Anthony, he stated that it didn't seem either was interested in helping investigators nor seeing the case solved, asking, quote, "If they want this case solved, why wouldn't they talk to law enforcement? Stacy should want this solved as much as we do. It's her mother." End quote. In March of 2017, 5.5 years into the investigation, Bud and Grace had hit a wall, with Grace pleading for assistance from the public, telling the media, quote, "Bud and I have done all that we can do, and someone out there has to say something. Just one more tip, one more piece of the puzzle, and we've got it done." End quote. Later that same month, Crime Watch Daily conducted interviews for 2 segments on the case. Pat's brother Charles expressed his belief that his niece, Stacy, had been involved in the murders of both Pat and Kelly, saying, quote, "She didn't want my sister to marry Kelly because she thought that she'd be cut out of the will for anything or any cash or any land." End quote. Grace explained that, as far as she had been made aware, Stacy told investigators that Pat and Kelly had been arguing the night they disappeared. Allegedly, Stacy went on to suggest the probability that Kelly had murdered Pat, which seems like a strange suggestion since Kelly is the only one of the two for which there's any evidence to confirm that a homicide took place at all. Bud added to this, saying that, according to his information, in the days following the disappearances, Anthony had allegedly gone into a local pawn shop and sold off pieces of Pat's jewelry as well as several of her guns. Brendan expressed his family's frustration with the lack of progress, saying, quote, "The fact right now is that someone's out there that literally cut my sister into pieces that has not been charged, not been arrested. There's been absolutely nothing accomplished at this point in finding out who did this to my sister." End quote. Unfortunately, over the past 4 years, there have been no new stories, new information revealed, or any major developments announced. At certain times, law enforcement have referred to Stacy and Anthony as persons of interest, but at other times, they've chosen not to use that label. Bud Moriarty was determined to find justice for his daughter, but tragically passed away in February of 2019. Over the years, he compiled thousands of pages of information on the case, dedicating his life to finding answers, a search which sadly ended before it could be completed. Grace is now 83 years old, and much of the push for justice lies on the shoulders of the couple's 3 sons, who hope to find out what truly became of their sister. Doris Patricia Carter and Kelly Michelle Moriarty were last seen alive during the evening hours of Thursday, December 15th, or the early morning hours of Friday, December 16th, 2011, in Plant City, Florida. When last seen, Kelly was described as being a white female with brown eyes and short black hair, standing 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing approximately 150 pounds. Kelly's car, a black 1998 Cadillac Catera, was found abandoned in Parrish, Florida on December 19, 2011. A week later, on December 27th, one of Kelly's legs washed up on the shore in St. Petersburg. It had been severed with some kind of cutting tool at both the thigh and ankle. No other pieces of her body have ever been discovered. At the time of her disappearance, Kelly was 38 years old, and if she had been alive today, she would be 48. Doris Patricia Carter is described as being a white female with brown hair and hazel eyes, standing 5 feet 1 inch tall and weighing approximately 110 pounds. Doris often goes by the name Pat. She has a surgical scar on the right side of her abdomen and a tattoo of a cross with wings on the back of her neck. Her ears are both pierced. When last seen, Pat was 61 years old, and if alive today, she would be 71. Neither woman's cell phone has had any activity since December 16th when they were pinged 1 mile north of Plant City. There's been no activity on either social security number or bank account, and while Pat is officially listed as endangered missing, it is believed that she too was likely the victim of a homicide, just like Kelly. It's been 10 years since Kelly Moriarty and Pat Carter vanished from Plant City, Florida. Over those 10 years, many pieces of evidence have been discovered and several theories have been developed, but investigators still lack the major pieces they need to make an arrest. Over that decade, the Moriarty family is stuck close to investigators, asking for updates and wanting to do what they can to assist, while Major Ura of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office has stated that Pat's daughter Stacy has never contacted them to inquire about the progress on the investigation. For a decade now, the Moriarty family has fought for both women while trying to suppress their own grief. They had Kelly's leg cremated, and a small urn sits on the dresser in their bedroom beside a picture of their beloved daughter. Before he passed, Bud was asked about the case and whether or not he believes the family will ever receive closure. Bud replied, quote, "There's no such word as closure. We'll live with this until the day we die. But all I'm praying for, and Grace is praying for, and our family is praying for, is that we get some justice for these two women." This is episode 173, The Vanishing of Charles and Catherine Romer. The dark water of the St. Mary's River flows slowly, the current winding around large twists and curves slicing through the landscape like a black serpent slithering towards the ocean. Emerging slowly from the dark waters of the Okefenokee Swamp, the river coils and unfurls, doubling back as it moves south before sharply changing course, flowing northeast towards the Cumberland Sound. Interstate 95 moves steadily north, the heated blacktop running in a straight line through a patchwork of still, green trees and shivering brown fields. Concrete and steel rises like a spine of stone arching over the expanse of the river, which marks the transition moving out of Florida, arriving on the opposite bank in southern Georgia. The afternoon sun had already begun its shift, moving away from its perch in the sky in a slow but steady slump towards the horizon as a long black car sailed over the river. While for many, the river simply marks the space where two states meet, it told Charles and Catherine Romer that their 7-hour journey was nearly complete. Early that morning, the couple had packed up their belongings and loaded them into the trunk of their Lincoln to make the journey home to New York, having waited out the brutal winter months in the comfort of their Miami apartment. It was a trip they made every year, and their first stop was less than 30 minutes away in Brunswick, Georgia. As the most major city and economic hub in southern Georgia, Brunswick comes in only second to Savannah as the largest developed area along the state's coast. Jutting out like a stone against the sea, the peninsula spills south into the East River, nearly bridging the gap between Jekyll and St. Simon's Island. A popular location for travelers seeking out sun and excitement, it was but a rest stop for the Romers, who had several more days of driving ahead of them and planned to take the coast all the way home to New York. Shifting his hand, Charles nudged his indicator upward, the resounding click of the turn signal blinking in a measured pace. As he maneuvered the wheel, the dark coupe exited the interstate, passing into the northwest corner of the city. Less than a mile down the road, the couple pulled into the parking lot of the Holiday Inn, the same hotel they always stayed in for their first stop of the trip. Climbing out from the black Lincoln, Charles arched his back, splaying his arms out to the sides as he tried to stretch the soreness from his body. Walking around to the trunk, he slid the key into the lock and lifted the lid. Grabbing 2 handfuls of luggage, Charles was joined by Catherine, a little road-weary, and together they walked inside, approaching the front desk. Charles gave their name to the concierge, who pulled up their reservations and directed them towards their room, both eager to sink into the comfort of a nice bed or comfortable armchair where they could stretch their legs and finally relax. Stepping into their room, the couple moved with the efficiency of travelers familiar with the process. Catherine opened the suitcases and began hanging clothes in the closet, while Charles produced a folder and spread paperwork on the corner desk alongside a small journal where he kept notes about their trips. Pulling out a bottle of scotch, Charles poured a finger into one glass and then another. Setting the bottle down, he turned slightly, handing one of the glasses to Catherine, and the two clinked them together before taking a sip. Turning his attention back to the business at hand, Charles flipped open his map and smiled, noting that the next leg of the drive was far shorter. He liked getting the difficult part out of the way first. Unfortunately, neither he nor his wife would arrive at their next destination, as before the sun could even set over Brunswick that night, the couple would mysteriously vanish. 4 long days would pass before hotel staff realized something had gone terribly wrong and notified police, who had no way of knowing that they were about to examine one of the most mystifying and perplexing disappearances in Georgia state history. Charles Robert Romer was born on Monday, August 27, 1906 in Cincinnati, Ohio, to parents John and Mabel. The Romers would go on to have several more children, with Charles gaining a brother and 2 sisters over the next few years. While born in Ohio, Charles would be raised in New Rochelle, a city in New York's Westchester County, where he'd live for the rest of his life. Smart, focused, and determined, Charles earned a reputation as a hard worker who had big dreams and all of the fire necessary to achieve them. By the time he entered his 20s, he was already climbing the ladder of success with a lucrative career in the oil business, eventually becoming an executive and manager of fuel oil sales. In the spring of 1928, Charles would attend the wedding of a friend, and there he would meet and fall in love with the 20-year-old Jane Ann O'Shea. A year later, on May 7, 1929, Charles and Jane were married at the Church of the Holy Name in New Rochelle. The couple would go on to have 2 sons, Charles Robert Jr. and Richard James, who would be raised in their Wilmot Road home. Over the course of the next 40 years, Charles and Jane would watch as their boys grew up, going on to attend prestigious schools and, at least in terms of Charles Jr., following in their father's footsteps in the oil business. One of Charles' favorite places to visit was Florida, specifically Miami, where he owned a co-op apartment in the luxurious Seaview Hotel. After his retirement from working life, Charles and Jane made it a habit to head down to sunny Miami after the holidays, where they'd spend the first few months of the year avoiding the brutal cold of upstate New York winters. The couple was very socially engaged, hosting parties, attending equestrian events, and everything in between. Sadly, Jane became ill and ultimately passed away in December of 1973 at the age of 65. Charles turned to his close friends for support during this difficult time and found both comfort and eventually love in Catherine Heller, who had suffered a similar loss some years earlier. Catherine Blanchfield was born on Sunday, July 20th, 1902 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to parents Thomas and Mary. Catherine was the couple's second child, and she would go on to have 2 sisters and 2 brothers over the next few years. Catherine attended local school, and when she got older, eventually got a job working as a stenographer. In 1925, when she was 23, Catherine met and fell for Frank Heller, a native New Yorker 13 years her senior. After a courtship of several months, the two would marry on March 29, 1926, settling into a home on Kensington Road in Scarsdale, New York. Frank was the president of Raymond and Hellers Corporation and also sat as a chairman over 7 real estate firms, among other duties. Heller had a reputation for being polite, kind, and intelligent with a dapper sense of style, and Catherine blended perfectly into his high-profile life. The couple would go on to have a son, Frank Jr., and they'd spare no expense for his education, seeing him attending private schools and eventually Georgetown. Catherine thoroughly enjoyed her sociable lifestyle, hosting parties and becoming involved in clubs around town. One of her biggest passions was horses. She and Frank often held various equestrian events on their property in Scarsdale. They also took the horses south to Florida, where they too owned a space in the Sea View, and they would often run into their good friends, Charles and Jane Romer. The Hellers made their last trip to Florida together in the early months of 1965, where their names appear in association with several horse races and events. Unfortunately, not long after returning home, Frank passed away on May 10th at the age of 72. Devastated by the loss of her husband, Catherine continued moving forward with her life in the best way she knew how. Throughout his life, Frank had accumulated a good deal of wealth, including multiple pieces of valuable property, all of which Catherine inherited. A smart woman with an eye for horses and good business, she managed her estate exceedingly well given the circumstances, though there was no denying that there was a loneliness settling in. 8 years later, Catherine and Charles, both having lost their spouses, found one another. What began as two friends comforting each other developed into something more emotional and romantic. They both spent their winters at the Seaview. They both lived in the same building in Scarsdale. They ran in the same circles and had been friends for years. It only made sense that they would eventually find their way together. Not looking to waste any time, Charles and Catherine married a year later, on December 3rd, 1974, at St. Thomas More's Church off Madison Avenue in Manhattan. At the time, Charles was 69 and Catherine was 72. After celebrating a short honeymoon at home, the couple began making plans for their next trip to Florida. Over the course of the next few years, the relationship between the newlyweds continued to blossom, and it seemed that, in their grief, they had been joined together. They continued to winter in Florida and spent the rest of their years at their apartment in Scarsdale, a building that Catherine actually owned. By the end of the decade, they were celebrating 5 loving years together, but neither knew this would be the last anniversary either of them would ever see. On Thursday, January 3rd, 1980, the couple boarded a plane heading for Miami. Getting older and not feeling as comfortable driving in winter weather as they used to be, the couple decided to fly down and have their car shipped, figuring they would make the drive home a few months later. They had no idea that they would never make it back. For the next 3 months, Charles and Catherine enjoyed their time at the Seaview on Collins Avenue in Bal Harbor, just north of Miami Beach. Easter of that year fell on Sunday, April 6th, and this would be the last time any of the family heard from either of them. That day, Charles placed a call to his son, Charles Jr., living in New Jersey at the time, and wished him a happy holiday. When discussing plans for their return to Scarsdale, Charles explained that he and Catherine were leaving Florida 2 days later and would be following their normal routine. Having made the trip countless times over the years, Charles had developed a set pattern they followed, stopping at the same locations every time. The first stop was set to be the Holiday Inn off I-95 in Brunswick, Georgia, just 30 miles across the state line. During the next 48 hours, the couple packed up their luggage and began loading it into their new prized car, a customized 1979 two-door Lincoln Continental shining in satin black. Less than 24 hours later, Charles and Catherine would baffle police, family, and friends alike when they seemingly disappeared, along with their distinct custom luxury car. According to investigators, the Romers left their Bal Harbor apartment between 8:30 and 9 a.m. on the morning of Tuesday, April 8th. With the first leg of the trip targeting Brunswick as the destination, the couple would need to drive just over 400 miles north, the vast majority of which would be via I-95. In driving time, this would be approximately 6 to 7 hours, though there would likely be stops for gas, food, restrooms, and just to stretch their legs. According to everything the police determined, there were no major issues along the way, traffic was moving easily, and the Romers had a fairly clear road ahead of them. According to the official timeline, the Romers exited from I-95, taking exit 38 towards Brunswick at approximately 3:40 p.m. From there, it would be a quick turn onto Highway 341 and a straight shot to the Holiday Inn. Upon arrival, Charles and Catherine entered the hotel and approached the front desk, at which time their reservation was confirmed. Register logs from the Holiday Inn showed that the couple finished checking in at 3:51 p.m., at which time they were assigned to a room on the first floor. Taking a few bags with them, they entered the room and dropped them off before heading back out to the parking lot to gather the rest of their luggage. This second time, the couple entered the room, and it's noted that this is the last time anyone on the hotel staff ever saw them. According to the phone records, the last time anyone actually spoke to either Charles or Catherine was at 4:17 p.m. Charles called in to their Scarsdale home and spoke to the maid, informing her that they expected to be home in 48 hours late on Thursday the 10th, and he requested that she chill some glasses for cocktail hour for when they arrived. The next time anyone reports seeing the roamers is at approximately 5 p.m., when a Georgia state trooper spotted their black Lincoln on a state highway. Curiously, though, the state trooper told investigators that when he saw the car, it was moving south on a state highway back towards Florida's state line, which is less than 40 miles south of the Holiday Inn. According to the Daily News, there was nothing in particular about the car that drew suspicion from the trooper. What caught his attention was the license plate, a New York plate reading CRRCBR, the couple's initials. There is another reported sighting also attributed to a state trooper. This time the vehicle is seen not long after 5 p.m., but it is parked south of Brunswick at a shopping strip where there's multiple restaurants. I should note, though, there seems to be some confusion about this sighting. Most reports either give the account of the trooper that saw them driving or the one that saw them parked. For the life of me, I couldn't determine which is actually an accurate account or if perhaps both are accurate accounts. However, their official NamUs makes note of the Lincoln being parked at the restaurants. Unfortunately, no one has ever publicly stated where exactly these restaurants were, so whether they're 5 miles from the hotel or 20, we simply don't know. What we do know is Charles and Catherine Romer never made it back to the hotel that night. At approximately 9:30 a.m. the next morning, Wednesday, April 9th, a housekeeper making the rounds knocked on the Romers' door but received no answer. Assuming they weren't in, she used her master key to open the door so she could freshen up the room. According to the woman, nothing in particular stood out to her about the room, other than the fact that while the bed cover had been pulled down, it didn't look like anyone had actually slept in the bed the night before. Having no reason to think anything more about it, she finished cleaning up the room and moved on to the next. According to hotel staff, over the next 2 days, they had no contact with the Romers, though housekeeping continued to clean their room each morning. Strangely, their reservation had been for only one night, so why no one at the hotel tried to find them after several days passed has never been fully explained. It wouldn't be until Saturday, April 12th, 4 days since they were last seen, that anyone thought there might be a reason for concern. Reportedly, the housekeeper who had entered the room on Wednesday was working, and when she entered the room again this time, she found it worrisome that absolutely nothing in the room had been touched. She promptly reported this to hotel management, who placed a call to the Glynn County Police Department. Charles' son, Charles Jr., was beginning to get worried around this same time. He hadn't heard from his father since Easter Sunday, and it wasn't like him to go this long without making contact. On Friday, April 11th, Junior tried to reach the couple at their home in Scarsdale, knowing they should have made it back by now. He later told the Daily Item, quote, "I tried to reach them on Friday. There was no answer. I assumed they had gone out to dinner early and had gone to bed. I didn't want to bother them." End quote. Around the same time the housekeeper was entering their room that Saturday, Junior was beginning to worry. He tried to reach his parents again, placing a call at 9:15 a.m., but once again, there was no answer. At the time, he wondered if they'd run into an issue on the road, so he started trying to track them down. Knowing exactly what route his father always took and where he always stayed, Junior began with the stops closest to Scarsdale and slowly made his way further south. When he spoke to the manager at the South Carolina Kiowa Island Inn, he learned that the couple had never arrived, missing their reservation. At approximately 11 a.m., an officer from the Glynn County Police Department was dispatched to the hotel. At the time, no one realized this was a missing person situation, and in fact, hotel staff initially considered that the couple might have left after the second day in an attempt to skip out on paying for an additional night spent in the room. The officer on the scene requested entry to the roamer's room so he could check and see if there was any obvious signs of trouble, and in all reality, it was the absence of any sign that made him believe the couple was in danger. Investigators later report that upon entering the room, they found it in good shape. Several pieces of empty luggage were stacked in the corner with their contents hanging in the closet. There was a bottle of scotch and 2 empty glasses sitting on one of the nightstands, a pair of glasses and a novel on the other. On the desk were several financial documents, including tax forms as well as the couple's checkbook. Several potted plants, which Catherine wanted to bring home to New York, were sitting on the floor. On the desk, beside the financial papers, was a small journal belonging to Charles. According to his children, he was very methodical and often made notes about his day in the book. Glancing through, police noted that the last entry completed was April 7th, the day before they'd left Florida. A new entry for the 8th had been started, and Charles had made notes about friends they'd spoken to, restaurants they'd eaten at, and it mentioned the resort they planned to stop at in South Carolina. However, it was clear that Charles never got to finish that entry. Searching through the room, police managed to locate 6 pieces of jewelry which belonged to Catherine. According to her son, Frank, she was in the habit of bringing her most prized jewelry with her to Florida and would often wear several expensive pieces out to dinner and around the apartment. It was later stated that the value of the jewelry left behind in the hotel room was in the neighborhood of $500,000, according to the Florida Times-Union. Approximately $150,000 worth of jewelry was missing and was likely being worn by Catherine. These items were noted as being a platinum ring with a 5.5-carat emerald-cut diamond valued at $50,000, a pair of platinum and diamond earrings that contained 50 diamonds, and 2 other pairs of earrings valued at $25,000. When later asked about his mother wearing such expensive jewelry on a trip, Frank told the Palm Beach Post that was just how she was, saying, quote, "You were so used to seeing it on her, she had been doing this for years, she wasn't going to change." End quote. Once the room had been searched and no signs of foul play were discovered, police told hotel staff to seal the room and stay out. Realizing that this was a bad situation, the Glynn County Police sent additional officers and detectives to the hotel. Captain Felton Buddy Andrews was given the difficult task of contacting the family to notify them, but wasn't exactly sure what to say. While it was clear that Charles and Catherine weren't at the hotel, they hadn't found a single piece of evidence to indicate that any crime had actually occurred. Speaking to Junior, Captain Andrews explained the situation and requested photos of the couple so that they could show them to potential witnesses and create missing persons flyers. Junior told Andrews that he would be on the next flight to Georgia and would bring the photos with him. Andrews next placed a call to the Bal Harbour Police in Florida and requested that they head down to the Seaview and take a look through the roamer's apartment. While nothing of value was found in the room, police did speak to several neighbors and employees who confirmed that the couple had left Tuesday morning without any issue. At some point, Captain Andrews received a call from the FBI wanting to know what was happening, but they didn't have a great deal of information right at the start. Since the case didn't fall under FBI jurisdiction, they couldn't be involved directly, though they did reach out to the Scarsdale police requesting that they conduct a search of the roamer's home, though much like Florida, nothing of evidentiary value was found. When Junior arrived in Brunswick, investigators took him to the hotel room so that he could note any items that might be missing. After looking through everything left behind, outside of the jewelry Catherine was likely wearing, the only other items missing were her purse, Charles's wallet, and the black Lincoln. According to Junior, his father typically carried between $400 and $500 cash with him, and he had multiple credit cards in his wallet. Detectives questioned hotel staff and then, taking copies of the roamer's photos, began expanding outward to try and track down anyone who might have seen or interacted with the couple in the days prior. The first person they spoke to who claimed to have seen the roamers was a local contractor named Jim Wilson. According to police, Wilson stated that he had spoken with an older couple who closely resembled Charles and Catherine on Jekyll Island, approximately 20 miles from the Holiday Inn, around 3 p.m. on Tuesday the 8th. Wilson claims that the couple were sightseeing, and they briefly chatted about fishing. He later noted that he saw them speaking to another couple a few minutes later. While he couldn't remember much about the second couple, he believed they were also New Yorkers. While this witness could be important, Charles Jr. didn't think he'd actually spoken to his parents at all. Explaining his skepticism to the Daily Item, Jr. stated, quote, "The witness said he met them on the pier before they checked into the hotel and that they were wearing shorts. But neither one of them wears shorts, particularly if they're traveling in the car. In fact, I doubt they own a pair of shorts." End quote. Whether Jim Wilson actually saw the roamers or had confused them with another couple has never been determined. What had seemed like the first real clue in the case was now discredited, and they were back to square one. Descriptions of Charles and Catherine, as well as their car, was sent to every law enforcement department along the East Coast from Miami to Scarsdale in hopes that someone might see them or the Black Lincoln. Since several days had passed between the roamers' disappearance and police becoming aware, they didn't have the ability to question any guests who may have been staying at the hotel on the 8th and had since checked out. Several letters were mailed out to addresses for those guests, but they only received one in response. It came from a female guest who told police that she had seen the roamers standing in the doorway of their hotel room speaking to another couple at approximately 6 p.m. on the 8th. While she couldn't give much detail, the witness described the unknown couple as being well-dressed and in their early to mid-40s. The woman also included that the unknown couple had a small, rare breed of dog with them. While police tried to corroborate this account, they weren't able to find any other witnesses who had seen this couple in the hotel that night. Trying to keep things moving, Captain Andrews began organizing search parties. Utilizing his department, local volunteers, agents from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the state police, he aimed to cover all of Glynn County from corner to corner, searching for any trace of the roamers in what at the time was called the biggest search in the history of southern Georgia. Officers distributed pictures of the roamers in their car to every gas station, restaurant, and rest stop along a 120-mile stretch of I-95 from Savannah in the north to the Florida state line. Searches were conducted on land, sea, and air, scouring heavily wooded areas, steep hillsides, and all beachfront resorts. Scuba divers were sent into every body of water inside of a 20-mile radius, and each island off the coast was searched on foot and by helicopters hovering above. Perhaps the most difficult task involved a slow, step-by-step search of the Okefenokee Swamp, which spreads out over 700 square miles. While it was incredibly difficult and time-consuming, over the course of the next 2 weeks, searchers covered every square mile of Glynn County. A change in the weather had made it more challenging as torrential rains battered the areas for several days, slowing down and delaying the efforts of everyone involved. Despite all of this, not a single trace was found. No shred of clothing, a wallet, not even a tire mark which could be attributed to that car. The Lincoln would become a key part of the search, with investigators believing if they could find it, then they'd at least have a direction to focus in on. Without the car, they were searching for a needle in a haystack. By Tuesday, April 22nd, 2 weeks had passed since anyone had seen Charles or Catherine, and despite all of the efforts being made by law enforcement, they were no closer to an answer than when they had begun. Considering that a state trooper had seen the Lincoln driving south of Brunswick the day they vanished, investigators considered the possibility that the roamers had decided to go out to dinner and somewhere along the way had run into trouble. Considering the high value of the car, the missing jewelry, they wondered if perhaps the roamers had caught the eye of someone looking to rob them and things had gotten out of control. Junior wasn't fully convinced by this theory, though, feeling that it was out of character for his father. Speaking to the Miami Herald, he explained, quote, "They'd be tired after driving that long. They weren't the type that went sightseeing. Usually they'd just check into a hotel, have a drink in their room, go down to dinner in a hotel restaurant, and then go to bed. It's very unusual that they'd go out again. My gut feeling is that something happened here at the hotel. Not in the hotel, but possibly in the parking lot." End quote. Investigators were beginning to get a similar feeling, wondering if maybe someone had gained entry to the hotel room and abducted the couple, or perhaps had planned to rob the room and were interrupted in the middle of it. One thing was for sure, however. If indeed the roamers had been abducted by someone, then the chances of them being alive were extremely slim, as no member of the family nor anyone in law enforcement had received any calls or letters with ransom demands. In a disappearance that has infinitely more questions than answers, yet another strange detail emerged. According to the Journal News, hotel staff told investigators that the couple's reservation had been placed through an agency, though they hadn't gotten the name of it. This was surprising to Junior, who noted that typically those businesses are paid a commission for their services and invoices are issued within 10 days of a reservation being honored. More than 2 weeks had passed, and no travel agencies had tried to collect their payment, leading police to wonder just what agencies the roamers had hired. Unfortunately, that's yet another unanswered question to add to the list. News coverage about the roamers' disappearance began to build up, with articles being published up and down the East Coast. While there wasn't much detail to give, the story was full of holes. It did drum up attention, which resulted in a slew of tips being called in from all over the country. A caller from New Jersey told police she thought she'd seen the black Lincoln traveling on Route 80, just 40 miles outside of New York City. A married couple in Tennessee called in to report they'd seen an older couple driving a black Lincoln days earlier. They stated that while they couldn't visually identify them as Charles and Catherine, they did notice what appeared to be hitchhikers traveling with them. None of these sightings could be confirmed, and like every tip police received, they couldn't verify it, or when they ran it down, it led nowhere. Investigators were just as baffled as the family, not understanding how after all of these searches and hours they'd put into the case, they'd yet to uncover a solid piece of evidence. At this point, while they knew they were looking at a missing persons case, they still hadn't found even enough evidence to officially state that foul play had been involved. Discussing the frustration, Charles Jr. told the Herald-Statesman, quote, "The police are doing a very thorough job, but so far, we've been able to come up with nothing. I'm not convinced that they're even in the country anymore, or else we would have found them by now. You can't even think of the possibilities of what could have happened to them. They're very easygoing, fun-loving people. They don't have an enemy in the world." End quote. By Friday, April 25th, the case, which had never even warmed up in the first place, was now growing colder than it started. Desperate for something to break through and give them something to work with, Captain Andrews told the media that since their police methods hadn't helped, they were now going to take a more unconventional approach. Andrews explained that they'd received a call from a local woman who claimed to have seen the roamers' black Lincoln being driven out from a heavily wooded area near the Holiday Inn around the time of the disappearance. Unfortunately, the witness didn't get a good look at the driver or the license plate, so investigators were going to bring in a hypnotist in hopes that he might be able to unlock the woman's memories. Captain Andrews told the Herald that he'd been forced to cut back on investigators assigned to the case, but there were still 3 detectives working at full time. Still, they were staring at a blank page. At this point, the Glynn County Police, FBI, and the family agreed that, more than likely, Charles and Catherine had been abducted, perhaps for the purpose of robbery, within 2 hours of checking into the hotel. This would mean that they had disappeared sometime between 4:30 and 6:30 p.m., and whoever had been responsible had a 4-day head start, putting distance between themselves and Brunswick. According to Andrews, under the advice of the FBI field office in New Rochelle, they were considering reaching out to a well-known psychic in hopes that she could lend them some assistance. Asked if the investigation was truly so barren as to necessitate the help of a so-called psychic, Captain Andrews replied, quote, "We have not a shred of firm evidence. We're still looking for something to open a case file. There's just no evidence of any crime." End quote. Dorothy Allison was a self-proclaimed psychic detective living in Nutley, New Jersey. Beginning in the 1960s, Allison consulted on multiple investigations, including the 1974 kidnapping of Patty Hearst, the 1976 Son of Sam murders, and the Atlanta child murders. While some investigators praised Allison, claiming that she provided them with helpful information leading to the discovery of bodies and the identification of suspects, others were less kind about her abilities. Two detectives in New Jersey later accused Allison of offering them money to say that she had helped their investigation, while detectives working the Atlanta child murders noted she did little more than provide them with 42 names of potential suspects, none of which ended up being involved. According to the Glynn County Police, Allison led them to several wooded areas and suggested that they might find clues there. Tracking dogs were brought in to assist with ground searches of these locations, though no evidence related to the roamers was found. Beyond the wooded areas, Allison made reference to a white car and a field full of flowers being connected to the case, but again, this did little to help anyone. According to Sergeant Bob Pittman, Allison claimed that Charles and Catherine would be found in a basement, but the car was not in the same place as the bodies. Several basements were searched, but again, nothing was found. Pittman went on to tell the Brunswick News, quote, "She repeatedly told us that we should be looking in the oldest part of town, so we searched the south end of town, including the old hospital building, but we didn't find anything." End quote. Having hit yet another dead end and with no signs that things would be changing, investigators had little more they could do than repeat their previous steps. They searched again, this time expanding north into Camden County and south into McIntosh. They checked in ditches along interstates and highways and crawled over salt flats and boggy swamps. They re-interviewed hotel staff and potential witnesses, made the rounds with the media, and pushed for assistance from the public. But every lead fell apart when they ran it down. Soon, time began passing more rapidly with no developments, no information, or even new theories. By July, the case was ice cold, with Captain Andrews telling the Daily Times, quote, "As far as having an active investigation, well, we don't have enough information to continue any sort of investigation." End quote. The next month, in August, Charles Jr. and Richard petitioned a judge in Westchester Surrogate Court asking him to name an administrator to manage the couple's estate. According to New York state law, an individual must be missing for at least 5 years, and there has to be a direct and concerted effort to locate them before they can legally be declared dead. Due to this, Charles's sons hoped to obtain control of the estate until their father was found or those 5 years passed. They also requested that the judge officially mark April 8th as the day the couple disappeared. According to court documents at the time, Charles's estate was valued at $1.25 million, while Catherine's was at $1 million. Her son, Frank, was petitioning to obtain control of her estate in his own court filings. In the meantime, Charles Jr. and Richard hired the Wackenhut Corporation, a world-renowned private investigation firm, to conduct their own investigation. They sent a team of investigators to Brunswick to survey the area, interview witnesses, spread information about the case, and hopefully produce some answers. At the same time, the case was still being looked at by the Glynn County Police, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, State Police, and FBI. In September, Captain Andrews sat down to speak with the Marietta Journal. Asked about the status of the case, he replied, quote, "We still follow up on any leads we get, but we just haven't gotten any. We talked back and forth with the FBI, but we haven't heard anything there. Nothing was ever found. None of their credit cards ever showed up. We're just on a holding pattern, waiting for something to develop. We thought by now the car would have turned up, or perhaps their bodies, but so far, nothing." End quote. The case grew quiet and fell from the headlines. 1980 came to a close without the slightest hint of what might have happened to Charles and Catherine Romer. April of '81 marked a full year since the Romers had mysteriously vanished, but little about the case had changed. Tom McKeon, an investigator for the Wackenhut Corporation, explained to the media that his team was still on the case, though they hadn't found much either. Their biggest lead revolved around a male guest at the hotel who claimed to have seen the Romers leaving by themselves at approximately 7 p.m. the night they vanished. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to interview that witness more thoroughly because they couldn't find him, noting only that he lived in Pennsylvania. Throwing a little shade at the local police, McKeon noted that his team felt certain angles of the case that should have been investigated hadn't been, and that they believed detectives might have overlooked some loose ends, though McKeon didn't go into detail about what those loose ends might have been. Lieutenant R.J. Smiley of the Glynn County Police was as perplexed a year later as he had been during the early part of the investigation. While the primary theory seemed to be that Charles and Catherine had either been targeted at the hotel or perhaps while en route to dinner, Smiley had his own angle to it, telling the Atlanta Constitution that it was possible the couple had been followed up from Florida by jewel thieves who had noticed Catherine's expensive jewelry, but even he admitted it was a stretch. As for Captain Andrews, he had little choice but to confront the harsh reality of the investigation, which, in all reality, never really got off the ground. Speaking to the Herald-Statesman, he explained, quote, "There's really not a thing else we can do. We've searched the entire county and shared every bit of information we had with the FBI. The only thing we can think of, and it's only speculation, is that jewel thieves surprised them in their room. It's a known fact that in the Miami area, these people hang around resorts and watch tourists. There's a lot of water around. It would be very easy to weigh a body down and dispose of it in some body of water. Although we've had divers in the waters all over the territory, and they've come up with nothing." End quote. From the first moment investigators arrived on the scene, through weeks of searches and interviews, running down hundreds of tips and even hoping against hope by bringing in a psychic, there simply was nothing to work with. No suspects, no rumors, no vengeful enemies or criminal acquaintances. It was as if Charles, Catherine, and their Lincoln vanished from the face of the earth. Life began to move on. New crimes required the attention of investigators. Jobs and family called the children back from the Georgia streets. And soon, days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and months to years. In early October of 1985, 5.5 years since they disappeared, both Charles and Catherine were legally declared dead. Their date of death was listed as being April 8th. The cause and place of death were marked as undetermined. Charles Jr. and Richard were assigned executors to their father's will, which split his estate down the middle between them, outside of several $1,000s of charitable donations. Catherine's son Frank became the sole beneficiary of her estate in a separate hearing. After all those years, the truth was still out of reach. Robbery was considered the most likely motive, but by who, how, and when, no one could really say. For Captain Andrews, the case hadn't been looked at in a few years, as he told the Daily Times, quote, "We could certainly investigate any leads that come in, but we just ran out of things to do. We haven't had a real lead in years." End quote. This same year, investigators looked into a possible connection between the Romer's disappearance and two notorious and violent killers. Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole were examined closely, with investigators going so far as to bring Lucas to that Holiday Inn. While Lucas said the hotel looked familiar, he couldn't remember if he'd ever stayed there before, and detectives couldn't find anything to directly link either man to the disappearance. They had been, for the most part, grasping at straws. But when you've got absolutely nothing for 5 years, sometimes straws are worth reaching for. Despite the passage of time and the frustration of never having much, if any, evidence to work with, the search for Charles and Catherine haunted their children, who, each year, came down to Georgia hoping to finally find some answers. Charles once said that they would never stop searching for the truth, but the cruel fate of time ultimately halted that endeavor. Richard James Romer passed away in 1992 at the age of 54. 9 years later, in 2001, Frank Heller Jr. died at the age of 75. 6 years after that, in 2007, Charles Jr. passed away in Florida at the age of 76. The search for answers now comes down to their children, a painful mystery handed down like a haunted heirloom to the next generation. While many in Brunswick have never heard the bizarre and mysterious story of Charles and Catherine Romer, there is one man who has never forgotten or given up. George Baker was 34 in 1980 and worked as an auxiliary police officer for the telephone company and as a diver for the Glynn County Emergency Management Agency. He was in the water during those early searches, and over the course of 30 years, he went back in hundreds of times, hoping to find the answers somewhere beneath the murky waters. At different times, he focused on different places, from Fancy Bluff Creek to the South Brunswick River. The more time passed, the more he believed that maybe the reason no evidence of a crime was discovered was because there was no crime. Baker began theorizing that maybe after leaving the hotel that night to grab dinner, Charles and Catherine might have accidentally driven into one of the many lakes and rivers in the area. He took it upon himself to continue the search whenever he had a free moment to do so. He braved dangerous waters and found countless cars, but never that custom 1979 Lincoln. At one point, he found a woman who claimed that her husband had seen that car that April night in 1980. Driving erratically, the big car forced the man to veer off the side of the road. Talking to the Brunswick News, Baker showed them an invoice from April 8, 1980, proving that the man was definitely in the area delivering items. As times change, so does technology. And even well into his 60s, Baker was still going down to search. In the latter years, his focus loomed on an old bridge, now a boat ramp, not far from where Highway 303 spans the South Brunswick River. Despite hundreds of dives with no answers, Baker's continued the search well beyond the bounds of anyone in an official capacity. It became his quest, but unfortunately, as has been the case with everyone who has tried to pry the truth from the dark, he's always come up empty-handed. Perhaps he's right, and the answers are somewhere beneath the water. But there's no way of knowing if indeed the right body of water is even in Glynn County. Charles Robert Romer and Catherine Heller Romer mysteriously vanished sometime between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. from Brunswick, Georgia on Tuesday, April 8, 1980. More than 40 years have passed, and for a case with so many questions, almost no answers have been found. No trace of the Romers, their custom two-door satin black 1979 Lincoln Continental, or Catherine's jewelry has ever turned up. People don't simply vanish one night after checking into a hotel room, but a case like this can really make you think. In the end, though, a father and a mother were lost, leaving behind grieving children and a mystery that continues to haunt the family to this day. Maybe someday, the answers will finally reveal themselves and it will all make sense. But until then, the truth remains as elusive as the Romers themselves.
This is episode 233, The Murder of Paul Jones and the Disappearance of Melody Jones. Located in the heart of Pottawatomie County, Oklahoma, the town of Earlsboro came to life in the early 1890s following the extension of rail lines west from Seminole deep into the Oklahoma Territory. New arrivals found themselves wedged into a rural area that was little more than a few scattered homesteads rather than the city they were promised. Of course, as more arrived, businesses began to pop up, and the first 3 buildings erected were saloons. Over the course of the next 15 years, the town would grow to a population of 500, with 90% of merchants engaged in the sale of liquor. When Oklahoma received statehood, prohibition was in effect and Earlsboro saw its population slowly bleed out. Oil would bring the town back to life when it was first struck on March 1st, 1926. Earlsboro transformed into a boom town, seeing a mass influx of new residents seeking out their own fortune beneath the dusty landscape. By 1929, the town had flushed to nearly 2,000 residents and saw construction of a large theater and a $100,000 hotel. The thriving town became a hotbed for those who imagined a rich future should they be lucky enough to find their own lucrative wells. Unfortunately, that wouldn't happen, as by 1932 the oil business was a bust, and hundreds of residents moved on for greener pastures, leaving behind large debts and empty homes and storefronts. Ultimately, the city would go bankrupt, and the Daily Oklahoman, the area's most popular newspaper, would describe Earlsboro as the town that whiskey built and oil broke. Earlsboro became known as a backwoods town in a sense, a small rural area that offered peace, quiet, and community in the gaping space between larger cities, such as Shawnee to the west and Seminole to the south. Earlsboro isn't an area with a long and storied history for which it is fondly remembered and recognized. Instead, it seems that most who are familiar with the area acquired their connection by way of one tragedy or another. A quick internet search will return two major incidents for which the area is known. There was one of the natural kind, the touchdown of an EF2 tornado in May of 2022, which severely damaged the south and east sides of town. Decades earlier, though, Earlsboro had been home to a different kind of horror, one which could only be described as natural in regard to the desperate and violent ends human beings are innately capable of achieving. 40 years ago, the Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office found themselves in the midst of a bizarre and disturbing crime for which they possessed no solid evidence, no major leads, and no potential suspects. It was a crime that would leave 20-year-old Paul Jones dead on his bedroom floor, while his wife, 19-year-old Melody Jones, seemingly vanished into thin air. More than 4 decades after his body was committed to the earth, Paul's killer remains free, and Melody is a missing person, presumed dead but never found. All these years later, 2 families divided by tragedy and multiple law enforcement agencies hampered by a lack of evidence continue hoping to someday unravel the truth of what happened that horrible night in May of 1983. Melody Ann Garton was born on Wednesday, November 25, 1964 in Oklahoma City to parents Carol Ann and Randall Kent Garton. Melanie would be their first child and would go on to become the older sister to 1 brother and 3 younger sisters. She was raised in Shawnee, just outside of Oklahoma City. While not much information has ever been provided regarding Melody's early life, friends and family have described her as smart, sweet, and a kind child who loved playing outside, looking after her siblings, and listening to music. Her brother, Randall, 1 year her junior, was asked about his sister and described her simply to News 9 Oklahoma as, quote, "She was just a loving, happy-go-lucky gal," end quote. Paul Richard Jones was born on Monday, May 14, 1962 in Gloucester, Gloucestershire, England, to parents Margaret Parker and Jackie Charles Jones. Paul would live and be raised in that area until 1976, the year he turned 14. At that time, following some economic hardships experienced by the family, they picked up stakes and crossed the pond, arriving in central Oklahoma in the latter half of the year. They would eventually make their way to Pottawatomie County, where they lived in Earlsboro. Paul would go on to attend Varnum High School in nearby Seminole. A few years later, in 1979, when Paul was turning 17, his parents shifted once again, heading slightly west of Earlsboro to Shawnee. It would be there that he would eventually meet and fall in love with Melody, then 2 years his junior. According to all accounts, the two began dating and were very happy together, with their romance being described as a whirlwind, fast-moving and all-encompassing. Their families, it seems, were happy for them and encouraged the relationship. I mention this as there has been a lot of debate about how the two families got along prior to the murder and disappearance. Paul was from England, while Melody carried Native American ancestry. Officially, she is listed as a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation. Contradictory statements from locals have created somewhat of a gray area in terms of how this would have been perceived at the time, with some stating that the couple would likely have encountered some racist treatment from those who didn't approve, while others have said that relations between natives and others had been completely accepted by the community for decades in that part of Oklahoma. By the end of 1979, It seemed apparent that the relationship between Paul and Melody was not going to be a short-term romance, as the two were very much in love. Friends and family would later state that the couple seemed happy together, and they reported no known issues between them. 2 years later, in 1981, the couple were married and moved into their first home together, a small place on the outskirts of Seminole. It wasn't much, but they had no complaints, with friends stating that they just wanted to be together and were less concerned about the how and where of it all. Being a young married couple, the one area in which they encountered some difficulty was with their finances. At the time, Paul worked at the Jimmy Austin Golf Course in Seminole, where employees would later report him to be a dependable hard worker who was a little quiet and on the shy side. Melody picked up work alongside her mother-in-law, Marge Jones, as a housekeeper in a Shawnee area hotel. Following this, or perhaps in addition to it, she picked up work at a Seminole Dairy Queen. It worked out well for the couple as they lived close to work, which was of vital importance given that they shared just one car. For the next year and a half, they would stay in the same home and continue to work in the Seminole area, which friends and family reporting no issues or problems between them. The most frequent comment made by those who knew Paul and Melody is that, regardless of what life threw at them, they were both happy and loving people. In the early weeks of 1983, the couple made the decision to move from their Seminole area home, heading northwest, where they settled into a house located along Benson Park Road, approximately 2 miles north of Earlsboro by way of Highway 9. The new house was bigger, and the couple loved it, but it did come with certain concessions, mainly the isolation. The home, located on a dirt road, was tucked tightly inside of a thick wooded area with only 1 or 2 neighbors in remote proximity. The new location also added to the couple's commute, as the drive to work shifted from 5 minutes to 20. They continued to share just one car, though, as the golf course where Paul worked was located less than half a mile north from Melody's Dairy Queen, today a Domino's Pizza located at 522 North Milt Phillips Avenue. At the time, the couple never imagined that they would only live in their new home for a few short months before their lives would be destroyed and their fates became a tragic, unsolved mystery. Wednesday, May 4th, 1983 promised to be a beautiful spring day in Pottawatomie County. Sunrise hit at 6:36 a.m., beaming light and warmth across the crisp blue sky. Remnants of winter lingered in the darkness of evening and early morning, with light winds whipping through a frosty environment as temperatures lingered in the 40s for the first few hours of the day. By early afternoon, though, spring was making itself known, as partly cloudy skies made way for a warm wave as temperatures moved up into the upper 70s. It was perfect weather for fishing, which was exactly what Melody and her family planned to do. According to her brother Randall, the family loved spending time together fishing, and whenever there was a nice day and they had the availability, they jumped at the chance. I should note here, whether it's because they simply don't know or because they don't want to give away details, investigators have never shared what Paul's plans were for that day. He didn't go fishing with Melody and her family, that much was made clear, but who was the last person to see him alive, when that happened, and where, has never been revealed. That day, Melody was picked up by her younger brother Randall, 18 at the time, and the two made the short 17-mile drive from the Jones home west-northwest to the Shawnee Twin Lakes. The lakes were constructed by the city in 1960 and impound the South Deer Creek. These are popular spots for fishing, boating, and swimming, and both lakes are connected by a 10-foot deep canal. Arriving at the lake, Melody and Randall met up with their parents and 3 younger sisters, bringing the whole family together that afternoon. No specific time has ever been given as to when everyone arrived at the lake, but we do know that the evening wrapped up around 10 p.m. Everyone said their goodbyes, and while Melody's parents wanted to get her sisters home since it was late, Randall agreed to drop off his sister on his way home. According to him, on the way back to the house that night, Melody made a request. She asked if he wouldn't mind spending the night over. Randall would later state that this wasn't out of the ordinary, nor did it make him think anything might be wrong. He often spent the night at Melody and Paul's house, and it wasn't uncommon for her to issue that invitation. On this particular night, though, he turned down the request, though he couldn't recall the reason later, as he told Dateline, quote, "She wanted me to stay over, but for some odd reason, I didn't stay." End quote. The two arrived back at the home at approximately 10:30 p.m., and from this point forward, we have two separate accounts, both from Randall, in regard to what happened. Initially, it was reported that Randall drove up to the back of the home so that his sister had a shorter, more direct route to the door in the dark. He told investigators that he watched his sister enter the home and then saw the glow of lights pouring out of the windows illuminating the lawn. Taking this as a sign that Melody entered the home safely and without incident, he threw his vehicle in reverse, back down to the main road, and began the drive back to his family's Shawnee home. More than 25 years later, though, Randall told a somewhat modified version of this same story. In May of 2008, Randall told News 9 Oklahoma that when he dropped his sister off, he watched as she walked up to the door, at which time he spotted the shape of a man seemingly waiting in the doorway for her. He explained, quote, "I thought it was her husband, which it could have been, opening the door. It was dark and she got out and went on in." End quote. Whether or not the discrepancy here is due to the effect of a quarter century on memory, or if these details were originally shared with police but not with the public, has never been addressed. Though I think it's worth noting that no investigators associated with the case have ever made any comments about the story being different or changing their own thoughts about what may have happened that night. Suffice it to say, most agree that had this been someone she was not expecting to see or someone she had reason to fear, it's unlikely she would have walked in without getting her brother's attention or crying out for help. At the same time, were a threat made or a weapon shown, she may have felt that calling out for help could have needlessly endangered her brother's life. What exactly occurred at the home that night has been the source of great debate and speculation for more than 40 years. The story doesn't pick back up until approximately 12 and a half hours after Randall drops off Melody. At 11 a.m. on the morning of Thursday, May 5th, the phone began ringing at the Garton family home and was eventually answered by Melody's mother, Carol. The caller was Melody's boss from the Dairy Queen, who was calling to find out why she hadn't arrived for her shift. Surprised by this, Carol told the boss she'd get in touch with her daughter, who she assumed had overslept. A few minutes later, she got into her car and made the 15-minute drive southeast to the home on Benson Park Road. When Carol arrived, she spotted the couple's car still parked in the driveway, which for her was partial confirmation that they'd likely overslept. She honked her horn several times but received no response from inside. Finally, turning off the ignition, she made the short walk from the driveway to the front door, where she found the first sign that something was wrong. The front door had been left slightly ajar, and Carol lightly pushed it open. She called into the home for her daughter, then her son-in-law, but received no answer. Upon stepping in, she immediately saw signs that something was very wrong, as the house was described as being in disarray. Melody's purse was in the home, though the contents of it had been poured out onto the floor as though a struggle had taken place or someone had been looking for something specific. Proceeding deeper inside, Carol made her way towards the bedroom, but upon entering, she spotted Paul's legs sticking out from the other side of the bed. It was quite apparent between his coloration and the blood she saw on his body that he was dead. Turning to exit the room, now in a full panic, she noticed the couple's 12-gauge shotgun lying on the bed. Reportedly, Carol was frightened and panicked as she began screaming out her daughter's name. Randall later stated that his mother told him that she ran out of the house and made her way around the property, crying out for Melody but receiving no answer. Finally, Carol made her way back to the home, at which time she dialed 911 and was connected to the Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office. Multiple deputies were dispatched to the location, as Carol reported both an apparent homicide and what at the time she assumed was the abduction of her daughter. Arriving on the scene, sheriff's deputies entered the home and quickly cleared the house to ensure there were no other victims or potential perpetrators present. According to their statements, they found Paul deceased in the bedroom. He was lying on the floor, dressed in cut-off denim shorts and an unbuttoned shirt. Initially, it was reported that he appeared to have been shot, but then Sheriff Paul Abel later corrected this, noting that he had been stabbed twice, once in the neck and once in the chest. The 20-year-old had been dead for at least a few hours. Only 10 days later, he would have been celebrating his 21st birthday. Deputies retrieved an unloaded 12-gauge shotgun from the bed and later reported it had not been fired recently. It was stated that Melody and Paul usually kept that shotgun in the corner of their bedroom. While it was initially theorized that Paul may have been attempting to load the weapon when he was killed, police never reported finding any ammunition within any close proximity to the weapon, suggesting that perhaps the couple had been startled during the night and he was only able to grab the gun before he was killed. Sheriff Abel speculated early on that the two had been surprised by an intruder and that after killing Paul, the suspect or suspects had likely forced Melody to go along with them. Moving through the home, deputies confirmed Carol's statement that Melody's purse was found inside with its contents dumped out on the kitchen floor. In addition to this, they also recovered Melody's prescription glasses that she never went anywhere without. Most reports state that she was legally blind without the glasses, and while her vision was poor, that's technically inaccurate. The glasses were reportedly recovered in the kitchen, not far from her purse. However, Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation agent Jessica Brown would later state, quote, "Her glasses were still in the bedroom. The family's car was outside." End quote. Detectives would later report that they found no signs of forced entry in the home, and despite fingerprinting thoroughly around the house, they recovered no foreign prints. What prints they did recover that did not belong to either Paul or Melody were not reported, so whether or not they matched them to friends or family is unknown. Despite the mess in the house, detectives also stated that they found no evidence of a conflict or struggle, nor did they find anything to lead them to believe that any kind of a domestic issue was at play. They didn't find any signs of robbery either, with family members confirming that nothing appeared to be missing from the home. Due to the lack of forced entry, they were led to believe the killer was let into the house, perhaps was known to the victims or may have had a key, or maybe still found the front door unlocked when they arrived. When it came down to a motive, though, they were drawing a blank, and they weren't the only ones. Melody's mother, Carol, would later say, quote, "What motive could there be? My daughter and her husband didn't have any money." End quote. In hopes of finding clues or some trace of where Melody may have been taken, detectives organized a massive search in the area surrounding the rural home. An initial ground search of officers on foot covered nearly 1 square mile. That search expanded immensely over the next few weeks and involved foot searches, horseback searches, and even searches from the air. In total, they covered more than 100 acres surrounding the rural home, while a police helicopter searched for clues in a 6-mile radius. Ultimately, not a single clue or shred of evidence linked to the murder or Melody's disappearance was recovered. Asked about the case, Sheriff Abel told the Daily Oklahoman, quote, "We're not ruling anything out. We have several leads, but it's totally premature right now. We're conducting some good old-fashioned footwork right now." End quote. Curiously, there were several tips called into the sheriff's office in the initial days of the investigation that suggested Melody might still be alive. Tipsters reported seeing her in the area of the home after the murder, though police were unable to verify these accounts. In addition, at least one tip phoned in claimed that Melody's parents were seen driving near their daughter's home around 1 a.m, less than 3 hours after Randall dropped off his sister. This sighting was never confirmed either, and police have never publicly commented on it. There was also a report that Melody might have been seen inside of a 2-tone blue van traveling towards Seminole in the hours after the crime, but again, neither this sighting nor the presence of that van were ever confirmed. While Melody's family became sharply focused on doing what they could to try and locate their daughter, Paul's parents were struggling with the difficult truth that their son, not yet 21 years old, was dead. When his mother, Marge, first learned of the crime, she quickly made her way over to the rural home the couple shared, but with it being a crime scene under active investigation, she wasn't allowed inside. Suffice it to say, it became starkly clear that between the two families there was not a cohesive agreement on what might have happened, nor a solid relationship of trust or cooperation. Marge, for her part, leaned heavily towards the idea that Melody had somehow been involved in her son's murder, and when she finally was granted access to the home, she felt police had either failed to investigate properly or had overlooked vital evidence. Firstly, she was concerned about the blood evidence, or more accurately, the lack thereof. If her son had been killed by being stabbed in the throat and chest, she expected to find a lot more blood than she did. She later explained to the Red Dirt Report, saying, quote, "There was a yellow and white shag carpet. There was no blood on the carpet. I pulled it up, and there was no blood. No blood on the curtains, on the walls, ceiling. Now, when you stab someone, there's going to be a lot of blood. He was a healthy boy. Once, when his foot was sliced by an axe, blood spurted everywhere. Why wasn't there blood spatter?" End quote. In her mind, she believed her son had not been killed at the house and that the scene had been staged. Asked about this later, Pottawatomie County Undersheriff Travis Palmer stated that he had seen the crime scene photos and that they neither proved nor disproved the possibility that Paul might have been killed elsewhere. However, he deferred to the OSBI who examined the evidence, saying the scene being staged, quote, "isn't something the OSBI would miss," end quote. At some point, Marge decided she needed to conduct her own investigation, as the more she looked, the more she believed that her son's murder wasn't being properly looked into. Her first steps involved reaching out to the closest neighbors to her son's home to find out what they may or may not have heard that night. Apparently, on the night of the murder, they had heard quite a lot, as she later stated, quote, "They said they heard yelling and screaming and doors slamming, car doors slamming and screeching to a halt," end quote. However, there was a problem. While they were willing to share this information with Marge, they made one thing very clear. They did not want to get involved with the authorities out of fear of reprisals, and nothing Marge said could convince them otherwise. Years later, some would speculate that maybe they had seen or possessed more knowledge than they had been willing to share at the time. In addition to this, Marge wasn't shy about throwing shade at her daughter-in-law, going so far as to suggest that not only might she have been involved in the murder, but she might be around living under an assumed identity. She explained that when she and Melody had worked together at the Shawnee area hotel, her daughter-in-law was very into soap operas and would turn them on in every room they cleaned. On at least one occasion, Marge alleged that Melody talked about how easy it would be to change identities. Marge stated, quote, "She says to me, 'I could get away with murder.' I told her, 'What are you talking about? You're taking these shows too seriously.' She told me she could get a new Social Security card and driver's license for $50 on the street." End quote. Marge would also go on to claim that she had actually seen Melody driving on the very road where she had lived with Paul after the crime. She stated, quote, "I saw her. It was her. A neighbor also told me they saw her on the property, and there was a bus with Mexico plates on it." End quote. There were also rumors of other sightings, such as one placing Melody in Port Lavaca, Texas, an area in which Marge claimed that the Garton family owned a cabin. None of these sightings were ever verified, though, and investigators didn't place much stock in them. While no one has directly stated it, the impression given is that Marge was viewed as a grieving mother who may have been seeing clues where there weren't any, whether or not that view was justified. Under Sheriff Palmer would later note that to his knowledge, no evidence had ever been found to suggest Melody was still alive and out there somewhere, but at the same time, they couldn't say with any certainty one way or the other. He explained, quote, "We really don't know whether she was involved in the homicide from the beginning, or if she was kidnapped after the homicide and possibly killed. We're still trying to make sense of what happened." End quote. Whether or not the Garton family was made aware of the accusations against Melody from Marge is uncertain, but none of them believed that she would ever have killed her husband or have chosen to disappear. She was too close to them, and she wasn't the type. Her mother, Carol, said the couple were very happy, saying, quote, "They had been getting along great. The police are going on the assumption that Melody is a victim. We've racked our brains thinking over everything. Things like this just don't happen to people. I hope somebody finds her. Please, help us find her." End quote. On Friday, May 13th, 9 days after the murder and disappearance, the OSBI announced the offer of a $5,000 reward for information concerning Melody's whereabouts. Paul Renfro, spokesman for the agency, explained that the reward had been put together in part due to a dramatic absence of evidence and leads. It was hoped that the money might speed up the process or convince hesitant tipsters to call in, and while some new tips were received, none of them aided in locating Melody nor identifying Paul's killer. With nowhere else to turn, investigators began looking at crimes in the area which shared any similarities to the murder-disappearance. One caught their attention, though it was less about the MO of the suspect and more about geographical proximity. Just shy of 1 month before the double crime, 18-year-old Patricia Hamilton vanished while working the overnight shift at a U-Totem gas station convenience store on Northwest Seminole. Hamilton, reported missing by a customer at approximately 5 a.m., worked in a location close to the Dairy Queen where Melody had been employed and just 2 blocks from the home where the couple had lived before their move to Earlsboro. While that was extremely interesting and a bit too much of a coincidence to overlook, investigators struggled to find any evidence to link the crimes together. OSBI spokesman Renfro understood the calls from the public to seek connections, but noted there really weren't any. He explained, quote, "We don't know, but there is nothing on the surface to indicate the 2 cases are connected. It's quite obvious we have 2 missing women within a 12-mile area, and that in itself is a coincidence which is being looked into." End quote. Then Sheriff Abel was a little more blunt, simply saying, quote, "I don't see any connection other than the fact that they both worked in the same town. People are curious about this and concerned." End quote. Paul's mother, Marge, continued conducting her own investigation peripheral to the official case being handled by the sheriff's office and the OSBI. In June, 1 month after the murder of her son, Marge and some relatives went through everything in the home, digging through couch cushions, searching in every drawer and cabinet. They eventually found a pair of scissors, which appeared to have the remnants of human tissue on the blades. Believing this could have been the murder weapon, they turned it over to investigators to examine. For reasons passing understanding, it doesn't appear this evidence was analyzed until 2 years later, based on internal OSBI memoranda. When the scissors finally were examined, the goal was to compare the tissue found on them to samples of Paul's skin kept following his autopsy. Shockingly, it would be discovered that Paul's tissue samples had been misplaced. One OSBI document reads in part, quote, "On March 19, 1985, Special Agent Salmon transported the scissors to Nick Graham, investigator's office of the chief medical examiner. On March 26, 1985, Graham contacted Special Agent Salmon regarding the tissue retained at the time of autopsy. The tissues have been misplaced, according to Graham." End quote. Whether or not the scissors were ever compared to the wounds inflicted on Paul's body is unknown, as no murder weapon has ever been named and no description of it has ever been given. Whether or not those scissors remain in the possession of the OSBI or if they too have been lost has also not been revealed. Marge noted that the medical examiner's report, of which she was given a copy, showed that her son had struggled with his killer to some degree, as his hands were covered with defensive wounds sustained as he had fought for his life. Unfortunately, The case started growing cold within a few weeks of the initial investigation, and by the end of 1983, it had fallen from the headlines as other horrors and crimes took prominence. The case went quiet, and while investigators continued working it, there were no new leads or information revealed. Then Sheriff Paul Abel summarized the investigation at the time, suggesting that everything hinged on their ability to find Melody. He explained, quote, "There's several things about this case that don't make sense. The key to this case is finding the girl. When we locate her, one way or another, it should answer a lot of questions. Right now, we believe it's a murder-kidnapping. We have looked at all angles. There is no indication it was a robbery, a domestic dispute, or anything else. The motive is still up in the air." End quote. After 30 long, difficult years, Paul's mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness. She had returned to England sometime after the death of her son, unable to accept the nightmare her world had become in America. Frustrated, tired, and heartbroken, in 2015, she made arrangements to visit the sheriff's office to discuss the status of the case. So much time had passed that Paul, had he still been alive, would have been a decade older than his mother was the day she learned he had been killed. Under Sheriff Travis Palmer agreed to meet with Marge to show her the case files and to talk about where they were and what suspicions they had developed. Several new details were revealed following this meeting. Marge, in discussion with a former digital newspaper called the Red Dirt Report, stated that she had spent months collecting information and supplying it to investigators in 1983. However, she had started receiving threatening calls from an unidentified man telling her to stay out of it. Eventually, those calls escalated to death threats, and fearing for her safety and that of her family, she stopped investigating. All those years later, though, Marge still had her suspicions about her former daughter-in-law, Melody. Those suspicions were piqued when she discovered that her son, despite struggling financially, had not one, but 2 life insurance policies. One of those policies went into effect less than a month before his murder and was dated April 22, 1983. However, while one might view this as a potential motive, it's worth noting that Melody's name does not appear on the policy, and as far as Marge knew, no one had ever collected it. Since only Paul's signature was there, it isn't even known with any certainty whether or not Melody was aware the policy existed. The second policy, discovered when Paul's father filed to take care of his estate in probate court, is thought to have been a general life insurance policy he picked up at his job at the golf course. Again, there does not appear to be any information about anyone ever filing a claim. While it became known in the weeks after the crime that Paul and Melody had hit some financial hardships, additional details released in 2015 helped to bring those struggles more into focus. In February of '83, 3 months before the double crime, one member of the couple closed an overdrawn bank account and opened a new one at a different bank. Then, on May 9, 5 days after the murder abduction, a credit card bill arrived in the mail and was taken into police custody. This bill showed that a credit account was overdrawn following the issuance of a $400 cash advance. Clearly, money was becoming an issue for the young couple, but that made the crime even more bizarre. Whoever killed Paul and kidnapped Melody had nothing financial to gain, but it did raise the question as to whether or not one or both of them might have borrowed money from a less than reputable source. It's difficult to ignore since money is one of the oldest motives in the book. There were some rumors circulating at the time that Melody and Paul had been recreational users of marijuana, and this could have played a role in what happened. For her part, Marge rebuffed any statements that called her son's character remotely into question and denied outright that he smoked, drank, or did anything else she disapproved of, describing him as a good, straight-laced English boy. For their part, unnamed friends confirmed that marijuana was in play, but it was little more than an occasional indulgence. While the medical examiner's report showed that Paul had no alcohol in his system when he died, it is unknown if any tests were run looking for marijuana or other drugs. For Marge, she hoped to see justice come in the final throes of her life, to see the person or persons responsible charged and jailed. Sadly, that hasn't happened, and for the most part, it's difficult to find much of anything about Paul, as Melody's side of this case dominates the narrative. Asked about her son, Marge broke down, saying, quote, "I think about him every day. It's been 33 years. It's about time someone came forward." End quote. Under Sheriff Palmer made it clear that he was devoted to the case, noting that he had come upon the files years earlier and wanted desperately to find the answers. It was his belief that there are people in the area who have information they have not supplied to investigators. He hoped to implore them to step up and tell what they know, telling the Shawnee News Star, quote, "I want to solve this case. Somebody knows something. Guilt is a terrible burden to carry. There is no way this murder was carried out without someone knowing, being involved, or helping." End quote. A new update hit the case in November of 2017, when sheriff's investigators were contacted by a tipster who left a message for them. The caller informed detectives that in 2015, someone had discovered a ruby ring in a cedar grove on property approximately 4 miles southeast from where the Jones home had previously stood. The original structure was destroyed by a grass fire in 2014. This caught the attention of police as, at the time of her disappearance, Melody was known to wear a ring with rubies in it. They ultimately obtained a search warrant, which was served on a home located at 22383 Davis Drive, south on Highway 9A in Earlsboro. Under Sheriff Palmer noted that the property had changed hands multiple times over the previous 35 years, though he did not reveal if he knew at the time who had been living there in 1983. For 3 days, investigators searched all over a 100-acre parcel of land using their hands, digging tools, cadaver dogs, and heavy machinery. Due to the vast amount of cedar trees in the area, detectives were often on their hands and knees digging through thick piles of needles in the soft earth beneath the trees. Several bones were found, but they were later ruled to be non-human in origin. On the 3rd day, after countless hours of searching, a county commissioner arrived with a backhoe, allowing police to dig down in certain areas. They were driven to find something and hopeful about their first new lead in decades, but sadly, their optimism would be crushed by the harsh reality that after all of those hours, they didn't find a single trace of Melody. Under Sheriff Palmer expressed his frustration and grief, saying, quote, "It was hard to drive away. It was hard for all of us. This case is still solvable. There is still somebody out there who knows something." End quote. Asked about the case and what had been learned over the previous years, Palmer was direct when he stated that they didn't know what exactly had happened. While initially it was thought Melody could have been involved, all those years later, Palmer felt it was unlikely she had stayed off the grid for so long. He and investigators agreed that by now, they would have found something to indicate she was still out there. Considering the push her family made to try and get the case looked at again over the years, it simply didn't make sense that she was alive. And if she was, she'd somehow managed at 19 years old with no financial backing to run off and start a new life without anyone being the wiser. Possible, surely, but highly unlikely. In Palmer's own words, quote, 1983 to now is a long time to hide. There is no evidence she is alive. End quote. The last update in this case came in February of 2019, when the OSBI announced that they would be adding Melody and Paul to their second deck of cold case playing cards released into the Oklahoma prison system. Palmer and OSBI Special Agent Megan Bowman met with Melody's family to discuss the case and the deck of cards that they hope might spark new leads. Melody was assigned to the Ace of Diamonds, while Paul was placed on the King of Diamonds. According to Palmer, he and Bowman had been going over the files together in hopes of finding new information. At the same time the cards were released, they made a request of the public. They wanted to speak with anyone who worked at or frequented the Seminole Dairy Queen where Melody had worked during the years of 1983 and 1984. The Dairy Queen is gone now, but the building still stands and is a Domino's Pizza located at 522 North Milt Phillips Avenue. According to Palmer, they had already interviewed several former co-workers, and at least one tip led them to pursue leads in a neighboring state. He explained, quote, "We've just been going back and re-interviewing people that used to work with Melody at the Dairy Queen in Seminole. Inmates talk, and I'm hoping one of those inmates has got a conscience. We need to bring Melody home so her family can finally get her buried." End quote. There's been a big push in the last few years to try and get this case solved. Someone out there possesses knowledge that could assist investigators in finding the person or persons responsible. But beyond that, Melody's family is desperate to bring her home, to grant her a proper burial. All it takes is one call, email, or text to assist those who remain with the closure they so desperately seek. Both of her parents have passed away, never knowing what became of their daughter, never being able to bring her home. As Melody's brother Randall said in 2018, quote, "I'm getting up there in age myself. For the ones who are still here, not a day goes by that we don't think about her." End quote. When last seen, Melody Ann Garton Jones was described as being a Native American female with light brown hair and hazel eyes, standing 4 feet 11 inches tall and weighing approximately 140 pounds. Melody wore eyeglasses with plastic frames at the time of her disappearance. They were left behind at her home, and her vision is severely inhibited without them. Her shoe size is 5.5, and she kept her fingernails short in 1983. Her ears are pierced, and her hair is extremely curly. She was last seen at approximately 10:30 p.m. at the home she shared with her husband, a half a mile west of Highway 9A along Benson Park Road on the evening of Wednesday, May 4th, 1983. At the time of her disappearance, Melody was 19 years old, and if alive today, she would be turning 59 later this month. Her husband, Paul Richard Jones, was found murdered in the home the following morning, Thursday, May 5th, 1983. He was lying on the bedroom floor, dressed in cut-off denim shorts and an unbuttoned shirt. On the bed was the couple's 12-gauge shotgun. It was unloaded and had not been fired. Paul was stabbed twice, once in the throat and once in the chest. There were defensive wounds on his hands, and it was reported he fought against his killer. No description has ever been issued about what type of bladed weapon was used in the crime, and police have never managed to locate or identify that murder weapon. Paul was killed just days before his 21st birthday. This past May marked 40 years since Paul was killed and Melody vanished. For 4 long decades, 2 families and multiple law enforcement agencies have tried to get to the bottom of one of only 2 unsolved cases in all of Pottawatomie County. This crime didn't just destroy 2 lives. It shattered 2 families and gripped an entire community in fear, a fear which remains for those who were there and remember this tragedy. Melody's family desperately hopes to recover her remains so they might lay her to rest beside her mother, a space which has been reserved for her for years. Someone out there knows the truth, as Under Sheriff Palmer noted, quote, "You don't have 1 dead and 1 missing without someone knowing something." This is episode 228, The Murder of Mandy Alexander and Mary Drake. The Dolly Madison Bakery was a familiar fixture often utilized as a waypoint or landmark when giving directions or traversing across town. The large brown brick building sits on the northeast corner of one of Great Bend's busiest intersections. Harrison Street, which nearly spans the entirety of the city, runs north to south, connecting with U.S. Highway 56, 10th Street, in the western half of town. Combined, these 2 major roadways carry a large proportion of Great Bend's daily traffic, from commuters making their way to and from work, to shoppers, errand runners, and those just out for a little joyride. there's a good chance that this particular intersection would play a role in their daily travels. Each day, thousands of people pass through that intersection, though how often they pay attention to their so familiar they're almost not even their surroundings can't be estimated. While some may roll to a stop for a red light and look curiously towards the surrounding shopping centers and parking lots, others will stare straight ahead, lost somewhere in their own thoughts as the world around them lingers beneath the tepid waters of a distracted conscience. Directly to the west of the bakery across Harrison Street sits a local bank that sees a large share of business throughout the week. South of that bank, southwest across 10th Street, is a McDonald's where busy breakfast rushes can see dozens of cars waiting for hot coffees and egg biscuits as they slowly move one by one through the drive-thru. For those seeking a more substantial meal, perhaps lunch with a friend, the local Applebee's is almost directly across Harrison Street to the east of McDonald's, cutting a southeast angle from the view of the bakery. Sitting to the east of the brown brick building on the same side of 10th, there's a low-cost motel, and then, of course, there is a smoke shop nearly butted up against the bakery's southern-facing exterior. Complicating an already busy intersection are the railroad tracks, which jut out from the southeast and pass through to the northwest. The tracks intersect with the road, making the general four-way layout slightly more complicated as a jungle of traffic lights hover above the different roadway options, intermingled with railroad crossing warning lights. Pedestrians walk and bike through the busy area, adding to the slow trek of traffic dancing between green and red lights. In fact, it is the utter busyness of this intersection that makes it such an unlikely target for crime, and yet more than 20 years later, it remains home to one of the most grisly, disturbing, and frustratingly unsolved homicides in Kansas state history. It was the evening of Wednesday, September 4th, 2002, when a truck driver employed by Interstate Brands, the parent company of the Dolly Madison Bakery, received a frustrating call. As part of the driver's normal job duties, he would often be directed to different bakeries that had a surplus of supplies and equipment. On this particular night, the driver, who we'll refer to by the pseudonym Dennis, was notified by his boss that they needed him to make an extra stop. Dennis was making the over 600-mile trek from Cheyenne, Wyoming, down south through Colorado and then east into Kansas, where he aimed to arrive in the city of Emporia, the seat of Lyon County. His route was about to change, however, as Dennis's boss explained that they needed him to go somewhat out of his way, to make a stop in Great Bend. Dennis at the time tried to argue against the stop, but was informed that the bakery had contacted the office earlier in the day, making note that they had multiple baking racks and trays that needed to be picked up. The stop in Great Bend was really more about inconvenience than anything else for Dennis. It didn't take him dramatically off his planned route. Great Bend is right along the way to Emporia. But even a subtle shift in timing and travel can feel like a big difference when you just want to get home after a long trip. There wasn't much of a point in complaining, though, so Dennis accepted the new assignment and began shifting his route accordingly. The exact time that he arrived in Great Bend has never been publicly reported, though we do know that Dennis was not able to make his pickup at the bakery right away. Depending on the source, he either chose to stop and grab a bite of dinner first, or maybe found a car blocking the truck bay at the bakery and therefore decided to look for something to eat instead, assuming the vehicle would be gone upon his return. An article in the Hutchinson News notes that Dennis headed west along 10th Street, a little less than a mile from Dolly Madison, where he sat down for dinner at an Asian restaurant. A short time later, he arrived at the bakery, where he backed his truck up to the northwest corner, where the building had a large roll-up door for deliveries and pickup. It's been reported that Dennis did not approach the front door, nor did he attempt to contact anyone who may have been inside the business. Mark Dirks, then a spokesman for Interstate Brands, explained that drivers do not need to be granted access by anyone at the bakery itself. Although he would not go into specifics, it's been suggested that drivers were either in possession of universal keys or codes, which allowed them to open the roll-up doors from the outside without internal assistance. At that time, Dennis opened the door and began gathering up trays and rolling racks to load onto his truck. Reportedly, after a short amount of time, he was approached by a couple from nearby Hoisington. The couple quickly explained that they had placed a large order to pick up at the bakery, but having arrived at approximately 10 after 6, they had found the front door locked. This was frustrating to them, especially since the normal closing time for the store was 7 p.m. According to Dennis, he quickly placed a call to his supervisor in Emporia, who instructed him to fulfill the couple's order. Reportedly, as one of the customers was pointing towards the brand of hamburger buns she wanted, her husband noticed something red on the floor. Unsure of what might be going on, Dennis asked the couple to wait for him as he approached what quickly turned out to be blood that seemed to be coming from the office. I should note, the office in this building wasn't exactly a separate room, but a space partitioned off by lattice board. Walking into the small partitioned area, Dennis noted that the entirety of the space was soaked in a vast amount of blood, and as he glanced down, he spotted the shapes of two women lying face down. Although Dennis didn't have a great deal of experience with situations such as these, he knew enough to note that the victims appeared to be deceased. Completely freaked out and overwhelmed, Dennis dialed 911 with call logs showing that he contacted authorities at precisely 7:55 p.m. He later explained to the news, saying, quote, "They were sort of face down. It would just have been a guess that it was a gunshot. I couldn't see their faces. I thought about checking for a pulse, but there was so much blood, and they looked so lifeless." End quote. Investigators would later note that since the store was scheduled to close at 7 p.m., if Dennis hadn't stopped to pick up the bakery racks, there was a good chance no one would have become aware of the murders until the following morning. This was considered a stroke of good luck, getting onto the crime early, but it would ultimately become another frustrating detail of how law enforcement should have been in a better position to solve this hideous crime. At the time of the call, then Chief of the Great Bend Police Department, Dean Akings, was more than 6 hours away attending a conference being put on by the FBI. According to Akings, he requested assistance from a friend who was attending the same event and happened to work for the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Reportedly, at the time police arrived on the scene, they found the door to the store closed and locked, barring them from entry. They would later contact an employee of the bakery who came down and provided her keys so they could obtain entrance. Akings asked that the KBI be dispatched to the bakery to manage, examine, and process the crime scene, while his own officers would be told to secure the scene, canvass the area, and gather up whatever information, evidence, or witnesses might be available. Depending upon who you ask, the crime scene was either highly secured and properly handled, as law enforcement has stated, or there was a steady flow of police officers in and out of the building, perhaps going so far as to take photos of the scene on their phones and allowing friends to take a look at the grisly scene, as locals and members of the family have claimed. Details surrounding the crime scene and the crime itself were tightly secured by law enforcement, who didn't appear interested in sharing much of what they had come to learn in those early hours of investigation. However, they did reveal the names of the two victims, those being 24-year-old Mandy Alexander, an employee of the bakery who had been hired just 3 days earlier, and 79-year-old Mary A. Drake, a lifelong resident of Great Bend. It was initially theorized that Mary Drake had come into the store to make a purchase and found herself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Investigators would not comment on the causes of death, nor would they reveal any potential motives. It was noted that this case was going to be investigated by the Great Bend Police in conjunction with the Barton County Sheriff's Department and the KBI. Mary Drake was born on Tuesday, February 13th, 1923 in Great Bend to parents Arthur and Mary. She would be one of 8 siblings, having 1 brother and 6 sisters. Mary would marry and have 3 sons who would be raised in Great Bend. Her family, which included 6 grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren, described her as an adventurous, caring woman who loved to cook and travel. Perhaps more than anything, she adored every moment she had to spend with her family, the most important people in her life. She had previously endured the tragedy of losing one of her sons when she was in her 20s, and that was followed up by a divorce. She went on to raise her surviving boys on her own, picking up work at the Fuller Brush Company where she would be until she retired. One of Mary's granddaughters, Alicia, told reporters that her grandmother was her idol, someone she really looked up to and aspired to be like. She wanted to be sure that her grandmother was remembered for how she lived, as a mother, aunt, and sister, not for how she died. Alicia later told the Hutch Post that her fondest memories of her grandmother were from childhood sleepovers. She recalled how Mary would make up the sleeper sofa, provide Alicia and her sister with buttered popcorn and ice-cold Pepsis, and they'd stay up late watching Saturday Night Live. Mary loved every moment she had with her grandchildren, and they adored her just the same. Alicia explained, quote, "My grandma was my idol. She was my person. I can't remember a time or a memory that she was not a part of. She meant so much to my family that there are no words to express how grateful I am to have had her in my life." End quote. On the night of September 4th, Alicia had picked up the phone to call her grandmother to chat for a few minutes before bed. Curiously, Mary didn't answer. At the time, she didn't think much of it as Mary was very independent and frequently spent time visiting with her sisters and friends. Alicia went to bed that night, but was awakened by a series of loud bangs at her front door. Upon answering, the police informed her about the horrible crime and requested that she get in touch with her father, one of Mary's sons. Together, they would make their way down to the bakery, which by this time was the center of all attention in Great Bend. Hundreds of people gathered outside watching the movements of investigators, while passers-by shouted out questions about what had happened and who might have been involved. Detectives spoke to Alicia's father, Ronald, trying to obtain information that might assist them, but there was little that could be offered. No one who knew Mary could think of a single person who would ever want to harm her, nor could they imagine circumstances which would have placed her life in any danger. Upon removal of Mary's body from the crime scene, the family gathered together at Ron's place, where they began making the heartbreaking calls to notify the rest of the family of the tragedy. The next day, Alicia and Ron would accompany the KBI to Mary's home, where a thorough search would be conducted. That search would yield as little helpful information as questioning had. No one could think of a single good reason why Mary Drake would have been killed at the bakery that night. It appeared to be a senseless murder. Across town and in several different areas surrounding Great Bend, the family of Mandy Alexander became aware in several different ways. Desiree Worth, one of Mandy's stepsisters, was watching the television news when the bakery was plastered on the screen. Moments later, she received a call from her sister, Dawn, explaining that something bad had happened at the bakery and there was a good chance Mandy had been injured. Within the next half hour, they were in the car and on their way to Great Bend to find out exactly what had happened. The revelation that Mandy was dead shocked and devastated everyone who knew and loved her, and they could only think of two things: how this was only Mandy's third day on the job, and how the hell were they going to tell her daughters. Mandy K. Sunderland was born on Monday, May 15th in Great Bend to parents Karen and Guy. Both Karen and Guy had children from previous in their lives, but Mandy would be their child together. Over the first few years of Mandy's life, she moved around a bit with her family. They left Great Bend, traveled through a couple of different cities and towns, and finally returned to Great Bend from Garden City in 1992 when Mandy was 14 years old. Mandy's been described by almost everyone who knew her as extremely shy but very loving. She was a kind, caring young woman who would do anything for anyone, but struggled when it came to herself. Friends and family noted that she didn't like what she saw in the mirror, believing she was too pale, and so she avoided having her picture taken if she could. One thing that was always true about Mandy was that she loved children, with friends noting that anytime they took a field trip to another school or got to be around younger kids, Mandy was just completely taken in by them. She loved to listen to them read and tell stories, and it was clear to anyone who was wise enough to see that Mandy would someday make a good mother. She attended Great Bend High School, though she would later drop out. She married and had her first daughter in the late 90s, but her life would get derailed. According to her mother, Mandy turned away from the church and fell in with the wrong crowd. She began abusing drugs and alcohol and spending time with violent, controlling, and abusive men. All of that would change in early 2002, however, when she gave birth to her second daughter. Sadly, her second daughter was born with a brain disorder and had to be airlifted to a Wichita hospital shortly after birth. This seemed to change something in Mandy, who made the decision to turn her life around in hopes of providing the best possible care and lives for her daughters. She turned back to the church and started making progress in changing her life for the better. Mike Joyner, pastor of the church Mandy attended, was moved by her ardent strides to create a better future. He told the Hutchinson News, quote, "Mandy was really moving forward with her life. The circumstances of her being a single mom with a special needs child really takes courage. I was proud of her. Her walk with the Lord was getting stronger and stronger." End quote. By August, things were looking up. Mandy, then 24, began renting a duplex apartment on Eisenhower Court on the west side of town. A bright red chair located on the front patio was frequently a place where Mandy sought out relaxation, moments to catch her breath, and to think about her plans for the future. In the late days of the month, she managed to get herself hired on at the Dolly Madison Bakery, which specialized in quick-sale, low-cost items. It was the place to go to grab a loaf of bread or some cupcakes at a discount price, and it was a popular spot in town. Mandy was excited to pick up the job. She could never have imagined that just a few short days later, she would go to work and never make it back home. Her mother, Karen, would later comment on the tragedy, saying, quote, "She was our baby, the youngest. We had our moments, but she was my baby, and I loved her to pieces. We can't believe she's gone." End quote. According to the families, the entire case was being handled by law enforcement in a highly secretive way, which led to them feeling somewhat out of sorts. By their own descriptions, over the next few days, there were cops all around them. Police attended the funerals and the viewings. They were at church services and memorials, anywhere they believed they might be able to learn something new. While everyone was happy to see the police working the case so hard, it could be difficult to move on with the daily course of your life when there's a policeman hovering just a step or two away, listening to everything. Within days of the murders, Chief Akings announced that a witness had come forward who described a suspicious man seen outside of the bakery around the time the murders are believed to have occurred. According to the witness, as he approached the bakery, this person appeared to be locking the door and casually told him that the store was closed. It's worth noting that this person seemed to be in possession of the keys to the store, keys which to this day have never been recovered, and the door was indeed locked when police initially arrived. The witness described the suspect as a white male, standing 6'1" to 6'2" and weighing around 175 pounds. The man had light brown to blonde hair and several days of beard growth. He was dressed in a faded black t-shirt, blue jean shorts, white socks, and a baseball cap. A composite sketch of this individual was put together and issued out to the media within 3 days of the double homicide, and it quickly began paying dividends. Chief Akings reported that they had received several calls in relation to the composite and were hopeful that they would uncover the man's identity quickly, though he noted that, as of that time, the man was merely wanted for questioning and was not officially a suspect. Asked for additional details about the crime, Akings wasn't ready yet to reveal what was known. Neither the murder weapon nor the cause of death was released to the public, though Akings did state that investigators believed the murders had occurred between 5 and 6:30 p.m. The chief noted that their next move was to begin going door to door in the surrounding area, hoping to find anyone who may have seen or heard something. At the same time, Chief Akings was trying to balance the investigation against a city that was quickly being pulled into the grip of fear. He explained, quote, "There's a lot of anxiety out there. There's no way I can assure them that everything's okay. The only thing I can say is today you have to be street smart. You have to try to watch out for yourself. The world can sometimes be a violent place." End quote. On Saturday, September 7th, it was announced that an $11,000 reward was being offered for information. Crime Stoppers put up $1,000 of the reward, with the rest being offered by Interstate Bakeries Corporation in Kansas City, which distributes to the Dolly Madison Bakery. In addition to this sizable reward, Crime Stoppers also noted that they were extending their hotline to be 24 hours a day. Chief Akings was hopeful, telling the Wichita Eagle, quote, "We have a lot of leads. We feel this will generate quite a few more calls," end quote. A lot of wild theories were being thrown around at the time, and the rumor mill was working overtime. One of the most popular rumors to emerge suggested that the murders may have revolved around Mandy herself. Given her past history with drugs and some of the violent men she had been around, a lot of people figured that she had been the intended target and that Mary Drake had the unfortunate timing to walk in at the wrong moment. However, a lot of people pointed out a key flaw in this theory. First was the fact that Mandy was killed on what was only her third day working at the bakery, making it unlikely too many people knew where to find her in the first place. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, Mandy wasn't supposed to work that night. She'd been scheduled to work an earlier shift, but one of her coworkers wasn't able to make it. This coworker needed to take her husband to an optometrist appointment, and Mandy was asked if she wouldn't mind covering. This seemed to throw somewhat of a wrench into the theory, as few people knew about Mandy's new job, and absolutely no one, except whoever she may have told that day, knew that she'd be working the closing shift. 3 days in, and she was already being asked to close by herself. According to the Hutchinson News, it was this same employee who called out that came to the bakery later that night to unlock the door for police. Nearly a week after the double murder, investigators continued to keep much of the details under wraps, but on Tuesday, September 10th, Chief Aking suggested that the cash register might reveal more about what had happened. According to the register, 2 purchases had been made between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that detectives hadn't yet been able to account for. It was believed at the time that finding the person or persons who made those 2 purchases could help bring new information to light. They may have seen something they didn't realize was important, and of course, investigators believe the murders occurred sometime during that time frame. Chief Akings urged the public to come forward with anything they might know, saying, quote, "We had a double homicide and we haven't arrested anybody yet. Our advice is the same as always. If you see or hear anything suspicious, call. We've got a tremendous amount of manpower on the case. Someone was there and saw something. That's all we need." End quote. Akings also revealed for the first time that there was in fact money missing from the cash register. Since nearly the beginning, the possibility of a robbery gone wrong had been batted about by law enforcement, though they would not discuss whether or not money had been taken. While Akings would not clarify how much was missing, it couldn't have been that much. Mark Dirks, spokesman for Interstate Brands, told the Hutchinson News that a manager gathered cash from the store and made a deposit at approximately 5 p.m., which means the 2 purchases between 5:15 and 6 were probably the only purchases made during that time. Unfortunately, this is when the case started growing cold. While investigators had a lot to work with, each lead pursued always seemed to bring them to a dead end. They couldn't make any headway, and between the rumors, the callers with unsubstantiated information, and the few callers with legitimate tips, there wasn't a lot that could be done. It would become, for lack of a better term, a game of evidence management and analysis. Sadly, depending on who you ask, the evidence in this case was either properly handled and cataloged, as investigators have stated, or it was the bungling of the evidence in the early hours that remains the primary reason this case is unsolved today, as friends and family have suggested. By early November, frustration was setting in. Nearly 2 months had passed, and yet there didn't appear to have been any major strides taken. By this time, the bakery had been reopened, but a new security camera system had been installed, and a large screen on the back wall vibrantly displayed 4 monitors at all times, telling both employees and customers that they were always being watched. For many, they felt this change in security was a positive and made them feel more secure, but for many more, they would never enter the Dolly Madison Bakery again. Too much horror, too much fear, too much concern that it could all happen again so long as the killer was free to walk the streets. Chief Akings, in discussion with the Wichita Eagle, revealed that detectives had, to that point, interviewed nearly 500 people, but still could not put together a solid lead on a suspect. At the time, the DC sniper investigation was ongoing, and it was considered possible that Mandy and Mary could have been victims of the murderous duo. There was a problem, of course. Neither Mandy nor Mary had been shot. Chief Akings eventually revealed that the two women had been murdered by bleeding to death. In the early weeks of the investigation, and even now, all these years later, police only described the murder weapon as a sharp instrument and have said that the women had had their throats cut. There has never been anything more specific stated, if known, and police have made it clear that the murder weapon was not recovered. Does that mean a knife, an ice pick, a box cutter, an axe? I suppose any of those could fall under a sharp instrument. The coroner, as well as Bruce Meller, then special agent in charge of the KBI's office in Great Bend, agreed that the women had bled to death. Chief Akings restated his belief that their best bet of finding answers would have to do with the register transactions that they hadn't yet been able to track down. He explained, quote, "We're still following up on leads, but it's slowing down. We're hoping to get the piece of information that's going to break it open. I really think that talking to the people who made those two transactions is pretty important to our case." End quote. The case was confounding for multiple reasons, many of which should already be adequately clear, but the nature of the crime itself was perhaps the most perplexing. A double homicide committed in broad daylight in a store at a busy intersection during the busiest time of day. In the absence of a solid motive, detectives tried to fill in the gaps, but every answer didn't make sense. Turning back towards the possibility of robbery, investigators could not come up with a rational reason why anyone would target the day-old bakery instead of one of the more busy and likely more lucrative targets nearby. Chief Akings stated, quote, "There was money missing out of the cash register, and that, as far as motive is concerned, is all we know. For what was taken out of there, if robbery was a motive, there's a whole lot of other places they could go for a whole lot more money." End quote. There was also a glaring piece of evidence that seemed to suggest that robbery might not be the motive. Sometime before Mary Drake was killed, it appeared as though she had entered the store and shopped. Whether or not Mandy was then under attack by her killer is unknown, but when police entered the establishment, they found Mary's purse sitting on the counter next to a loaf of bread she had apparently entered to purchase. Inside her purse, Mary's wallet was recovered, and nothing had been taken. It seemed a bit odd to enter a business with a robbery motive, but then to leave cash and credit cards behind that were well within reach. In February of 2003, 5 months after the murders, the KBI announced that they were adding $5,000 to the reward available for information by way of the Governor's Award. This raised the total reward to $17,000. While this stirred up more calls and tips, the vast majority of them were unhelpful. 5 months later, in July though, investigators would receive a call that put them on the trail of a potential suspect. The man, whose name was never revealed, was located in Independence, over 200 miles to the southeast of Great Bend. While this man was apparently identified to the KBI over their tip line, they were not involved in questioning the suspect. Chief Akings would later downplay the suspect, noting that he was only one of many. He explained, quote, "The man looks like the man in our composite drawings. Problem is, 1 out of every 10 or 15 men look like that composite. It's every man. He's just one of the many people we've checked out and will continue to check out. We see about people all the time who are out wandering about." End quote. Unfortunately, following this, the case would again begin growing cold. The families of both Mandy and Mary began organizing an event to take place at the Barton County Courthouse on September 4th, marking 1 year since the murders. Family members stationed themselves at a table where they provided information about the crime and encouraged visitors to write messages on balloons scheduled to be launched at 6 p.m., the time investigators have listed as the most likely moment the murders happened. In addition, the families were hoping to fund a billboard to be erected on the outskirts of Great Bend reading, "Do you know who killed our mother?" The billboard would include photos of Mandy and Mary, the composite drawing of the suspect, and information about the crime, as well as the $17,000 reward available. Mary's daughter, Michelle Drake, was present and explained the purpose of the event and the billboard, telling the Hay Daily News, quote, "Right now, we're looking for action. We know folks have read about what happened and we're sure they feel bad about it. The prayers we've received have been wonderful, but now this is a new level. We need to back all that up with action." End quote. Chief Akings, asked about the status of the case nearly a year later, had to confront the reality, acknowledging that the case was only getting colder. He would tell the Wichita Eagle, quote, "It always is any time you go about a year. We're still working, though. We won't quit, and we're still optimistic. We'll get him. Our leads are dwindling. We need a spark." End quote. In the meantime, Michelle Drake launched a door-to-door program in hopes of obtaining donations. The plan was to acquire at least $3,000 to push the total reward available to $20,000. There was little else the families could do outside of raising awareness and appealing to the public for their assistance. Michelle Drake explained that they couldn't undo the horrors that had been done to their loved ones, but maybe they could help ensure that it never happened again. She would tell the Eagle, quote, "It won't bring my grandmother or Mandy back, but it will help take this guy off the street so no other family has to go through what we've been through." End quote. 4 months later, in January of 2004, the reward finally did climb over $20,000, but this did little to get the tips rolling in, and it started to feel like even investigators were giving up on the case. Kyle Smith, a KBI agent assigned, thought that it might help to turn the investigation over to their cold case unit, which had previously had success with cases local law enforcement couldn't crack. At the same time, he tempered any potential outcomes by noting how cases such as these can often take much longer to solve than you might think. He would tell the Salina Journal, quote, "These cases can be very frustrating. The important thing is patience. I prosecuted one case that took 10 years to solve. The thing you have to do amidst the frustration is continue to hope, pray, and work the case. Maybe some change in forensics or some new piece of evidence comes your way." End quote. By September of 2006, 4 years had passed, and it didn't appear investigators were any closer to finding the person or persons responsible. The families couldn't help but feel like they were being ignored and pushed aside, while local police moved on as if nothing had ever happened. Wanting to do something, one of Mandy's friends, Kathy Phelps, decided to utilize the then untapped potential of social media. She put together a MySpace page for Mandy, listing all the details of the case, playing audio, showing photos, and a slideshow of the murdered young mother. The goal was to get the story out to as many people as possible, under the belief that someone out there had to know something. Even law enforcement agreed it was highly unlikely that, 4 years later, the killer hadn't told someone about this crime. Phelps began sending out friend requests to thousands of accounts all across Kansas and then across the country. The more people saw the page, the greater she found the possibility of locating someone who might be willing to talk. She told the Salina Journal, quote, "MySpace reached millions of people, not just around the state, but around the entire world. If there's just one person out there that sees this profile and goes, 'Oh my God, I heard some guy talking about that.' If one person sees it and something very minute can come from it that could help lead to the murderer, then it served its purpose. It's so frustrating because you're looking for places to help you just to put it out there. Lacey Peterson, it was a national case. Everybody knows about it. What makes this story different? It's not. To get people to really look at the case, that's all we need. We don't need people to help solve it. We need people to know about it." End quote. In November of 2007, investigators finally released new information they hoped would help in bringing closure to the case. On Tuesday, November 27th, Chief Akings released a series of photos enhanced from security camera footage of the unidentified man seen outside of the bakery around the approximate time of the murders. This was the same man, allegedly, that a witness later told police he had seen locking the door to the bakery before telling him that the store was closed. Chief Akings claimed that they had waited 5 years to release the photos because the quality was poor and technology didn't yet exist to enhance them enough. That, however, would turn out to be a lie. Instead, the KBI would later admit they hadn't released the images previously because, for 5 years, no one had bothered to watch the footage in its entirety. I'll repeat that. 5 years passed before investigators sat down to watch surveillance camera footage from a business next door to the bakery the day of the murders. 5 years to accomplish that. The man, who closely resembles the composite drawing previously released, is shown wearing a black t-shirt. On the front of the shirt, the word heads can be seen, though the rest is difficult to make out. Investigators have stated they believe the shirt is a Harley-Davidson brand and reads in full, heads above the rest. Akings stated that the unknown man had long, curly hair sticking out from under his hat and several days of beard growth, again, matching the composite. Akings went on to note that out of 300 people recorded on that video, this was the only person they had not managed to identify. The release of the photos resulted in a lot of new calls into police, but they weren't receiving the most helpful information. Chief Akings later stated that they had received several different names people believed could possibly be the man from the footage. David Bailey, a lieutenant with the Great Bend Police Department, went into greater detail, telling the Hutchinson News, quote, "We're pleased with the response the public has given us. I don't have an exact number in front of me, but the calls generated 20 to 25 new names for us to look at. We're in the process of running the names down and trying to locate them. The majority of names are local people, though some of them are out of state now. Some are names that are new to us." End quote. The most helpful call would come 3 months later in January of 2008, though, when the man in the photos picked up the phone and contacted authorities himself, telling them, "You don't need to look anymore. I'm the guy in the video, and I didn't do the homicide." Following the release of the images, the man was contacted by his son, who informed him that his photo was all over the news and he was allegedly connected to a double homicide. According to the caller, after he notified police, they quickly made the 300-mile trip north out of Kansas to speak with him in North Platte, Nebraska. According to the man, whose name has never been officially revealed by investigators, he was a frequent visitor of the smoke shop next to the bakery and did indeed stop by the shop the day of the murders. He claimed, however, that he was not involved in the crime and that police requested that he take a polygraph, which he did, and passed. After that, according to the man, police told him they appreciated his time and he was officially cleared of having been involved. This is perhaps one of the most perplexing aspects of this case. For more than 5 years, investigators made it clear that their best shot of solving the case would be to track down the man seen outside the store that day. Yet, when the man calls in and confirms that it's him on the video, he's cleared and dismissed rapidly. All these years later, though, the composite image is still being shown as though this is the person they're still looking for. Whether police believe it was a case of mistaken identity, whether there were two very similar men in the area that day, or whether it's something else entirely, we have no way of knowing, as authorities don't seem to have any answers when it comes to the man seen on that camera. September of 2012 marked a decade since the horrifying double homicide, and yet it appeared as though police were no closer to breaking the case than they had been the day it happened. No suspects had been named, no arrests made, no warrants sworn out, and no major developments. For the people of Great Bend, it was beginning to feel like one of those terrible crimes that goes unsolved for decades, haunting the town and becoming the core of rumors and speculation for generations. While the police weren't saying much, family members were getting tired of waiting for something to happen. Mandy's mother, Karen, sat down for an interview with the Great Bend Tribune and made the decision to reveal some information that had previously been kept under wraps. According to Karen, when police originally released the composite sketch of the suspect, they received a call from the manager of a local motel. According to the caller, someone had stayed at the motel the night of the crime who closely resembled the composite. What made the caller really suspicious was more so the person's behavior. She would claim that the man checked in the night of the murders, and when he checked out, he had completely shaved his head and face, eliminating long curly hair and a couple of days' growth of beard. Apparently, while investigators expressed interest in this person, they never did manage to track him down, and a decade later, this account had not been told by police to anyone publicly, so no one was looking for this guy either. Karen felt, much like other members of her and Mary Drake's families, that while investigators had done the best they could, mistakes had been made and they needed to be addressed. She would tell the Tribune, quote, "I thank law enforcement for all they did. They've done good work, but they also made mistakes. Please acknowledge the mistakes you've made." End quote. For the next decade, the case dropped from the headlines. There were, of course, mentions of the double homicide from time to time, generally when another serious crime was committed and went unsolved. For the families, a period of excruciating silence began, as not only were the media silent about the investigation, but so were police. This decade would take an already tenuous relationship between law enforcement officials and the families, and most shreds of unity that remained were torn asunder. Desperate to bring attention to the case, family members got the distinct impression that maybe law enforcement was beginning to believe that hiding their failures was more important than finding a suspect or making an arrest. Alicia Mung, Mary Drake's granddaughter, expressed her frustration, telling the Hutch Post, quote, "I have learned to deal with the anger for the most part, but I must admit that I'm still angry after 20 years. We are without answers and still no closer to justice and closure. I am angry because it doesn't seem in any way that law enforcement is trying to find these monsters. Most of all, I am still angry that someone took my person away from me." End quote. While 2022 marked 2 full decades since Mandy Alexander and Mary Drake were brutally murdered in the Dolly Madison bakery, little had developed, and the case appeared to be stagnant. However, the curiosities and interests of a local man well aware of this cold case would shine a bright spotlight not only on the bakery, but on Great Bend as a whole. Aaron Mull, born in 1993 in Great Bend, lived in close proximity to the bakery and had never forgotten about it. In 2022, he began putting together a documentary in hopes of not only bringing attention to the case, but to potentially find out who may have been responsible. The documentary, entitled The Dolly Madison Murders, digs deep into the case, producing interviews with investigators and family members, as well as tracking down leads that law enforcement either dismissed or never pursued to begin with. While Aaron did his best to work with the KBI, he found that he was frequently hitting a wall with them, as though they were more suspicious of his documentary than of anyone who might have connections to the double murder. Then, the KBI did something none of the families expected. They called a press conference to announce new evidence in the case. Unfortunately, when the day came, the families found themselves once again short-handed. While the KBI had informed them of the press conference, they didn't reveal what the new evidence was. It would turn out to be a male DNA profile obtained from evidence kept from the crime scene. Unfortunately, it wasn't a strong enough profile to be put into a nationwide database. Instead, it could only be used in direct comparison with a suspect whose DNA was being tested. So, essentially, they remained in the same position they've been in for 20 years, lacking a suspect to test anything against. When the KBI presented this information as though it was a large breakthrough, the families were left unimpressed. According to them, the KBI had been in possession of this evidence for more than 20 years, and in the nearly 1 year that has passed since that press conference, nothing has come from it. Several family members were of the belief that the KBI made this announcement not to advance the case, but specifically in response to the documentary, wanting to show that, they're still working hard. Of course, you have to wonder, why would they think the documentary was going to doubt their investigative abilities? Possibly because the deeper you dig on this case, the harder it becomes to ignore all of the mistakes that were made. On top of that, the families felt strongly that investigators were ignoring them directly, never contacting them for status updates, follow-ups, or anything. Desiree Worth, Mandy's stepsister, would later say, quote, "They don't reach out to us. When we do call, the conversations are very short. The attention we get from there is not positive. It's not hopeful. It's just very short and like we're bothering them. That's how I feel." End quote. There were far too many revelations made throughout the documentary to discuss in this episode, but some startling information came from the man later hired to clean up the crime scene after investigators had finished processing the bakery. A large amount of blood evidence was left behind by investigators and was simply thrown away. This includes the desk from the office, stacks and stacks of blood-spattered papers and boxes, and the very cash register police had spoken so much about during the early part of the investigation. This was a case in which evidence was going to be incredibly important, and yet so much of it was simply discarded as if it didn't matter. You're talking about a crime involving a sharp instrument that resulted in 2 women having their throats cut. How, in 2002, could any police force be unaware of the vital importance of blood evidence in relation to DNA, let alone the high likelihood that the killer might have cut himself during the assault and some of that blood might have belonged to him? There is absolutely no excuse for this egregious oversight. It becomes clear why so many people believe this case was bungled from the get-go. Sadly, many of Mandy and Mary's family members have since passed away, never having made it to see the documentary released, nor to one day hopefully have seen an arrest made and justice served. Guy and Karen, Mandy's parents, passed away respectively in 2017 and 2022. Karen, luckily, was able to be interviewed for the documentary, though she didn't live long enough to see its release. Alicia Mung's father, Ron, who was Mary Drake's son, passed away in October of 2020. According to Alicia, her father desperately wanted to see someone held responsible for his mother's murder, though given the fact that he had more family, he feared to push the envelope too hard, believing the killer might come after him or another member of his family in retaliation. Mandy K. Sunderland Alexander was in her 3rd day working at the Dolly Madison Bakery on Harrison and 10th in Great Bend on September 4th, 2002. Sometime between 5:15 and 6 p.m., it's believed an unknown assailant entered the bakery and assaulted Mandy, killing her. Sometime during or immediately following this murder, Mary Drake entered the bakery to purchase a loaf of bread and was presumably targeted by the killer, who had been unaware that someone had come in. Moments later, a witness claims to have seen an unidentified man exiting the building, putting the keys in the door and locking it before announcing that the bakery was closed. This man, described as having long light brown to blonde hair, a few days beard growth, and wearing a baseball cap, could be the primary suspect in this case. While we know investigators tracked down the man seen in the surveillance footage, it would appear that the man in the composite is someone else, since to this day, the composite and descriptions are still listed on the KBI's website. The suspect is described as a white male, standing 6'1" to 6'2" and weighing approximately 175 pounds. He had collar-length, light brown to blonde hair and a slight beard. If you have any information about these murders, a $17,000 reward remains in place. While the documentary opened up a lot of doors, there are still so many secrets left uncovered. One fact that is heavily agreed upon by all involved, from the families to the investigators, is that someone out there knows what happened. This killer more than likely has talked. He's boasted about it or expressed some regret or shame. However, the idea that no one in this man's life is aware of this heinous and brutal crime is extremely unlikely. It seems, despite a lack of solid information, clues, and tips, the one thing this case has an excess of are theories, and we'll be getting to them next. September next month will mark 21 years since Mandy Alexander and Mary Drake were viciously murdered in the Dolly Madison Bakery on Harrison and 10th. In the more than 2 decades that have passed, Great Bend hasn't changed all that much. The bakery is now closed, being leased out as storage for office space. The signage of the time has been removed, and an additional roll-up door has been installed. The brown brick building still sits on the corner of that busy intersection, a harrowing remnant of an atrocious crime left unsolved, the grisly phantom of a nightmare come true, and with no resolution within reach. The murder of Mandy Alexander and Mary Drake has been in the forefront of my mind for a long time. Over the years, I've checked in on it, and sadly, most of the time I've seen there was no new details, no developments, no changes, really no news. It felt like with each passing year, the number of articles decreased and statements from investigators went from few and far between to nearly impossible to track down. I was never able to put my finger on what exactly it was about this case that bothered me, at least not over these last few years, but I may have finally figured it out. The reason this case sticks in my craw so much is because it should have been solved. There was a wealth of information and evidence available to investigators from the first moment, but somehow they couldn't make it work. You've got a ton, and I mean a ton of evidence just left behind for the crime scene cleanup team to throw away. Bloody papers, desks, merchandise, blood-splattered clipboards, a pack of cigarettes possibly belonging to one of the victims, even the cash register from which money was missing. Just thrown away because investigators at the time didn't find these objects worth keeping. In a case involving a sharp instrument, it apparently wasn't important to keep a large amount of the bloody items on the off chance that maybe DNA could play a role here. But nah, why bother handling things appropriately when you could just throw them out? I could go on and on about the evidence in this case and the mistakes made in the early hours, but there's not a whole lot of point in it. You can't undo it. You can't go back and make sure things are properly handled. So you're left in the present to deal with the case in the form and fashion as it currently exists, as flawed as it may be. I can't possibly cover all the different theories and avenues this case can take you down. There's far too much, and after all this time, it's extremely difficult to cut through the lies and rumors to narrow down to what is legitimate. And with investigators as silent as they are, it's difficult to know what's already been pursued, what's been ruled out, and what has never been looked at in the first place. So I think the best thing we can do is take a look at a few of the more prominent theories, weigh out the pros and cons, and see what, if anything, makes sense here. The key question of this case, which if answered could at least help direct the investigation, is one that's been asked since day one. Was this a random crime, or was this one of the 2 victims specifically being targeted? The answer to this question has been elusive over the past 20 years, and I don't know that we're any closer to it today than we have been at any other time. There are some who believe Mandy was targeted, and others who think that it was random. Some people have changed their position over the years, once believing in targeting, now believing in random, and vice versa. The primary issue with the idea of someone being targeted is that no evidence has ever been found to support that possibility. We don't have a long list of people who were apparently angry with or wanting to harm Mandy or Mary. We don't have police reports of them being stalked, receiving threatening messages or calls. We don't have friends and family members saying they were especially worried about this one person or that one person. None of that rules out the possibility of a targeted attack, but none of it really adds any solid weight to the possibility either. For the most part, it's been suggested that if someone was targeted, it was likely Mandy. Mary didn't appear to have any enemies out there, and in the aftermath of her murder, the investigation concluded that she was more than likely in the wrong place at the wrong time. She either walked in as the killer was attacking or immediately afterwards. We don't know a whole lot about the crime scene. For instance, we know Mary's purse and a loaf of bread were found on the counter. What we don't know is how she ended up in the office where the murders occurred. Were there any droplets of blood, bloody footsteps, or fingerprints found to suggest that Mary was forced into the office? Or is it possible someone called out for help and she went to check on them? Or could she have walked in, grabbed her bread, and then saw the killer standing there soaked in blood? Given how little has been said by police, we simply don't know. But if we accept that Mary was not the target and go down the line that Mandy was, there's a lot of different possibilities. Some have pointed out that Mandy had previously been involved with drugs and hung around some of the less trustworthy people. It's been theorized that she may have owed someone money, and at one point it was even suggested that Mandy may have been planning to testify against someone. Her family strongly disagrees with the latter statement, noting that had she been involved in anything like that, she would have told them. She wasn't the type to keep that to herself. So, with that avenue mostly cut off, people then turned towards her romantic life. Several friends and family members made comments that Mandy's ex-husband was a violent felon who she was desperately afraid of, and that she had dated several men who were controlling, violent, and abusive. In several articles, it was implied that Mandy may have been involved in some kind of a custody battle, but there doesn't seem to be a lot to that. Even after the murders, no one showed up to claim custody of either of her daughters, and according to the family, the fathers weren't even interested enough to try and help find justice for Mandy, let alone to care about their own kids. It's hard to believe that someone would have killed Mandy over child custody and then elected not to actually try and obtain custody. It's also worth noting here that Mandy's ex, the one she was scared of, had a really solid alibi for the night of the murders. He was in prison. So then a lot of people began to wonder if maybe Mandy was targeted by someone who had an interest in her that she didn't return, maybe someone she found to be an annoyance, or perhaps someone she considered a friend who just wouldn't take no for an answer. It's been considered that this person may have come into the bakery that night specifically to see Mandy, and that when she turned away from him, told him to leave, or expressed her utter disinterest in pursuing a relationship with him, that he could have snapped and lunged at her. Things turned violent. Before he knows it, there's blood everywhere, and when he goes to leave, he's got Mary Drake standing at the counter staring straight at him. He can't leave any witnesses, and so he goes after her too. Some have even gone so far as to suggest that the crime, brutal as it was, may have been perpetrated by someone under the influence of drugs. Chief Akings in the documentary makes note of the fact that just the same as today, meth was a problem in Great Bend back in 2002. That makes things a little different, and while you could make the argument that someone all drugged up and angry entered the bakery specifically to attack Mandy, you could also make the argument that if the person was that drugged up, it didn't have to be personal at all. Amphetamines and rage frequently lead to explosively violent behavior. So could any of that have happened? Certainly, but again, it becomes a question of how it might all come together. Mandy was hired on at Dolly Madison in late August. September 4th, the day she was killed, was only her third day working there, and she was filling in for someone else who needed to swap shifts. Arguably, the only people that knew Mandy would be there at that time that night were her coworker and boss. She may have told a family member or a friend, but no one's made any comments about that. Now, were the assailants someone she knew and had reason to fear, it seems unlikely she would have told them where she was working and what time she would be there. But if it was someone she trusted, someone who she thought would never harm her, then it's entirely possible that she told them she'd be there that night. Just as a quick side here, there's been no mention whatsoever of any cell phones when it comes to this case. While I know 2002 was somewhat early in the cell phone game, it wasn't exactly the era of 10-pound Nokias with green and black screens. I have often wondered if police checked their phone records, text messages, call logs. Did either of them reach out to anyone, get a call or a message in the moments leading up to the murders? How about the bakery's phone records? Was that even something that was looked at? Again, we have no way of knowing. So you find yourself in this maybe yes, maybe no situation. Could Mandy have been targeted? Of course she could have. just like Mary could have. But again, there's been no evidence found to solidify any conclusion. But if it wasn't someone who targeted either woman, and if it wasn't someone that either woman knew, then it would had to have been a completely random attack that resulted in the murder of two women in a small discount bakery sitting at a busy intersection in broad daylight at the busiest time of day, yet no one sees anything, no one hears anything, no one even notices until the delivery driver arrives. One angle of the stranger theory that's come up several times has to do with the person who was allegedly sighted at the motel near the bakery the night of the murders. According to the former manager, the man checked in on September 4th, and when he checked out, he had completely shaved his long hair and facial hair, leaving himself bald and smooth-faced. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like a hell of a lead to me. You'd imagine the police pursued that right down to the ground, but unsurprisingly, it sounds like no part of that theory was followed up on for several days after the man had already checked out and moved on. What makes this angle really interesting is that according to Mary Drake's granddaughter, Alicia, the manager of the hotel told the police that when the man checked in, he was in possession of an item that had belonged to her grandmother. What exactly this item is, I can't say. Alicia didn't want to reveal the details as police had instructed her not to. But if this is true, then what a tremendous travesty of justice this entire investigation is. You have a man checking into a hotel less than 900 feet from the bakery the night of the murders, and when a description is issued of a long-haired, stubbly-faced suspect, this guy completely shaves his head and face. No one thought that was suspicious enough to warrant an immediate look. You know, over the last 20 years, the one thing investigators have said more than anything else is that they need help from the public. They need tips. They need calls. Well, what good are tips and calls when you don't follow up on them until it's too damn late? It would be funny if it wasn't so goddamn sad. Another aspect of the circumstances surrounding this case that make the hotel guy interesting has to do with what was happening in Kansas at the time. The day before the homicides was Labor Day, and a massive parade and carnival were being held not far north of Great Bend. This, of course, drew in a lot of people who normally wouldn't be in the area, from people traveling with the carnival to transients to people from all around the state who came just for the big party. A lot of people have considered that the reason no one has been caught yet was because thousands of people completely unknown to any locals may have passed through Great Bend that week. That doesn't necessarily hammer the nail in, but it sure makes the possibility more intriguing. Now, there's a lot of other aspects to this case that could be pursued, but a lot of them seem to come out of the realm of rumor and speculation. There's the situation with a guy who was, at the time, a district manager over many Dolly Madison bakeries. While I'm not going to reveal his name, he was later tied into several criminal activities at different places of employment, from pretending to have been robbed so that he could pocket cash from the register to an alleged arson case. A lot of people wondered what he might know, if anything. But his name hasn't come up in regard to the investigation, and outside of his shady history, there doesn't appear to be anything directly linking him to the crime. Then there's a man named Dilton Myers. Myers, who has an extensive criminal history that resulted in his ultimately being shot and killed by the FBI in 2012, previously worked at the bakery and allegedly was big on telling people how easy it is to rob the place. According to several people, Myers would give specific instructions about entering the store and then asking the employee to check the back room for an item that isn't out on the shelves. Deposits made in a zip-locking bank bag would frequently be stored in an empty space beneath the cash register, completely unsecured. Reportedly, Myers told folks that once the employee goes into the back to check for your item, you can just grab the bag and walk out. What's really interesting is if you go back through the records, it appears that throughout the 1990s, the Dolly Madison Bakery was robbed or stolen from a whole hell of a lot. For a place where it's constantly noted that it's a popular spot with a lot of traffic, it looks like people came in and stole from this place all the time. So is it possible that someone came in to rob the store, maybe by their own method, maybe just trying to grab the bag as described by Dilton Myers, and something went very wrong there? Of course, some have gone so far as to suggest that Dilton himself could have been involved, and while no evidence has ever been presented to confirm this, it is suspicious that he moved to Louisiana not long after the murders and then changed his name. With him deceased, though, there's no way of knowing what he may or may not have been up to. So in the end, we're left with the same questions that have haunted this case from the very beginning. Who could have done this? Could one of the victims have been targeted? Was it someone local or someone passing through? Was it a robbery gone wrong, or was it a random act of violence from a disturbed individual or someone on drugs? Well, in the interest of making things even more complicated, I have a few of my own questions I'd like to close with as we come around to the end of the conclusions here. There's a lot of theories, like I said earlier, far too many to tackle all in one episode. But I do think it's worth asking about a few things that, despite my sincerest efforts, I have not been able to uncover. According to the investigation, the Dolly Madison Bakery was scheduled to close at 7 p.m. on the night of the murders, which are believed to have occurred between 5:15 and 6, though probably much closer to 6. When Dennis, the driver, arrived to pick up the racks and trays that night, it's been noted that he didn't need to go in through the main door, as drivers have access to the roll-up door leading directly into the stockroom. There is some conflicting information out there about how everything occurred that night, with the driver's own statements to the media seeming to contrast what investigators would claim. For instance, the KBI stated as recently as 2022 that the driver had discovered the bodies while making a routine stop at the bakery, but that's not true. This wasn't a routine stop. It wasn't even on Dennis's schedule until he was contacted by the front office and directed there. As an aside, for the record, the driver passed away not long ago, and while his real name is out there publicly, I've elected to use the name Dennis at the request of his surviving family. So, by his own account, Dennis had been inside the stockroom of the bakery for a period of time, grabbing racks and doing work before he was approached by the couple who had come to pick up a large order. Now, it's reported that this couple tried the front door of the bakery and found it closed and locked at 10 after 6, approximately 10 to 15 minutes after police think the murders took place. So this couple arrives, finds the door locked, and then what? I haven't seen a single interview or accounting of who this couple was, where they went, and what they may or may not have seen. You think it would be pretty important since they were in the parking lot close to when the crimes occurred, but with as much information seems lost or inaccurate in this case, it's just a needle in that haystack. So these people walk up to Dennis and explain the situation. He then takes out his cell phone and calls his boss asking what he should do, at which time he's advised to fulfill the couple's order. So he starts grabbing items for them, at which time the blood is spotted by the husband. Dennis goes to check and reportedly walked into the office where he saw a massive amount of blood and the two bodies on the floor, possibly positioned so that the desk was partially obscuring them. At that point, Dennis contacts the police, and that call is reported to have come in at 7:55 p.m. So one question I've always had is, why the hell was that couple still there? The door was locked at 10 after 6, but more than an hour later, they're still hanging around this bakery waiting to see if anyone shows up. Maybe it's just me, but I find that a bit odd. Now, according to the driver's wife, when police arrived on the scene, he was questioned, and they eventually took his shoes and belt to process for potential evidence. It makes sense. He would have had to have walked through some of that blood, which could have gotten on him. But at the same time, why wouldn't they have taken his pants and shirt and anything else he was wearing that might have had evidence on it? According to the wife, police later asked for his work clothes, but by that point, she'd already washed them, so she wasn't even sure which ones to give them. Speaking of the parking lot, here's another question that's always bothered me. In the documentary, Mandy's sister Desiree makes it clear that after police processed her car, it was turned over to the family. Desiree quickly discovered a threatening letter in the car, apparently sent to Mandy by her ex, who made it clear that if she was seeing someone else, he'd kill the guy. Of course, since investigators didn't take this letter, it seems like either they didn't consider it pertinent to the investigation of a double murder, or, as the family believes, they didn't really search that vehicle too thoroughly. Shocking. Back to that parking lot, though, the way it is laid out at the time, people parking at the bakery travel onto Harrison Street and turn to the east, pulling into one of only a handful of spots that are right outside the front door, which face to the west. So you're telling me that Dennis arrived that night, pulled up to the roll-up door, which is located on the northwest corner of the building, approximately 40 feet from the front door, and is also facing west. What I'd really like to know is, did he not notice the two cars parked in front of the bakery? Did he not notice the lights still on inside? Did he not find it odd that he's in the stockroom to grab these racks, but there's significant evidence someone else is probably in the building, but he never checks, he never hears anything, he never gets curious? Now, I've worked in some half-assed jobs in my life where corners are constantly cut, but even they had logbooks that vendors and delivery people were required to check in and out with. I'm guessing that wasn't the case here? Maybe it all adds up to a bunch of nothing, but I've always found it difficult to believe that he'd pull in at that time and fail to notice anyone else there. That this couple would approach him about their order, but they wouldn't make note of the fact that while the door is locked, it looks like it should still be open. Did they not mention that the two cars in the parking lot, when they spoke to the driver, were also still there all that time later, there when they show up at 6:10, there when they speak to Dennis? Who knows? Maybe he's frustrated with the added stop and he just wants to get the work done. But if I were stopping in that night and I saw the cars and the lights, I'd have wondered enough what was going on to have walked through the stockroom to the front to check it out. Of course, I'd have encountered the blood-soaked office before I could get that far. That doesn't happen with Dennis, though. He is seemingly completely unaware anything is wrong until the husband of the couple points out the blood creeping across the floor. Now, I should say, I'm not suggesting that Dennis was involved in this crime, but I think these questions are relevant. I mean, this is the guy who finds your crime scene, who first discovers the bodies. I'd have a hell of a lot of questions I'd be asking. It doesn't look like that really happened here. So, like so much of this case, we're stuck with these circumstances that just don't make sense. The last thing I want to talk about is blood. We know that both women at a minimum had their throats cut with the so-called sharp instrument, and that their causes of death were determined to be due to blood loss. Everyone who saw the crime scene described it similarly. There was blood everywhere. There was blood on the floor, the desk, paperwork, the walls, and even on the ceiling. It was stated that the only spot on the floor that appeared to be somewhat blood-free were the spaces where Mandy and Mary's bodies were laying. Now, what I'd like to know is, how in the hell did someone commit a crime that absolutely bloody and manage to walk away without anyone noticing? You have to consider, especially with neck wounds, the killer would have been covered in blood. Evidence at the scene suggests that the killer walked into the bathroom and spent some time trying to clean himself before leaving. Now, I don't give a damn how long he spent at that sink. Short of a powerful shower, you're not getting all that blood off of you. Even if you manage to clean it from the obvious areas, it's going to be under your nails, in your nostrils, in your hairline, in every creased piece of skin on your arms, neck, or face. Not to mention the clothes. That sink isn't going to do much of anything to help clean them up. This simple fact, the sheer messiness of the blood and spatter, makes it difficult for me to believe a lot of theories in this case. Go back and look at some of the possibilities we've talked about. There's that hotel guy, right? Well, unless the manager of the hotel noticed the dude had blood all over his clothes, it's somewhat hard to believe he was involved. I wasn't trying to imply any possible suspicion about the driver, but even if he were someone you looked at, he would have been covered in blood as well. Something here doesn't make any sense, and it pretty much sounds like whoever committed these murders wiped himself up, walked out, and just disappeared into the night. Unless, of course, he had someone working with him. Maybe someone waiting to give him a ride or to provide a change of clothing. There is, sadly, at this time, no way of really knowing. There are a myriad of unanswered questions in this case, and the deeper you dig, the more you find. For 20 years, the families of Mandy Alexander and Mary Drake have hoped that justice would be served. They have fought to keep the cases in the spotlight and have done everything in their power to find the truth. Instead, The cases have grown even colder. The investigators have turned away from them, and they're left to fend for themselves, wondering why those charged with serving and protecting their loved ones seem more interested in protecting their own reputations and pride. It's a double tragic situation. It's traumatizing enough to lose your daughter, your sister, your mother, your grandmother. But it's even worse when you feel like the people who should care the most don't have the slightest interest. This case, like so many, is going to come down to you. Those of you listening, those of you who watched the documentary, those of you who know what happened here and for reasons passing understanding have elected not to come forward with the truth. Or perhaps you did, but you were ignored. Don't let these two women's lives get washed away like they didn't matter. Speak up. Try to help these two families find closure and stop this from happening to another family. Because sadly, unless someone comes forward, new evidence is uncovered, or the killer confesses, the murders of Mandy Alexander and Mary Drake will remain open, unsolved, and growing colder by the day. This is episode 240, The Murder of Latricia White and the Disappearance of Lee and Chance Walker Hagen. Latricia Gail White was born on Thursday, November 10th, 1955 in Austin, Texas, to parents Jack and Susan. Latricia was the Whites' first child, though they would later have another daughter, making Latricia an older sister, a role friends and family say she reveled in as a youngster and even into her adult years. Latricia was a sweet, kind, and caring child who showed and expressed an interest and affinity towards helping others whenever she saw the opportunity. In an interview with KXAN Austin, Susan noted that her daughter had always just been that way, saying, quote, "She was a very sweet girl, very soft-hearted, gentle. She loved to help people, and she would just do about anything for most anybody." End quote. Though born in Austin, Latricia would spend much of her life living south of Travis County in and around Lockhart, a smaller city which functions as the seat of Caldwell County. She would go on to attend Lockhart High School, where she performed well academically and was involved in several clubs and groups. It was during her time at Lockhart that she would meet and eventually get into a relationship with an older student, Lee Herman Walker Hagen Jr., who frequently went by his nickname Dub, D-U-B. Dub was born on Saturday, September 19, 1953 in Caldwell County to parents Margaret and Lee Herman Sr. Dub had two older sisters and would be the Walker Hagen's last-born child, and thus his father frequently referred to him as Junior. Dub grew up predominantly in the area of Maxwell, an unincorporated community in Caldwell County where his father owned and operated a large farm. Over the years, houses would be erected on some of the family property, allowing for relatives to live close to one another in the wide open country just off Valley Way Drive, approximately 11 miles west of Lockhart. Dub has been described by friends and family as a caring, fun-loving guy. Despite his reputation as a quiet and polite person, strangers could easily be intimidated as by his teenage years, Dub cut an imposing figure, standing at approximately 6 feet 4 inches tall. When he and Latricia came together at Lockhart High, there was a mutual attraction that quickly developed into young love. However, the world had different plans in store for the young couple as, following Dub's graduation, they would drift apart and their romance would come to an amicable but no less disappointing end. In June of 1974, when she was 18 years old, Latricia married for the first time to a man named David Roger. The marriage would be short-lived, with the two having a daughter before ultimately divorcing in September of '77 after just over 3 years. A young mother, Latricia never lost focus on her career goals and would enter a nursing program, which seemed to fit together perfectly with her tendency towards helping others and her appreciation of service-oriented careers. Somewhat mirroring Latricia's experiences on his own side of Texas, Dub too would find himself married in May of 1980, but it would be short-lived as by April of 82, the couple would divorce just 1 month shy of their 2-year anniversary. Latricia married for a second time to a man named Ronald Kadlicek in February of 1981. 1 year later, in December of 82, she gave birth to a second and last child, a son the couple would name Clinton. Unlike her first marriage, this one seemed to be based on a stronger foundation and would certainly run a greater distance. Never seeing herself as simply a stay-at-home mother, although she loved and doted on her children, Latricia obtained her nursing license and would eventually pick up work in San Marcos, the seat of Hays County, approximately 18 miles west from Lockhart. She was employed at the Central Texas Medical Center, where she worked for Dr. W. Kern Deschner at Gastroenterology of San Marcos. Coworkers and friends would describe Latricia as a hardworking, dedicated nurse with an innate ability to soothe and comfort others. Patients praised Latricia's work ethic, and many specifically requested her when they arrived for their appointments. As for Dub, things were going pretty well. He picked up a new job, and by happenstance, he would find himself developing a relationship with his boss's daughter, Gay Williams. Over the course of the next few months, the relationship grew deeper, and on Sunday, September 2nd, 1984, Gay gave birth to a son the couple went on to name Chance Lee Walker Hagen. Chance was Gay's second. She had another son in a previous marriage, but he was Lee's first and only. The proud father was extremely taken by the little boy, and while he was very loving and caring, he's also been described as overprotective, and this created a clash between he and Gay. According to her, Dub treated her firstborn extremely poorly and held Chance up on a pedestal. If the two got into trouble, Dub would discipline the other child while making up excuses as for why Chance didn't need to be punished. This behavior, stacked with other issues that had developed between Dub and Gay, would ultimately destroy their relationship. I use the term relationship primarily because there wasn't a proposal or typical marriage between the two, who instead were together long enough to be defined as a common law marriage. County records show the issuance of that marriage license granted between the two in February of 1984. Dub ultimately picked up work as a big rig truck driver, and while his absence from the home helped alleviate some of the issues between he and Gay, it also served to highlight the increased tension and stress when the two were together. For Gay, it was Dub's treatment of her son and their increasing arguments about it that really broke the camel's back. Not to mention, Gay found herself as the victim of what she'd later describe as Dub's controlling nature and verbal abuse. Worried that, with Chance getting older, he'd be negatively impacted by their arguments and shouting matches, she made the decision to seek a divorce. The couple separated, and their divorce was finalized in 1991. Although Dub fought for custody, primary care was granted to Gay while he was allowed weekends. Gay was then living in Kingsville, approximately 200 miles south from Maxwell. Due to conflicts between the former couple, they made arrangements to exchange custody of Chance through the home of one of Dub's aunts. Essentially, one parent could drop the child off, allowing the other to pick him up without the two ever needing to see each other, which was preferential to each, since coming together only seemed to lead to arguments or disagreements and more bad blood. While Dub's marriage had hit the rocks, Latricia's was also crumbling. After 10 years with Ronald Kadlicek, she made the decision to leave and file for divorce in 1991. There appears to have been somewhat of a back and forth between the two, and over the course of the next few years, a bitter dispute would break out revolving around custody of their son, Clinton, though their problems were vastly more extensive. Friends would later note that Latricia had implied some form of abuse during the marriage and expressed fear about how her soon-to-be ex responded to conflicts and fights between them, with tensions escalating to an intolerable point. It was in the latter months of 1991 when Dub and Latricia encountered one another again, and more than a decade after they had dated in high school, they decided to give it another shot. Things had changed since they were teenagers, but their lives had followed similar paths, and they both found one another single, divorced, and with children from previous relationships. While some would note that the couple were happy to have found one another and excited as they looked towards the future, others felt that it was more of a casual relationship that was unlikely to have long-term future. For his part, Dub was apparently head over heels for his former high school flame, while Latricia's mother didn't believe her daughter felt the same. She would later tell the Austin News, quote, "He did his thing and she did hers, and I don't think it was as serious as he thought it was." End quote. Dub ultimately moved in with Latricia, and the two lived at her home, then located off FM 713 at the end of County Road 82, approximately 9 miles southeast from Lockhart. The home was located in a very rural area, right at a dead end of what is today Chestnut Road in an area known as McMahon, on land owned by her family. According to friends and family, the relationship between Dub and Latricia was moving along well, but by the middle of '93, they had traveled down a few bumpy roads together. Much as had been the case with his marriage to Gay, Dub continued to revere Chance to a degree that he wouldn't discipline him and took offense to anyone else who might attempt to do so. This led to many clashes between he and Latricia as, being a mother of two, she had no qualms about telling Chance when he had done wrong. By the fall of '93, Chance was 9 years old and Latricia's son Clinton was 10, and the two got along well. Reportedly, other issues began creeping in, and as had previously been the case, Dub was more likely to dole out discipline to Latricia's son while allowing Chance to skate. This frustrated Latricia and became a contentious point between the two. However, it wasn't just an issue for Latricia. Some people have since stated that her ex-husband, Kadlacek, was infuriated when he came to learn that Dub had been disciplining his son and his ex-wife had been allowing it to happen. This apparently made the divorce and dispute between the two even more volatile, as Kadlacek was apparently fighting to obtain full custody of their son. Their divorce would be finalized on Tuesday, November 2nd, 1993, just 3 weeks prior to Latricia's 38th birthday and 7 weeks before she would be brutally murdered and Dub and Chance vanished. By December of '93, Latricia and Dub's relationship had certainly had its share of ups and downs, but friends and family noted that was sort of how they were together. There was a steady ebb and flow. One day, they'd be peaceful, happy, and sweet to one another, and the next they'd be screaming about one problem or another. But people noted, even when the arguments went nuclear, the couple would be seen together just the next day getting along like nothing had happened at all. At the same time, Dub was in the process of building a home in Maxwell on his family's land that he planned on moving into with Latricia, and they had continued living together in her home. If the relationship was as tenuous as some have suggested, this didn't seem to play much of a role in how the couple handled their plans for the future. Unfortunately, the house would never be finished, and the Christmas holiday, a time of joy and celebration, would be at the center of a dark and disturbing mystery that continues to endure more than 30 years later. On Friday, December 17th, Dub picked up Chance for his visitation and reportedly was scheduled to return the boy to his mother on Christmas Day, allowing each to spend part of the holiday with him. The next few days passed without any issues, but in the days leading up to Christmas, it was reported by a friend of the couple that they had gotten into a major argument revolving around Chance. Reportedly, the child had left a faucet running and the sink had overflown, leading to some mild water damage. Latricia was very upset about this, but when she confronted Chance, as always seemed to be the case, Dub came to his son's defense and the two exchanged heated words. The argument became so intense that Dub apparently told Chance to gather up his things, telling Latricia that not only were they leaving, but they were moving out. Dub did not, however, follow through on his threats, and the couple appears to have stuck to their normal pattern of an explosive argument followed by a calm and peaceful environment. However bad the argument might have been, it didn't appear to have any reverberating effects or really any kind of an impact on Chance. The next day, on Christmas morning, Saturday the 25th, he picked up the phone and called his mother back in Kingsville. He explained how excited he was and how much he loved his gifts, noting specifically that he'd received an Old West-style duster and some G.I. Joe figures. However, his call wasn't just to discuss the gifts. He also had a request. Chance wanted to know if it would be all right for him to stay with his father for a few more days. Gay agreed, thinking nothing of it, and told Chance to call her later so they could make arrangements for him to come home. But that call would never come, and all these years later, Gay still blames herself and regrets agreeing to the extension. After spending their morning at Latricia's home opening gifts, the trio headed over to her parents' house to spend a few hours celebrating with them. According to Susan, Latricia's mother, things weren't so great between the couple that day. Apparently, Dub asked Latricia if she would be making the 3-hour drive with him down to Kingsville to return Chance, but she wasn't interested, and this led to a conflict. Susan later said, quote, "Christmas Day, she seemed kind of on edge. He said something to her when they were over here at Christmas for her to ride with him, and she said, 'I'm not going.'" End quote. How extreme the conflict between the two was, no one has ever commented, but it doesn't appear to have been a major issue as they all returned to Latricia's home together that night. The following day, Sunday, December 26th, would be the last time any of the three were seen alive. According to multiple news sources, a person identified only as a jailer working for the Caldwell County Sheriff's Department reported seeing all three together at a restaurant in Lockhart. According to the witness, Dub and Latricia appeared to be getting along well, quietly chatting across the table, while Chance was with them and seemed happy and doing well himself. No one can say for certain what happened after they left the restaurant that day, and that question remains unanswered more than 3 decades later. The first time anyone noticed that something might be wrong was the next day, the morning of Monday, December 27th. Latricia was set to return to work that day, but she never arrived, nor did she call in to say she wouldn't be able to make it. Co-workers, knowing her work ethic, found this to be extremely out of place. Over the course of the morning, they placed multiple calls to her home, but the phone went unanswered. With each call, their concern grew a little more. Finally, towards the end of the day, after not hearing back, they decided to reach out to her parents, who were surprised to learn that she didn't arrive at work that day. Latricia's father, Jack, decided to make the short trip over to his daughter's home, and while her vehicle was parked in the driveway, no one answered the door. Entering the house, Jack called out for his daughter, but received no response. It didn't take long for him to learn the horrible reason why. At approximately 6:30 p.m., Jack stepped into his daughter's bedroom and found her lifeless body in her bed. He would later tell Unsolved Mysteries, quote, "I just called her name, and then I went over and felt her, and I knew that she was dead." End quote. Devastated, Jack dialed 911, and the Caldwell County Sheriff's Office immediately dispatched deputies to the rural home. Upon arrival, it was reported that investigators were not immediately aware that they were on the scene of a homicide. How that's true, I don't know, but keep that statement in mind as we proceed through more information about the scene inside the home. Mark Hanna, then chief deputy, explained to the Austin American-Statesman that it appeared Latricia had been shot multiple times in the head while she had been asleep. Deputies on the scene could find no indication of a struggle, no signs of forced entry, no weapons inside the home, and no signs that anything had been stolen. Deputies reported that Latricia's body was removed from the scene and moved north into Travis County, where an autopsy was ordered by George Miller, a Caldwell County Justice of the Peace. Lacking a suspect or any indication of what might have led to Latricia's murder, investigators noted that they would be conducting interviews with friends and family over the next few days. Initial interviews brought Dub and Chance to their attention, noting that they were absent from the home that morning. Not long after the discovery of Latricia's body, a deputy picked up the phone and called Gay to ask her if her son was with her and whether or not she had seen or interacted with her ex-husband. Gay explained that her son hadn't yet been returned and she hadn't seen Dub, at which time investigators informed her that Latricia had been killed and neither Chance nor Dub had been located. Reportedly, there was some information exchanged to give the worried mother the belief that her son might have witnessed the crime. While not revealing much at the time, it was later explained that the reason investigators theorized that Chance might have seen what happened was due to the fact that they found a shoe print in blood that reportedly matched up with the type of shoe Chance was known to wear. Now, if it was obvious to investigators that Latricia had been shot in her sleep, and there was enough blood on the floor for a footprint to be left behind, how exactly were they at first unaware that they had arrived at the scene of a homicide? I would also ask, if the scene was so messy and obvious, why did Caldwell County Sheriff Dan Law later tell KXAN News, quote, "It was cleaned up. Somebody had taken the time to clean something up before they left. We literally were looking for a needle in more than one haystack," end quote. It certainly doesn't sound like the scene was all that well cleaned up, but I digress. By Wednesday, December 29th, investigators had interviewed multiple people, including Latricia's family. Curiously, it was reported that her father, Jack, told detectives he could not think of any enemies nor anyone who may have wanted to harm his daughter. Yet, it appears quite apparent that once they learned of Dub and Chance, investigators began focusing in on the missing pair, believing it was likely Dub had killed Latricia and then fled with his son. What evidence or information they acquired to get to that conclusion has never been revealed, and many believe that Dub's absence gave them enough suspicion to believe he had to have been involved. Later that same day, the autopsy results were returned from Travis County, and several disturbing details were revealed. Firstly, it was reported that Latricia had been shot in the head 6 times with a .22 caliber weapon, theorized to have been a revolver. Though police have never given any additional details about the likely murder weapon, it has been surmised that a lack of shells at the crime scene suggested a revolver may have been used. In addition to this, the medical examiner determined that Latricia had been dead for between 24 and 36 hours when her body was found, placing the time of death between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. on Sunday, December 26th, the last day she, Dub, and Chance were seen alive. So deputies found themselves in a confusing situation. They clearly had a murder victim, but they weren't sure what exactly had happened to Dub and Chance. They stuck to the theory that Dub had likely killed Latricia and then absconded with his son, but they weren't sure which direction to go. Digging into his life, when they learned that Dub worked as a truck driver, they assumed that meant he knew a lot of people around the country and might be able to disappear for a while without being found. They also reported to the media that they should keep an eye out for the father and son, noting that Dub's knowledge of the roadways might afford him the ability to travel by lesser-known back roads, aiding him in avoiding a statewide bolo. Then Sheriff Michael Bading explained, quote, "He was a truck driver. He could be anywhere. He knows a lot of people," end quote. Unsure of what exactly they were working with, a discovery the following day would change everything. At approximately 1 a.m. on Thursday, December 30th, Dub's 1986 green Ford pickup truck was located abandoned off Manor Road in East Austin, a location police would later refer to as a high-crime area. The vehicle was found around 40 miles northwest from Latricia's home, and while it was in a fully operable condition, a search by police would uncover several strange and concerning facts. Investigators found Dub's wallet and checkbook in the truck, as well as a .22 caliber hunting rifle. At first, they believed they might have located the murder weapon, but testing would later show that the rifle hadn't been fired recently, and the bullets used did not match the size of those recovered from Latricia's body. In the bed of the truck, they reported finding a toolbox, spare tire, and a series of Christmas gifts, some opened, others still wrapped. Deputies would later note that the bed of the truck and the gifts were streaked with blood. But Gay later stated she was told by police that there was a considerable amount of blood in the bed of that truck and not just streaks. Investigators began to put things together. They theorized that Dub, after murdering Latricia, had traveled to a bad part of Austin and abandoned the truck in hopes someone might steal it, thus tainting the evidence and possibly having the vehicle never recovered. Of course, there were a few problems with this. With considerable blood in the bed, it would suggest that Latricia's body had been moved, but there was no evidence to say she was killed anywhere other than in her bed. They wondered if perhaps Dub had been injured during the crime, but they found it hard to believe he could lose that much blood and still get away. All things equal, If Dub had done this, he probably wouldn't have needed to go out of his way to try and get that truck stolen, since the ability of these investigators was so severely limited they were likely to screw the case up anyway. The abandoned truck, the blood found in the bed, and multiple statements from friends and family that Dub and Latricia frequently argued led investigators to be more convinced that Dub had killed her. Chief Deputy Mark Hanna would later tell reporters that they knew for a fact that Dub was at the home on Sunday, the day of the murder, and that he had not yet returned his son to his mother. Reportedly, Dub had some kind of an early cell phone mounted in this truck, and when police had the line tested, they discovered that someone had made a 10-minute phone call from the truck after Latricia's body was found, but before the vehicle was. No additional details about the call were revealed, and whether or not police knew who the call had been made to was never stated. Less than 12 hours after discovery of the truck, and just 4 days after the murder, an arrest warrant was issued charging Dub with first-degree murder. Sheriff Bading, in statements to local media, reported that investigators believed Dub had Chance with him, and although he had no prior record, they considered him to be armed and dangerous. Photographs and descriptions of both Dub and Chance were released to the public, and anyone who might have seen them was advised to contact authorities, but not to approach them, as the situation could quickly turn violent. Around the same time the arrest warrant for Dub was being issued, Latricia's family were grieving deeply as they attended the 38-year-old's funeral. Taking place at 2 p.m. at McCurdy's funeral home in Lockhart, hundreds of people came to pay their respects to the nurse and mother of two. Latricia was laid to rest in Delhi Cemetery beneath the stone reading, "Wonderful daughter, sister, mom, but most of all a friend. We loved her, but God loved her best." It was a massive blow to the community, many of whom had known Latricia since she'd been a child and who were either friends with her, attended clubs and organizations she was a part of, or who were patients that appreciated her tenderness and care. 2 weeks later, though, the case was already growing cold. The discovery of Dub's truck had bolstered the efforts of investigators, but little else had developed, and what they did find turned out not to point in the exact direction they had presumed. Detectives were shocked when they were informed that the blood in the bed of the truck did not belong to Latricia White. It wasn't even her blood type. While for some, that required them to look at the case a little differently, others were unmoved and continued the investigation with sharp focus on Dub and Dub alone, what some might call tunnel vision. Whether evidence pointed toward or away from Dub, he remained their prime suspect, with Chief Deputy Hanna telling the Lockhart Post-Register that Dub was not only their main suspect, he was their only suspect. Chance, who was supposed to return to school back in Kingsville on January 5th, still had not been cited, nor had he contacted his mother. While police believed Dub had killed Latricia, they were more skeptical about how he would treat his son. Gay acknowledged that her relationship with Dub had been an unhappy one, with him being verbally abusive, but she made it clear that even if he had killed Latricia, she didn't believe Dub would ever lay a violent hand on their son. She went so far as to refer to him as a devoted father, and she believed that he had likely gone south, crossing the border into Mexico to avoid authorities and to start a new life raising Chance. Since Dub had failed to bring Chance back to his mother, Kingsville officials filed a second arrest warrant, this one charging him with interference with child custody. Considering potential flight from the state of Texas and the possibility of Dub heading into Mexico, the Caldwell County Sheriff's Department would be aided in their investigation by the Kingsville Police, Texas Rangers, and the FBI. For their part, the feds issued a third warrant for Dub's arrest, charging him with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. Despite the issuance of all these warrants, there were no sightings of Dub, and calls and tips continued to dry up. Friends of Latricia's, interviewed by authorities, suggested that Dub had been a controlling and jealous man, and they theorized that he may have lashed out at her in response to a breakup. Latricia's mother thought along the same lines, saying, quote, "I think she just told him the relationship was over, and he just couldn't take the rejection." End quote. 1 month later, in February of 1994, the case was featured on America's Most Wanted, and Gay was there to plead for her son's safe return. The segment drew in a lot of viewers, and while there was initially hope for some developments, Gay later stated that police had told her they'd gotten a few calls and potential leads, but little else, and those leads seemingly went nowhere. In April of '94, 4 months after the murder, Gay's father, O.P., received a rather upsetting call at his home. Picking up the receiver, he heard the voice of a young boy on the other end who cried out, "Help me, help me." And then it sounded as if someone yanked the phone out of his hand and the line went dead. He was absolutely convinced that it was Chance's voice on the other end of the line, and this was deeply unsettling and heartbreaking. However, further investigation led detectives to conclude that the call had been little more than a cruel and callous prank. Devastated, Gay couldn't sit by and wait for answers or hope that the police would find her son. She was frustrated by the situation and desperately wanted to bring Chance home. She hired a private investigator to try and locate them, and worked with her employer to establish a reward fund for information. She wrote letters to President Clinton asking for assistance in finding her son, and she kept in close contact with Tommy Ratliff, a Texas Ranger in charge of the investigation. Gay explained to the Corpus Christi Caller-Times, saying, quote, "I call him probably every other day during the week. Nobody's been able to do anything or find him. I don't know what else to do." End quote. But she didn't stop there. She continued to try and fight and to locate her son. She reached out to 3 organizations that specialized in missing children and continued to try and keep the case in the media. Whether it was in newspapers or on television shows, she just wanted to keep Chance's face and name alive. Tommy Ratliff noted that media coverage had resulted in a lot of leads, but by September of '94, 9 months after the murder, all he could really say was that they continued to follow up on leads and were actively pursuing the case. 3 months later, December marked 1 full year, and investigators appeared no closer to finding answers than they had initially been. Chief Deputy Hanna, asked about the case a year later, simply replied, quote, "We're still working on the case, but we haven't had any leads. I don't think he's anywhere around here." End quote. 2 months later, in February of 1995, Unsolved Mysteries agreed to run a segment featuring the case. At the time, the show was in the midst of building a massive audience, and it was believed that this kind of coverage might be able to break things open. Tommy Ratliff was thrilled with the publicity and believed it could really help them narrow down and pinpoint where Dub might have fled to. He explained, quote, "I've been working on it since 3 days after it happened, and it seems like I work on it every week. Something's happening all the time on this case. Generally, it doesn't take this long to be able to find somebody. At this point in time, he could be anywhere. We've had lots of calls from all over the country on sightings. We couldn't pinpoint exactly where. With the wide base this television station will put out, it will assist us in finding him and the little boy." End quote. Ratcliffe noted there had been hundreds of tips and reported sightings, but police had never been able to confirm any of them, nor had they tracked down Dub or Chance. Over the course of the next few years, while Gay did everything she could to try and find her son, the case continued to grow colder and coverage began dropping off. Newspapers and television shows seeking the newer, hotter cases only wrote small blurbs or articles showing photos of Dub and Chance and asking for anyone who had information to contact authorities. As years began winding on, Gay tried to maintain a relationship with Dub's family, believing they were all hoping for the same thing, to see their loved one returned home. However, the more time passed, the more difficult it became to suppress the paranoia and the frustration, leading many, including Gay herself, to wonder if perhaps Dub's family knew more than they were saying, or if it was possible that one or more of them might have aided Dub in fleeing the area. She would later state, quote, "I believe Lee killed his girlfriend and took my son, and I believe his family knows something." End quote. For their part, Dub's family emphatically denied the accusations, stating that if they knew where Dub or Chance were, they would have told authorities immediately. Dub's sister, Barbara, interviewed for Unsolved Mysteries, would state, quote, "We haven't heard anything from him at all, and that tells me he's got to be dead." End quote. Tragically, On Wednesday, July 14th, 1999, Dub's father, Lee Herman Walker Hagen Sr., died at the age of 80. Authorities investigating the case would later determine that Sr. had taken his own life. While some believe this provided evidence that he had guilt over his potential involvement in helping Dub escape from murder charges, others have suggested that a terminal cancer diagnosis had led the elder Walker Hagen to take his own life rather than slowly dying in a hospital bed. As it stands today, no one has ever clarified if in fact they know. 2 years later, in August of 2001, nearly 8 years after the murder and double disappearance, Chance's computer-enhanced photo was featured on direct mail cards over a 6-week campaign. The photo showed Chance as he would have looked then at 17 years old and was estimated to have been delivered to nearly 7 million homes. The card also featured images of Dub with information that he could be armed, dangerous, and potentially suicidal. Hopeful but heartbroken, Gay was asked how she felt nearly a decade later and replied, quote, "This is the most difficult experience for a mother, wondering the conditions her son is living in and if he's even alive. I dream about him, and he's alive in my dreams, so that gives me the hope and energy to make it through the day." End quote. The next year, in May of 2002, the Texas Department of Public Safety added Dub to their list of their 10 most wanted fugitives. In January of 2010, 17 years after Latricia was murdered, Hector Gomez, a United States Marshal taking a new look at the case, sat down for an interview with KXAN Austin News and gave them a look into the somewhat skewed mindset investigators had regarding their hunt for Dub and Chance. Gomez confirmed that the blood found in the bed of Dub's truck did not belong to Latricia and that at the time, they were awaiting the results of testing conducted at the University of North Texas Crime Lab to determine if it belonged to Dub or perhaps Chance. Gomez went on to state that they believe Dub had assistance in escaping, likely from members of his family. His reasoning for this statement, because Dub's family had an obituary published more than a decade after he was last seen alive. Gomez noted, quote, "It just comes right at us that, if you want to make somebody dead, you put an obituary in the paper." End quote. I had no idea that was how you made someone dead, but I digress. With this caliber of investigative skill, I struggle to understand how this case has remained unsolved for so long. He then went on to state, while a life insurance policy did exist for Dub, no one had ever made an attempt to cash it in. Gomez then felt confident enough, despite seemingly no solid evidence, to claim that they knew that Dub was still alive after the murder, saying, quote, "There's no question in our mind that Lee Walker Hagen was at least alive several days later." End quote. Why and how did they come to that conclusion? That part he chooses not to share. Then Sheriff Dan Law agreed with Gomez and stated his belief that the father and son were likely living under assumed names in Mexico, saying, quote, "And that's just where all the signs lead to." End quote. He doesn't share what any of those signs were, however. Latricia's mother agreed, saying that while some had theorized that Dub and Chance might be dead, she had no doubt that at least Dub was still alive out there somewhere. Of course, while these statements are interesting and attention-grabbing, they're little more than opinions, as investigators to this day have never provided a single scrap of evidence to show Dub and Chance fled to Mexico, let alone to even prove that they are alive. If you think I'm being a little hard on investigators here, you're about to find out exactly why. 5 years later, in 2015, 22 years after the murder, Gay was contacted by a Texas Ranger who was reinvestigating the cold case, and he was less than impressed with the initial work done by deputies back in '93. According to Gay, the Ranger told her that while the blood in the bed of the truck has never been identified, DNA testing had confirmed that it belonged to two separate individuals who were related to one another, like perhaps a father and son. In addition to this revelation, the officer told Gay that there had been a massive mistake committed early on. Remember that 10-minute phone call made from Dub's truck after Latricia's body was found, but before the truck was discovered? As it turned out, that call was made in 1992, 1 year prior to the murder, not within days or hours of it in 93. Gay also learned that Dub had some reason to stick around Texas. On Monday, December 27th, hours before Latricia's body was discovered in her bed, a lawyer employed by Dub had filed paperwork in family court. Dub, it appeared, had decided to take Gay to court where he wanted to fight for full custody of their son. To many, this seems an odd approach to take if someone were planning to kill their girlfriend and skip town. Gay was caught off guard by this news, having never picked up on Dub's plans, and her ex apparently never mentioned anything about taking her back to court. The ranger, going out on a limb, told Gay that it was his belief, having re-examined all of the available evidence, that Dub and Chance were likely killed the same day as Latricia, and that Dub's truck was used to move their bodies. To him, it seemed apparent. Investigators had developed tunnel vision, and they ignored any evidence that stood to exclude Dub, focusing in only on that which fit their narrow view of the case. As it turned out, Dub was not the only person who may have wanted to harm Latricia, and in fact, multiple people had told detectives about another man as early as the first day of the investigation. But for reasons which have never been explained, detectives chose to ignore that other man and focused only on Dub. Who was that other man, you ask? Well, Latricia's ex-husband, Ronald Kadlicek. For reasons passing understanding, when the initial investigation kicked off, all focus turned towards Dub and away from Kadlicek. This, despite the fact that members of Dub's family, friends of his, and friends of Latricia all pointed out that she and Kadlicek were engaged in a bitter custody dispute over their son. Latricia left Kadlicek in 91, but their divorce wasn't officially finalized until November 2nd, 1993, 7 weeks before the murder. Several people stated that Latricia was afraid of her ex-husband and that Kadlicek was allegedly very angry about the fact that Dub had disciplined his son. According to Gay, the ranger told her that when confronted by authorities, Kadlicek had allegedly admitted to being at Latricia's house on the day of the murder. However, he claimed that their son had left a toy behind, and when she didn't answer phone calls, he went directly to the home. Allegedly, he knocked on the door, received no answer, and then left. However, some have theorized that Kadlicek admitted to being there because, with the home being at the end of a dead-end road, he worried someone might have spotted him or his vehicle in the area. In an interview conducted on the Lost and Found podcast, one of Dub's close friends, Thad Reagan, stated that Kadlicek was the first person he thought of. When he learned of the murder and of Dub and Chance's disappearance, Reagan went up in a plane with a friend and they flew around the area surrounding Latricia's property, searching for signs of turned-over dirt. Reagan said they had done this because, as part of his job working for the city of Smithville, Texas, Kadlicek had access to heavy machinery, and Thad thought it was possible that Dub and Chance had been killed and buried somewhere nearby. According to Reagan, several people theorized that Kadlicek might have been involved, but investigators at the time simply hadn't seemed interested in pursuing that possibility. Reagan went on to claim that Dub had told him of some odd happenings in the weeks leading up to the murder. Allegedly, strange vehicles were seen driving down to the end of the road, sitting by Latricia's home for a few moments, and then pulling away. Dub apparently wondered aloud whether Latricia, himself, or both of them were actively being stalked or watched. Gay would later state in an interview with Lost and Found that she was told by a member of law enforcement that they had approached Kadlicek after establishing him as a potential person of interest and requested that he take a polygraph, but allegedly he declined that offer. 1 year after learning all of this information from the since-retired Texas Ranger, some of the details were released publicly. In May of 2016, 23 years after the crimes, the Texas Department of Public Safety issued a press release noting that they had since discovered evidence to suggest that both Dub and Chance were victims of foul play. Though revealing little, their statement read in part, quote, "Investigators found nothing in the home appeared to be missing, and believed that this murder was most likely a crime of passion committed by someone closely associated to one or more of the victims. End quote. The Texas Rangers, through their review of the cold case, requested assistance from the public and asked for anyone with information to come forward. They noted that they would need additional evidence to move forward with the case and that they would like to recover Dub and Chance's bodies, believing both were likely killed at the same time or within hours of Latricia. Strangely, as it turned out, while U.S. Marshal Gomez claimed that they were certain Dub had lived for days after the murder, new investigators do not believe this to be the case. For Gay, this was heartbreaking news. She had spent more than 20 years going on TV shows, sitting for newspaper interviews, pushing for more coverage and publicity because she had been convinced by investigators that her ex-husband and son were still alive out there, somewhere. She felt betrayed and recognized that for 2 decades she had been lied to and manipulated by investigators with the Caldwell County Sheriff's Department who either knew there was more to the story but kept it to themselves, or who were just as uninformed as she was. She cannot, for 1 second, understand why investigators ignored the information about Kadlachek and instead concocted a complex murder, abduction, and escape as planned out by Dub when there was another, just as likely suspect to pursue. Asked how she felt about learning all of that, Gay replied, quote, "You ask how I feel sometimes. Sadness, anger, guilt, and the list could go on. Every Christmas, I have to put on a happy face because of my grandchildren, but it's so difficult. Then guilt overwhelms me knowing I could not protect my son, and still to this day, I cannot get justice for him. I also live with the guilt that I neglected my other son because of this tragedy. People say I can only imagine what you go through, but the thing is, no imagination can ever know what a mother goes through until they do." End quote. Dub's remaining family have believed since day one that he was innocent of the murder and had likely been a victim himself. It's a big reason why they eventually issued an obituary, hoping that it might aid them in being provided some level of closure. Of course, the ghosts of loss, grief, and heartbreak are not so easily exorcised, and their plight was in no way aided by investigators who, for 20 years, not only denied that Dub and Chance had been victims as well, but who adamantly argued in the press that Dub himself was a cold-blooded killer and non-custodial child abductor. When you lose someone you love, whether it be by natural causes, a homicide, or anything in between, all you are left with are your memories of that person and what they meant to you. Imagine the pain of seeing your brother, son, uncle, constantly accused of murder, called a violent killer who is armed and dangerous, and there's no one to turn to because it's literally the police who are smearing his name and memory. No one, not from the Caldwell County Sheriff's Department, FBI, Kingsville Police, or Texas Rangers, has ever explained why Kadlachek was not considered a potential person of interest and investigated early on. Oh, there have been rumors, connections to law enforcement, a tight relationship with someone high up in the city or county legislature. The truth is, no one knows why. And in the 8 years since the Texas Department of Public Safety stated they now believe Dub and Chance were victims, they've never addressed that question, nor have they explained why they were able to obtain a murder warrant against Dub within 4 days of finding Latricia's body with basically no solid evidence, but more than 30 years later, they haven't developed anything about Kadlachek's alleged involvement. In frustration and grief, Gay decided to pen a letter to the man she now believes killed her ex-husband and son. She thought perhaps he might be willing to give a little, just something, to allow her to locate her son's body so she might bring him home and lay him to rest. The letter, which was provided to Lost and Found blogs from Gay herself, reads, quote, "I am the mother of Chance Walkerhagen. I am writing to you in hopes you will find it in your heart to let me know where my son's body is. Years ago, I was told you killed my son. For many years, all I wanted was for you to pay and know the pain I was feeling. I then realized nothing is going to bring Chance back to me. The only thing I hope for now is closure. Finding his body and bringing him home is the only thing that will give me closure. I know you are a father and should realize how I feel. Chance's body needs to come home to me and be buried in my family cemetery. I don't believe you meant to kill Chance. I don't care if you ever pay for what you have done, because I truly believe you pay for it every day of your life. I'm not asking you to confess or turn yourself in any means you see fit. I am asking you to somehow just let me know where Chance's body is. From one parent to another, I hope you can understand how I feel. I know your son is very important to you, so you should understand what I am asking of you. Please find it in your heart to do this for me. I do not believe you really meant to hurt anyone. This got out of control, and all you wanted to do was protect your son. God bless you in making your decision." End quote. She has never received an answer, and this year will mark 31 since she last saw her son. She looks back on that Christmas day with painful regret, blaming herself for allowing Chance to stay with his father a little longer. Of course, she had no way of knowing what would happen, but that provides little comfort and does nothing to alleviate the grief and anguish she continues to suffer every day. When last seen, Lee Herman Walker Hagen Jr. was described as being a white male with blonde hair and blue eyes, standing 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighing approximately 240 pounds. He often goes by the nickname Dub, but could also go by Junior or Doug Walker. Dub had a mustache and wore glasses at the time of his disappearance and has scars on both arms and his right leg. Dub was last seen at a restaurant in Lockhart, Texas on December 26, 1993. At the time of his disappearance, Dub was 40 years old, and if alive today, he would be turning 71 this year. Chance Lee Walker Hagen has been described as a white male with blonde hair and blue-green eyes, standing 4 feet 8 inches tall and weighing approximately 75 pounds. Chance has a small dimple on his right cheek and may utilize the last name Walker. Last seen at a restaurant in Lockhart, Texas, Chance was 9 years old at the time of his disappearance and, if alive, would be turning 40 this September. Photos of Chance as he was in 1993 and age-progressed images are available. When last seen, Chance was in the company of his father, as well as 38-year-old Latricia Gale White, who was found shot to death in her bed on the morning of Monday, December 27, 1993. A bloody footprint found at the scene may suggest that Chance witnessed the horrible crime before he and his father were both targeted. 3 families were devastated by these horrible crimes. There's been no justice for the murder of Latricia White, and instead, for nearly 3 decades, law enforcement continued to perpetuate a story of Dub killing her and then running off with his son. There was evidence pointing the other way, but it was ignored. There were theories suggesting another possibility, but they were discredited. There was another potential person of interest, with means, motive, and opportunity, but no one wanted to pull on that thread for some reason. Today, all 3 families mourn, not just for their lost loved ones, but for the very justice they mistakenly believed investigators had been pursuing from the beginning.
This is episode 128, The Murder of Diana Shawcroft and Jennifer Luth. There aren't many places in the world more different than Glendale, Arizona and Loveland, Colorado. While the summer months in Loveland offer warm temperatures and beautiful vistas, it's the winter that comes hammering down, bringing in frigid temperatures, burying the area in an average of 54 inches of snow annually. A warm summer day in Loveland isn't all that different from an average day in Glendale, though when the summer sun rises overhead, it isn't uncommon for temperatures to hover near triple digits. For 2 young women who had grown up experiencing season after season of Colorado snowfall, The temptation of year-round warmth without a hint of snow could certainly have been yet another attribute that made a change of scenery all the more appealing. Not long after finishing up high school, Diana Shawcroft was making plans to leave behind the snowy slopes for the sandy spread of Glendale. It came as no surprise to anyone who knew Diana that she wouldn't be traveling alone. Instead, she would be joined by her dearest friend, Jennifer Luth. The two women had met during their early days in middle school and had become inseparable over the years. Many have gone on to describe their friendship as more like sisterhood, with the two being incredibly devoted to their friendship and to one another. Jennifer, it said, wanted to accompany her friend not just to join in on the fun, but also to support her through a difficult time. Jennifer's father, Bob, later stated, quote, "You never want to see your kid go away, but she was 19 and she went down there strictly for her friend who she felt was in trouble. Jennifer was the type when someone was in need, she was there to help." End quote. Diana's father, Roger, later described Diana and Jennifer's relationship as being closer than most sisters. The two complemented one another in different ways, being opposite sides of the same coin. Roger would later tell Unsolved Mysteries, quote, "Jenny was a little more flirtatious, Diana was a little quieter, more shy, but she's the one that basically took care of both of them." End quote. The move was an exciting opportunity, not just to present the two best friends with a dramatic change of scenery, but also the chance to head out on their own, to experience life on their own terms. Neither had ever lived away from home, and both were looking to seize the chance to see more of the world and experience the freedom of making their own choices without the influence of their parents or any rules which might bog them down. The circumstances wouldn't exactly be ideal. However, as Diana and Jennifer would be moving into a small, two-bedroom apartment of Diana's older sister, Christina. Such tight living quarters could be breeding ground for frustration and confrontation, and according to Christina, there were certainly arguments from time to time. Despite the challenges, both Diana and Jennifer began taking steps to secure their position in Glendale and to provide themselves with more opportunities to make friends and have fun. Shortly after arriving in Arizona, Diana picked up a job working as a customer service representative for the credit company Discover Card, while Jennifer was hired on at a local Burger King. They may not have been dream jobs, but it was a foot in the door and a way to make money while looking for something better. Both kept in touch with family, updating them on progress and discussing adjusting to their new environments. Jennifer, though, barely ever went for more than a day without picking up the phone and chatting with her parents, Deborah and Bob, who were still back in Loveland. According to Christina, the two women quickly began making friends. It was the spring of 1996. Both Diana and Jennifer were 19, and they were doing what a lot of people their age were doing, going to parties, meeting new people, hanging out at local hotspots. Their outings had been successful. They were meeting new people every day, and there was never an opportune moment missed. Christina would later tell Unsolved Mysteries, quote, "They were pretty open to just about anybody. They liked to hang out, they liked to have lots of friends, but they liked to go. They wanted to be doing something all the time. They didn't care if it was 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon." End quote. It seems apparent that Diana and Jennifer had made quite an impact, gathering up new friends and fun times wherever they went. They were living their dream in a sense, but soon that free-spirited adventure would turn into a horrifying nightmare. On the evening of Friday, May 24th, Diana and Jennifer were both home at the apartment they shared with Christina when an argument broke out. The argument, described as taking place between Jennifer and Christina, was heated enough for the two younger women to decide they were going to take a walk to cool off and grab some supplies. Reportedly, Diana and Jennifer told Christina that they were going to take a quick walk to a nearby convenience store for cigarettes and soda, and they'd be back. The convenience store, located at 5800 West Camelback Road, was just a 2-block walk from the Cedar Creek Apartments on North 57th Avenue. Both women walked out of the apartment dressed in casual clothes, tank tops and shorts and sandals, taking with them only a few dollars in change, just enough to get the few items they were planning. The two left the apartment complex at approximately 6:50 p.m. It's a short walk, just over 3/10 of a mile, taking approximately 7 minutes to complete, heading south on North 57th, turning west on Camelback Road for 2 blocks until reaching a mini-mart at the corner of Camelback and 59th. It wasn't a far-off destination, and it was certainly one both women were familiar with as they had frequented the convenience store in the past. Christina didn't think much of the trip and later explained, quote, "They didn't take anything with them, and they never went anywhere without their makeup, so that's what made me think they were coming right back." End quote. However, neither Diana or Jennifer would ever return from this impromptu early evening trip, and the circumstances of their disappearance has baffled investigators and their families for over 2 decades. While neither returned that night, there wasn't initially anything to be concerned about. It was a weekend and the two had been going out a lot, making new friends and partying. It wasn't completely out of the ordinary for them to spend a night out. However, when Christina awoke the next day and discovered that they still hadn't returned, she grew concerned. That concern became more urgent when she looked around the apartment and noted not what was missing, but what had been left behind. Aside from their makeup, which they apparently never went anywhere without, both had left behind their purses, which contained uncashed paychecks. Now, growing worried, Christina picked up the phone and called her parents. At the time, Roger Shawcroft was living locally in Arizona, while their mother Kathy was living out of the state. The Shawcroft family began searching the area, looking for anywhere that Diana and Jennifer could have gone. It was Memorial Day weekend, and it was considered a possibility that they could have gone to some parties or perhaps met up with friends and decided to spend the night with them. Unfortunately, no one knew for sure, and because the two young women had been making so many new friends and hanging out with so many different people, it was difficult to know exactly where to look. Not to mention, a lot of the friends they had made weren't yet known to their family, so trying to track down potential leads was challenging to say the least. According to Kim Pasqualini, the founder of the National Center for Missing Adults, she was contacted very early on to assist with resources for the search. In an article she wrote discussing the case, she made note that early on the family was told that a lot of local kids went down to Mexico to celebrate that weekend at the beach. The border being just over a 2-hour drive south, this was considered a good possibility for a short period of time. When no signs of Diana or Jennifer could be found, the Glendale police were contacted and the two were officially reported missing. Despite the fact that they were both adults and only had been missing since Friday night, police were quick to get involved and 2 officers were dispatched to take the official missing persons report. It was during this time that police were informed of their destination the night they disappeared, the convenience store just a few blocks away. When officers arrived to investigate, they were able to locate the clerk who had been working that night, and he was able to confirm that they had in fact made it to the store. According to the clerk, Diana and Jennifer had arrived at the store at approximately 7 p.m., which lines up with the timeline of them leaving the apartment around 6:50. The clerk went on to tell investigators that both women entered the store and together purchased a few packs of cigarettes and some soda. However, while the women had told Christina they'd be picking up items and returning, upon exiting the store, they didn't actually go anywhere. An article in the Tucson Citizen goes on to explain that Diana and Jennifer exited the store and then took a seat out front, apparently lighting up a few cigarettes and drinking some of the soda they had just purchased. Over the course of the next 2 hours, the clerk noted that both women remained in the same place, seemingly hanging out in the parking lot and killing time. It has since been theorized that the two may have been trying to wait, cooling off before heading back to the apartment, or maybe they could have been waiting for someone. There's no mention in any official report of either woman using a phone, and it being 1996, neither of them had a cell phone. However, approximately 2 hours after arriving at the store, the clerk noted that a faded blue pickup truck pulled into the parking lot and both women approached, having a conversation with the driver. Despite not knowing the driver's identity, the clerk was able to give a description, describing him as being a white male in his mid-30s with a blonde mullet-style haircut and what has been described as approximately a week's worth of growth of facial hair. Some newspaper articles vary in the description, saying that the man had a full mustache instead. The man was wearing a grease-stained blue denim jacket and appeared to have several scratches on his right arm. In terms of the vehicle, it was described as being a faded blue pickup, believed to be a late-model Chevy. 2 additional witnesses would later contact police, saying that they were present at the store that evening and also saw the 2 women speaking with the driver. They were able to expand the vehicle description, adding that it had tinted windows, chrome bumpers, a broken right tail light, and several dents, according to the Arizona Republic. After several minutes of speaking with the driver while standing in the parking lot, witnesses saw both women enter the vehicle shortly before it drove off out of the area. Whether or not either woman knew the driver remains unclear, but both families agree neither would have accepted a ride from a total stranger. Deborah Luth, Jennifer's mother, later told Unsolved Mysteries, quote, "I believe she knew this person because she would never get into a vehicle with a stranger. She just wouldn't do it. She wasn't the kind that would hitchhike or do anything like that. She was very careful and cautious." End quote. Investigators, however, noted that while this may be true, Diana and Jennifer had met a lot of new people in the time they lived in the area, and it was entirely possible the driver could have been someone they had previously met, but perhaps didn't know very well. It was theorized they could have spent so much time at the convenience store that night because maybe they were waiting for this person. A massive search was launched looking for any trace of the women. Kim Pasqualini, through her organization, began production on thousands of flyers while also utilizing local contacts to begin searches. Flyers were put up on local businesses, street signs, and power poles all around the area, while volunteers handed them out to locals on the street. Searches were conducted in multiple areas, from local bars and clubs to attractions popular for gatherings such as Bartlett Lake and Lake Pleasant, both within an hour's drive from downtown Glendale. Despite these initial ground searches, no trace of Diana or Jennifer could be found. One particular area of interest early on was the Agua Fria River, which stretches 40 miles from Lake Pleasant north of the city, south through the city to the Gila River, where it meets at Estrella Mountain Regional Park. According to the Arizona Republic, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office joined in on the search, utilizing their Air Posse, a search and rescue group made up of volunteer aviators. A week after the disappearance, members of the Air Posse were flying over the area and scouring the Agua Fria River bottom for any signs, though again, nothing was found. Interestingly, an article in the Arizona Republic notes that this area was focused on because Diana and Jennifer might have gone to a party there with an acquaintance, though there is no further explanation for that theory. The longer the search went on and the further it expanded, the absence of any evidence or sightings was becoming a growing concern for investigators and the families. When Jennifer's parents were notified, which, depending on your source, was either the day the women were reported missing or the following Monday, they immediately came to town where they would stay for months, spending every waking hour searching for their daughter. The focus slowly turned towards the overwhelming expanse of the desert, but the Luths weren't going to be deterred. Deborah later told the Arizona Republic, quote, "If I have to walk every inch of the desert and turn every grain of sand, we're going to do it. And Jenny knows that. She knows that in her heart." End quote. Deborah and Bob devoted themselves to the search. Investigating on their own, they conducted interviews with anyone who believed they might have seen Jennifer. Their search took them all across the state, though their leads were never any stronger than those of police. The Luth family felt frustrated with the way police had handled their search, contacting the state's attorney general's office requesting that they take over instead. Unfortunately, each subsequent search yielded the same results: no sign of Diana or Jennifer. As time began passing, both families struggled to cling to the hope that they'd be able to bring their daughters back, safe and sound. Soon, search efforts from law enforcement began to fizzle, and police focused on the only true clue they had in the case: the mysterious man driving the faded blue truck. Despite extensive media coverage of Diana and Jennifer's disappearance, they were not able to locate the vehicle or its driver. It seemed that just as Diana and Jennifer had disappeared, so had the man last seen in their company. While police could not officially state that the driver of the truck was involved in the disappearance, they desperately wanted to speak with him and find out where he might have taken the two women that night. 3 long months would pass before investigators or family received any news, and unfortunately, when they did, it would be tragic. The horrible news would come on Saturday, August 24th, almost exactly 3 months since Diana and Jennifer had been seen. 2 bow hunters moving through a vast expanse of desert in Yavapai County came across 2 sets of human remains. The remains were found near a ravine, almost literally in the middle of nowhere, and were later confirmed to be the bodies of Diana and Jennifer through dental x-rays. The remote location was 100 miles north of where they had last been seen, approximately 16 miles from the nearest interstate, and accessible only by vehicles which were capable of driving through desert roads. Investigators have been extremely tight-lipped about what exactly was discovered there. However, it has been said that the remains were predominantly skeletal, though it has also been stated that the bodies were stacked, in a sense, with Diana lying on top of Jennifer. To this day, investigators have never revealed their cause of death. Some articles explain this was due to the level of decomposition, though in others it's expressed that police have not shared this information in order to maintain the integrity of their investigation. Since it's such a remote location, police have said a lot of local residents aren't even aware of its existence. Investigators began to theorize that whoever had committed this heinous crime was either a local or someone who was highly familiar with the area and terrain, perhaps someone who had hunted there before. Investigator Ted Simmons of the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office later explained, quote, "We feel that this person has probably been to this area or frequented this area or certainly is aware of this area in some way by their own four-wheeling or hunting or at least some personal knowledge of the area." End quote. Police also stated it was their belief that Diana and Jennifer had likely been killed within hours of disappearing and had been in that location where they were found almost the entire time they had been missing. While few details of the scene are known for sure, in fact, the exact location at the time was known only to investigators and the families, there are few details which have come out over the years. Considering the positioning of the body, investigators have expressed that they believe Diana and Jennifer were placed where they were found, and this suggests that they were either brought there by someone who was very strong enough to carry 2 bodies down into a ravine, or perhaps there was more than one person involved. Police combed through the surrounding area looking for any clues, even utilizing a metal detector. Ultimately, they've stated that it was their belief that the murders were conducted elsewhere, and that this remote location was not where either woman had been killed. In addition to the difficulty a single person would have had bringing the remains to that location, investigators and the families acknowledged that it would have been difficult for just one person to subdue both women. Jennifer's father, when speaking to Unsolved Mysteries, expanded on this, saying, quote, "Jennifer was a strong girl, and she was a scrapper if she needed to be. It wouldn't be easy for one person to overpower Jennifer alone, but with 2 of them, it's just sort of inconceivable to me that one person was able to do that to 2 girls." End quote. Both families were devastated by the news. They no longer had to confront the endless unknowing, the sleepless nights of wondering where their daughters could be, but now they had an even darker reality to accept. There was an answer, finally, but not the answer they had hoped for, and in the vacuum left behind, both families became intently focused on finding who had stolen their daughters. According to all information which has ever been made public, it doesn't appear that investigators were able to gather any significant evidence which would point them in the direction of a suspect, and so their attention turned once again to the mysterious truck driver. In October of 1996, 5 months after Diana and Jennifer disappeared and just over a month after their bodies had been recovered, Officer Jim Toomey of the Glendale Police Department spoke at a press conference, during which time a new, more detailed composite drawing of the driver was revealed. Police issued a plea to the public for information, noting that no detail was too small. It was hoped that someone might call in with new information, and while many calls did come in, none of those calls seemed to supply the answers police were searching for. Considering the likelihood that the killer was local and may well have been driving a distinctive truck, there didn't seem to be anyone who knew exactly who he was, despite a local company offering a $25,000 reward. Unfortunately, the case had grown cold within days of the disappearance and had never truly heated up. While the discovery of their remains had reinvigorated the investigation, and it was hoped new data would develop, investigators were still back to square one trying to determine who may have been involved and why this crime happened. In December of 1996, just a few months after the horrible truth was discovered, the Shawcroft family set off on a trek into the desert to create a memorial at the location where Diana and Jennifer had been found. Joined by Kim Pasqualini and 4 reporters from local news outlets, the group went out to the spot bringing along 2 redwood crosses engraved with Diana and Jennifer's names, as well as a sturdy wooden picture frame holding images of each. It took approximately an hour to reach the location once the group left the main road. The 2 crosses were erected, and news media filmed tearful pleas from the Shawcroft family for any information related to who had killed their daughter. The photos of Diana and Jennifer were placed between the 2 crosses, and a small memorial was held. The press ran with the story, and for a time, there was a resurgence of searches and a hunt for a killer. Attention on the case, though, would slowly fade. While for both the Shawcroft and Luth families the tragedy was fresh, and they were determined to find answers, others slowly began moving on, and soon mentions of Diana and Jennifer became fewer and fewer. Police had not given up on the case, but had very little to work with. In hopes that the killer might return to the location, officers would periodically watch the ridgeline, even going out there to look for any signs that someone had come through. They focused on important dates: Diana and Jennifer's birthdays, the day they went missing, the day they were found, anniversaries a killer might celebrate. Since they had never officially released the exact location to the public, it was believed that only the killer might come back there. However, after several months, police visits began tapering off. Slowly, days turned to weeks and weeks to months. 4 long years would pass before police would make a disturbing discovery. On September 29, 2000, police went back out into the desert to return to the location of the memorial. While initially everything appeared to be exactly as it had been left, investigators quickly noticed that something was missing. While the crosses still stood in place, lying between them was an empty picture frame. It appeared that at some point in the past 4 years, someone had come to the memorial location and physically removed both Diana and Jennifer's photo from the frame, discarding it down to the ground beside one of the crosses. Police immediately theorized that this was not just a random occurrence. The location had never been revealed, and it was considered an extremely remote area difficult to get to. Beyond that, most people are unlikely to remove photos from a memorial site, though that can't be completely ruled out. The question remains, though, is it possible that the person or persons responsible for this horrible crime came back to revel in their brutal acts, and in doing so, decided to take a souvenir? That's a question both investigators and the families have been asking for 20 years. Diana's father, Roger, later theorized, quote, "Nothing else seemed to be disturbed, and it definitely raised questions as to who would want the pictures, who would go to that much effort to go back in as far as it is, get the pictures and take them. Hard to even imagine who it would be or why they would do it, unless it was the perpetrator." End quote. Diana Shawcroft and Jennifer Luth were last seen entering a faded blue pickup truck in the parking lot of a convenience store on the corner of 5800 West Camelback Road and 59th Avenue at approximately 9 p.m. on the evening of Friday, May 24, 1996. The man driving the truck has been described as Caucasian, in his mid-30s with blonde hair kept in a mullet-style cut. It's strongly believed that this man was either directly connected to the murders or may have information about who committed this terrible crime. It's considered very likely that whoever the man is, he was either then or previously had been local to the area and may still live somewhere in the state of Arizona. Two young women set off on an adventure to live their lives to the fullest and were violently stolen from their families. All of their hopes and dreams were destroyed by a vicious killer who may still yet have returned to the very place where he left them more than 20 years earlier. Somewhere out there, someone has the answers and possesses the ability to bring a killer to justice. While police maintain that this is an open investigation, they have shared very little in terms of details of this case. One vital piece of information has been revealed over the past 2 decades. While the exact location of this discovery has never been specified, investigators have acknowledged that hair and fibers were collected, and they may hold a secret which DNA technology can unlock. Sadly, nothing can bring back Diana or Jennifer. However, perhaps they can still yet receive justice by seeing their killer named and arrested. For the families, though, the pain has been overwhelming. When asked about the loss of her daughter, Deborah Luth replied, quote, "It was just so devastating for us, and we miss her so. Our biggest worry is that these girls would be forgotten, and nobody will continue to look for whoever did this, and that person will do this to somebody else's daughter."